folks. It is Friday, September 9th, 2022, and I gotta be honest with you. You know what was the first thought that came to my mind? How the hell did it get through 100 episodes without one single legitimate technical hiccup? Not one. 101, broken, shattered, destroyed. And the difference, by the way, the difference is that when normally, so if any of you ever know what StreamYard is, I see the little timer that tells me we're live, but then beside it, I'll see a little thing that says people are watching. And I didn't see anything in the second number. So I'm sitting there talking to Eric, and I'm looking at it going like, what the heck's going on? And by the way, I could see your chat. I could see all your chat there, and I could see it here, but I have a window open to the actual YouTube channel, and nothing was happening. And I kept refreshing, and I wasn't seeing anything on that end. And I was like, what is happening right now? Yeah, right now it seems to be working. Now I can actually see some people, and I can see you guys in the chat, and I can also see the little number that tells me you're there. So hopefully if you can hear me now, please let me know. Okay, so I'll grab a couple of these comments here. So Indigenous Ricket Card's name says we're back. Absolutely, thank you. Baz, good evening. Like the restart. It was necessary, man. I had to do it. First time I actually had a legitimate technical issue. By the way, we were all sitting here, hit the live like normal. We're all standing here talking to each other, and it's like, and the other one's going to have to go away. So this is the take 2 episode. The first 101 will disappear into the ether shortly. Staven Sports Cards, an old episode playing on TV, and I was like, why can't I comment on my phone? Yes. And by the way, the part that threw me off the most is after I turned it off to do a reboot on the thing, then suddenly it shows up, and it only shows about 3 minutes because that's what we did before he killed it the first time. So I was like, okay then. Thank you, YouTube, I guess. Anyway, so Jeff, I did update the Instagram, so if any of you catch it on, hopefully you'll see that I did update it with the updated link to this one. This one should be working okay. So good evening, Jeff, absolutely. And Josh had this kind of comment as well, and updated it to include the part 2, so thank you for that. It's Friday night, and you know what that means? Because I'm Carlos live with Hobby Talk 101 part 2. 100% right. Good evening, Tom, and good evening, Yannick. I think Tag's watching them causing the sabotage. I know, they're using their AI for evil. Awful. Names is a full moon tonight. That might explain it. There's a lot. So, Eric, tell us why is Name not on here with us? Why is he not commiserating in our pain?
Yeah, so tonight, is our second installment of Where in the World is Name Cardinal? And Name cannot come on with us tonight because he's double checking the expiration date of his milk. He has a lot of anxiety over his Cheerios tomorrow morning, and he wants to make sure everything's going to be okay. So he's at home checking the expiration date of his milk and making sure that tomorrow's breakfast will be a super duper one.
Excellent. And I was concerned about that too. Frankly, the thought of his milk expiring was giving me anxiety.
Yeah.
So it is important that he does that. So thank you, Eric, for your contribution this evening.
Thank you.
So one more thing here. Got to make sure, we've been discombobulated. So now we got to do some proper housekeeping. We'll get it. Actually, got to get the grammar right. Hold on. Boom. Love it. Nailed it. All right. Business 124. Good evening, Carlos and everyone. Absolutely. Good evening. Sounds good. So let's look here. Let's go here. All right. Hockey 99. Everybody's favorite. Thoughts on a YouTuber? That's about as generic as it gets. Explaining why Sports Card Radio is bad for hobby. There are a lot of YouTubers. Could you at least be more specific? Just a little bit more specific? I think Sports Card Radio is net neutral. I think they do some good research in some of the videos, and some of it they'll run with more sensationalistic things. They do capture some things, but let's be clear about it. They know how to clickbait. They know how to get attention. So I think it's a net neutral. I think you'll catch some bad actors that way because they do some research, but they'll also push the line. And the goal above all else, honestly, I guess it depends on what you think their actual goal is. I believe their goal is if they can do something useful and at the same time get clicks and views, then I think that's the objective above all else. The fact it can be useful sometime, I think, is kind of a consequence of that. So they will play into that as well because, of course, it helps. So let's see here. Mr. Bobby, how's the evening going for you? Can you hear us?
There we go.
Yep. You there, Bobby?
Is that working?
Well, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm
we can
there.
Hear you, we can see
I'm
you.
Here.
All right. Sounds good. So let me take a look here. I'm
all
not
we
going to lie,
need.
I was more impressed with the July special and the $22 bulk announcement. Yep. And like I did the video on it, I said, no one should be impressed or unimpressed. It's just a step in the process to get where you want to go. In order for us to get the sub $20, which I still believe we will, you have to get to basically just pushing up the line against $20. So getting to $22 means you're closer to $20 than you were before. And if you get that, then the what's it called? then the limit that you'll be able to submit to at that $22 level will also go up accordingly. So I think it's going to be the same. So let's go here. Josh says, been missing so long, he's going to end up on a milk card. It's true. Name will end up on there at some point. We'll get him there. Expiration dates on milk. 2 more lives till Beckett buyout. The stakes are high. They are. Green Cardboard. Hello, everyone. Hope as well. Not submitting to PSA $22. I think that's fair. My suggestion was, if you are in a position where you can afford to be patient, just wait. Like, if the price is not suitable for your purposes, it's not enough, then just wait longer, and you'll get what you want. Or, like I said, you've got other options if that works for you. It's just a matter of what makes the most sense for what you're trying to do. So I think that works out.
Well, it's amazing how a lot of people are still saying 22 is too high, but a year ago it was 150, and people were still flooding their offices with cards. It's crazy.
Yep. So let's take a look here. All right, so Ziggy here. Good evening. DAPS or sports card radio, which is better for the hobby? I'm going to do a controversial take. I'm going to say they're about the same. Oh! You know why? Because I don't care. DAPS can do whatever he's going to do. Guess what? The sports card radio, right? They can do whatever they're going to do. Some people like what DAPS is doing. Look, you don't have to like it. But at the same time, it's like he just exists. If you wanted to get rid of DAPS, all you have to do is don't patronize him. Same way, by the way, if you don't like the way Sports Card Radio delivers their stuff, don't watch it. But people do. And by the way, some people watch it not because they care about the things they're exposing in the hobby. They watch it because they like a train wreck and they like entertainment. It is a form of entertainment in and of itself. Is there some useful information that comes out of it? Sure. Does DAPS give you useful information? Hell no. But by the way, he's entertaining in his own way. Usually in a kind of a, all right, what is this guy going to do now? So if under the entertainment banner, they're exactly the same, depending on your perspective and depending on what you're trying to watch. Again, but now if you want knowledge, well, then it's more of a mixed bag. You have to pick which one makes more sense to you. So there's a controversial hot take for you. They're about the same. Take that. Real quick here. Let me scroll through. Yeah. Justin tonight, take a chance. No. I thought about it, but no. I'm not submitting a PSA for $22 either. It's true. Listen, I wouldn't submit a PSA at $22 unless it helped SGC get to its market value of $1.95 and 30-second turnarounds. I don't want 31-second rip off.
No. I want SGC to come to my house, and
I want Peter to hand deliver it. For the amount of money that SGC is charging, I want hand delivery from Peter himself. If he has to get a Learjet and fly down, a helicopter to the launch pad right in front of my house, then do that. It's the least you can do. You're asking for like $20 for SGC? Helicopter. It's the least you can do. Otherwise, it's a rip-off.
Brad hand delivers.
Exactly. True. Is this PSA Canada, Hobby Revolution, or something else? Something else. So real quick here. Global Sports Card Investor, what's happening? Not too bad, not too bad. Hopefully things are going well with you. Well played, I would agree. Love them all. Neither as good as you and I. There you go. Hold on to that dream. Let's see, Dave here. Good evening again. There you go. Thank you, Dave. Yep, that's true. Sorry for not responding to me. I was trying to get a head start in the expiration date checking. Facts. Every circus the hobby needs entertaining clowns. True. Thoughts on sports card investor asking if it's the time to invest in sports cards. He literally makes a video like that every 2 or 3 months. Regardless of circuit. If you actually go back in the archives, he's probably done that. So, fair enough. Let's go here. Yep, so there you go. I'll leave you guys to that. Dropping a 5-part series on why you're using tag. Well, we've already seen the 5 and 6-part series. I need a 50-part series, so get on that. Do it properly. That's the end of the man's firm? I am. Not cheap, but I'm particularly well. Yep. Was there any international special from PSA? Not that I'm aware of. You never know. Down the road, there could be. In the last PSA pod, they did talk about international expansion and thing. So it wouldn't surprise me as if they start doing some international expansion that there is more potential, because now they've got a PSA Japan that's actually an office in Japan. So that is international mostly for the Asian market they're catering first. But then I wouldn't be surprised if they put an office out there in Europe and a couple to basically make it easier for people to get their stuff closer. And I believe the intention, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, Brad, I think the PSA Japan one, the intention is for them to actually be able to encapsulate there as opposed to have to send it overseas.
Yeah, it's a full grading operation. It'll be fully up and running by the end of Q2 2023.
Yeah.
So that'll be a huge help.
Yeah, so that's going to be a big one. I think, and having actual encapsulation so that you don't have to send it all the way across the pond to California, that's going to be huge for that market. So then you do that. It would make sense then to have a stronghold in Europe for anybody over there to make it a little bit easier to get on there. It would only
Now,
make sense.
I had kind of a question, and it's not a joke, and I'm not being silly or outrageous. It's an actual question.
Sure.
Do you think PSA Japan? You think the majority of their cards would be like Yu-Gi-Ohs and Pokemons, or do you think it would be sports cards?
I think it'd be a chunk of that. Now hold on. Before you go, there's something important we need to do. We need to celebrate this moment. There is Bob Lewis.
All right, we did it. 100,
Right on time,
guys.
Bob.
Happy,
Right on
just happy to celebrate with you. Woo!
Woo, woo.
That's awesome.
By the way, y'all got to get the reference. There was an added beautiful reference there from Mr. Bob Lewis. So y'all got to remember where that reference is coming from. He brought the reference for you, so you had to be ready for it. All right, so we'll talk about Jita in a moment. We definitely will. As Jim Cramer put it, it can be a bull or a bear market. There is a bull market somewhere. Just got to find it. True. Sage words, Paul. Sage words. But no, in all seriousness, like, yeah, the sports card investor doing that. Like, why wouldn't he? What was he going to do? Make a video? Oh my God, sell your crap. The end is nigh. That's Eric's job. Eric would sue him into the Stone Age. It would be terrible. It'd be awful. He'd use that Beckett money.
That's Eric's job. Eric would sue him into the Stone Age. It'd be terrible. It'd be awesome. He'd use that Beckett money.
I would like to know how my phone went off. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, so I'll turn that off in a second. In the meantime, though, what I'm going to ask is, Mr. Lewis, how are things going with you?
Well,
Doing pretty well. Yeah, all is well. Yeah, sorry I couldn't join last week, but I was there in spirit. I really didn't watch much. After I caught a little bit of Eric's apology, I got nauseous and I couldn't watch anymore. So I'll catch the rest another time. But
That's fair.
I think it's reasonable. I think
Carlos, you did your best to temper it, his appeal or lack thereof, shall we say? Now, Eric, how you doing, buddy, man?
Everything's good.
I used to be that I used to be the butt of everything. So I feel like we've kind of swapped a little.
Being a butt
For
to a
now.
Hall of Famer.
I'll go back. I'll go back to being that guy.
No,
I
I
think-
just if this is what I have to do to someday be a Hall of Famer, then man, I'm in.
Well, listen, you got a high bar to go with. Just you should probably study the collective works of Bob Lewis.
I've
Just
done
start
much
from
more
episode
than that.
one. Start episode 1 and then go from there.
Okay.
Seems like the right thing to do. So let's take a look here. Maximus Pumpernickel. Random question. How good was Peter Forsberg? I pulled a platinum medallion of his rookies. Excellent. He was an excellent player.
Unbelievable.
Unfortunately, he did have a ton of injuries that did hamper him. But skill level, off the charts. The guy was great. It's one of those deals where it hurt him long-term, his career-wise, because if he played a full career with the skill level he had and the talent he showed in the time he was able to show it, he's amazing. Works out.
I hated seeing him jump around at the end of his career to different teams. I think he was in Nashville. I think
That's a different Forsberg. That's a different. That's Philip Forsberg.
Oh, Philip Forsberg.
Yeah. So Peter Forsberg did play for
Hold
Philadelphia.
on. I know who Peter. I don't know if you're joking or not. I'm well aware who Peter Forsberg is.
So I don't remember his Nashville run. It would have to be very short because I know he did the thing in Philadelphia. I remember the Philadelphia one.
So I remember him jumping around, coming back and forth because of his injuries. I think wasn't it an ankle? Like he had feet issues or
Yeah,
something.
he had to make, but it basically hampered him for a good chunk of his career.
So yeah, he was absolutely the best player in the world for a minute and a half, and was unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, oh for sure.
But I hated seeing him jump around at the end of his career, and I do think he played for a few different teams.
Mm-hmm.
Is Joe Thornton still playing?
He was I think still last
Up
year.
until last year,
Yeah, he was last year. He
hanging
still
on
was.
after the league.
he was in Florida last year.
Yeah. And has he officially retired, or is it a thing where he
Yeah.
just hasn't said anything?
I don't think anyone signed him.
Hasn't
Yeah,
said
I
anything.
feel like it's like he didn't retire, but nobody
Yeah.
technically has him on a roster, so it's one of those deals. It's like, well,
He's out there.
yeah, he's there somewhere. Yeah, I like it. Sounds fair. But yeah, no, Peter Forsberg at his best, he
I'll
was
play
one of the
anywhere
best
for
players in the world.
250,000.
What was that? I didn't catch. Did somebody say something there?
Yeah, I think Bobby said something.
Am I delayed or
You
what?
are very delayed.
Yeah,
Not just a
that's
little
what
bit,
it
very.
was.
Yeah, I was wondering because I could hear it, and I was like,
Yeah.
what is he saying? You might have to hop off and try hopping back on, Bobby.
All right.
And
I'll
Carlos, I don't have the best track
I'm gonna-
record either. So if I get
I'll be in the chat.
All right, sounds good, Bobby. We'll talk a little bit later. Take it easy.
if I get choppy, just let me know, Carlos. That works for me usually too. Just jumping
worries.
off and jumping back on.
Sounds good. So Justin here is like 100 wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your beautiful work in the early part of it, but a beautiful work that was a little strong, adequate work, we'll say. You did serve your purpose. We'll put it that way. How about that? So Hockey 99. So I'll pull Bobby off here. Hockey 99. Time to liven this up with the thing is in. Bring it, Ziggy and Owen. No. Who's the horse's ass now? We'll see. Staven Sports Card. Love the reference, Bob, and Wilt may as well be twins. There you go.
And you know what, dude? Listen, this is how, and it didn't really catch on camera, but it's like a joke for me. The picture happened to be he has 13, a jersey 13,
Oh, nice.
and this is Shaq's USA jersey. So I was gonna
So you went extra deep with the reference.
I was gonna put a paper over here that says FHILA, like fill it like the jersey, and I'm like, this is gonna go way too far into a joke that's gonna be done in like 3 seconds. So.
I was gonna say that'd be a lot of work for a very short payoff on that joke.
And I don't think
give you credit for
anybody's
it.
really gonna like fact check me on stuff. So
There you go. So Ziggy here was saying thoughts on the chasing cardboard review. I did actually see the most recent one. So they bought a collection of 6 million cards. In my opinion,
did
great
part
medium.
2 come out?
I think so. Yeah, they were starting to go through some of it. So that was the thing. Can't believe how little they paid. Yeah, but it was a blind auction and nobody had any idea what was in it. So it's one of those things where you're going in blind. You're taking your chances. So you're not going to want to commit too much to it, and they're going to do very well on that. The thing about the chasing cardboard one is that some of the episodes interest me, some of them frankly don't. The 6 million card thing is interesting just because of the size of the collection, like and the potential. It seemed like the guy really hoarded a lot of stuff. Like he was a hoarder, but he seemed to hoard decent stuff, so it wasn't just junk, which is kind of interesting. So I have no doubt there's some other interesting stuff in there they haven't even explored yet. I believe it. I believe that.
Yeah, isn't that like to just I don't know, man. To have no real like work other than to go through like a ginormous collection.
It is, but there's right here.
Okay.
Baz puts in the statement here. 2 parts so far, so perfect. Thank you for clarifying, Baz. They paid $8,200, but they also had to cart off 6 million cards. So like, and also you're doing this blind. You're hoping you paid $8,200 for the chance. So I don't know. For the chance of something good, and they're gonna get their money back and then some by multiples. Like they're gonna do great. Like some of the stuff they've pulled out of it already, they're already well into the black. But they still have to sort through the stuff and figure out and sell it. Like there's still gonna be some work ahead of them to get their money out of it, but they will. They'll get their money out of it. It'll be huge.
I look forward to seeing the second part. I didn't see part 2 yet. I mean, again, I don't catch every one of them. Somebody referenced one. There was like a 6-hour negotiation or something. I didn't see that one, but sometimes everyone needs a feel good story every once in a while. Somebody's selling a collection to pay for their kids' medical bills. I mean, good on them, but it's good TV, I guess, for some people.
Yeah,
I just can't imagine going through that much. Brad, I know you have your own shop, and we buy collections and stuff, and people come in and you give them a couple of $100 and they drop off 6,000 cards, and you got to go through that. That is tedious, monotonous. It kills your eyes.
I'll bet you get good at it. You can like shorthand it almost, just like
yeah.
I have to do it at work, and we've actually, as you flying through, there's been a couple of times we pulled a beat up Montana rookie out. We pulled a bunch of Jeter rookies out, and the rest of it's all garbage.
Yeah.
But those cards paid for the whole thing. But to sit there and go through 6,000 cards of garbage, I hate doing it.
But you
if you were new to collecting and you didn't have like any sort of eye for what you're looking for, and you had to look up everything, that would be impossible. So I think that kind of bias for somebody that's quote unquote knows what they're doing.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and
You
also
can
to be
go
fair, a bunch of the cards are held into unopened boxes. unopened boxes and packs, so it's not all single cards. There's a bunch that's actually unopened
Oh.
wax and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so but there's lots of cards, lots of single cards. There's no question, and they're sorted in all kinds of boxes. Like there's a lot.
I hate it. I just hate it when I come into work and I see that a collection has been bought and there's just boxes and boxes of cards. And I know I have to go through them all now, and it just I want to go home.
Yep. So real quick, I'll get caught up on a couple of these comments here. 7-8 Nashville. So that seems to be like the year you're thinking about. Maybe remembers. And there's Bobbles. Bob spitting off hockey names. Facts. He's a Hall of Famer. And Bobbles was able to see your 13 Shaq O'Neal jersey. So you got
Well
that.
rounded.
There you
Well
go.
rounded.
Well rounded. That's right. Well, there's your Hall of Fame credentials right there. Forsberg played 1 year in Nashville. There you go. Beautiful. Let's see here. Maximus has liked your episode. Thank you. And once again, Eric, generously paying for the like button. Love it.
I don't
There
know
you
what
go.
I'm going to do for next week because I am out of cash.
You got 2 kidneys. Don't worry.
All right.
We'll figure something out. Don't worry about it. So Justin here. I think he's trying to go with biggest head. And yeah, I do. Thank you for noticing. Moving on. The reality of it, and it's fun. It's fun to kind of poke fun at it. It's like, look, and I've said this a bunch of times. It's like, just because you ask to come on doesn't mean you get to come on. It's not how this works. There was the time back in the day where I used to, and look, we ended up with a ne'er-do-well because of this. And like, this is where I learned my lesson. We had an open link for the longest time, and then things happened. There were circumstances that resulted in us rethinking the stance. And ruined it for everyone. For everyone. Forever. Moving on.
I apologize.
Those open link episodes were a bit of a wild card sometimes.
They were. But in that time, it made more sense because, what the hell, we'll figure it out. But now at this point, yeah. Nowadays, I can be like, oh, you want to come on for an episode? Sure. So it's easy for me just to reach out to somebody. Hey, you want to come on and chat about this? Yeah, sure. I'll hang out for a while and chat about this.
Yeah, I mean, and just, I think sort of an unspoken, like, I just you don't need to reach out to me every week. I'll reach out to you sort of when I feel like I got a good night, and shoot me the link if you're taking guests or whatever. And this kind of works out sometimes. So
yeah, it's one of those things where, like, in those days we wanted to be a little bit more open ended because it made more sense. And also, like, I didn't have an intention of doing it every week, so it was one of those things like, whatever. We'll see how long it goes, and then we'll do it. And I'll answer Hockey's question is because at this stage in the game, honestly, I'll talk about different topics and we can talk about anything you guys like, and I'll take ideas and suggestions. But to be blunt, I want to just hang out here. I'm going to finish this first and then have my beer, and then after I'm done having my beer, I'm going to just sit here and chat with folks about the hobby that I like sitting there chatting about the hobby with. That's it. Not just anybody anymore. It's like, no,
Right.
there are folks that I'll know, and I'll reach out to them, and I'll, as I see the moment, right, and we'll do that.
Don't you think, Carlos, that you should Hockey 99 wants to jump on? He has a invitation.
Well, at this point, he would probably come on wearing like the V for Vendetta like mask or something, and then like with a voice modulation
the
system.
Doom mask, yes.
Yeah. So it's one of those deals like, whatever. Big Scott, good evening. Is that great at Atari games behind Brett? It is. You got a couple of different ones. Now, are those hockey ones as well? Is that the deal with those?
Yeah, I got 2 more in. I just got Blades of Steel too. So
Nice.
still trying to. I don't understand the grading scales that much yet. I'm learning that. So
That's right.
So that's something that I'm interested in actually. I found a couple sealed games, GameCube games that my wife had in her stack of games, and I'm just like, I looked them up, on eBay. One of them, I couldn't even find a sale for like a sealed game, but one of them is Metroid Prime, and it's it's like $80. They're about 70 to maybe 89 or whatever. But how to judge, because like a 9.6 in a WADA sold for almost $500. So
Yeah.
what's the cost of grading versus like, I don't know how to.
Well,
even
for video
judge it.
game grading, it's
Cellophane is
expensive.
smooth, there's no peels on the cellophane. There's no like foreign stickers on the cellophane. It's other than that, it's brand new. So how do you know?
Well, that's just it. Like, look, I don't even pretend. Like, I played video games when I was a kid. I like having a couple of boxes, but I bought them like, not sealed. I bought just the box itself with the manual and stuff in it. We used to do game swaps and stuff. I talked about this before, but just short version. We used to do game swaps and stuff, and you could buy it, and it was cheap for the longest time. Even some decent games were cheap. Like, it wasn't that crazy. We didn't pay a ton of money for it, so it was one of those things. It was a nostalgic thing. You'd put it on the shelf as a little display piece. That's all you were doing with it. Because if you wanted to play the games, there were a bunch of ways to do it. You didn't need a cartridge for that. You could just get the ROM for it a couple of different ways, and you could just play the game. So it was more than anything for fun. So, like, yeah, why not? Sure, have fun. So it works out. Not letting everyone down is good, kind of like tag grading, exactly. Yeah. Open link you've vetted. Vetting was a strong word. Back in those days, I was more willing. Look, Justin, you know as well as everybody that I let you on because I knew there would be a moment you'd say something that'd bounce you. I don't think that's really a secret. Like, I knew it'd be like, he's gonna say something at some point. I just wait.
It became that moment in the sitcom that like people are waiting for. Like,
Yeah. So it's like, look, man, that's it. That's what it is. But yeah, it was mostly like, okay, this will be entertaining, and the chat got a kick out of it. It was fun, but like, the time has passed. I would literally just bring you on just to bounce you. Is that what you'd like? If that's really what you want, that's all. That's all that's gonna happen. But
for old time's sake.
yeah, like maybe another day, but not tonight. If Bob sells more moonshine, we can pass the hat for gigabit internet for Bobby. There you go. Get the still bumping out liquor. Love it. Yep. So let's see here. So Ziggy's comment: do you think there should be a sports card junk and fake burn day? Wouldn't less cards help the hobby in the long run, like pruning weeds? Well, the burning would cause, depending. Some of those cards the plastic ones would probably have some kind of a toxic fume coming off of them. The reality is, look, I think I'll actually answer this question seriously because there is a case to be made here. It doesn't make any difference. The hobby, the junk era of the hobby, doesn't change the prices of items that actually are tougher to come by or items that are more desirable. 1991 Fleer cards does not change the fact that 1993 finest refractors are expensive. People want 93 finest refractors. They're a little bit tougher to come by, therefore they go for more money. 1991 Fleer is printed in abundance and no one wants it. It's worthless. Its existence does not prevent the other stuff from having value. If you want to burn it, it's just because you want to burn cards. If you need fuel or heat, knock yourself out. Otherwise, it's not going to change anything in the hobby.
Like, even if there was only 100 of each of the cards, like, is that something you want? Is 91 Fleer desirable in and of itself? Not really.
Yeah, like that's. But I'm using it as an example because I know Bobbles hates 91 Fleer and a lot of people do, and I get it because it's an ugly looking set. But the reality is, guess what? There could be a trillion 91 Fleer cards and it wouldn't change the market. There could be 10 91 Fleer cards and it wouldn't change the market. It makes no difference whatsoever. So burning them isn't going to change anything.
It'd be a fun topic one night to say, what is the worst set? Well, there you got one.
Nice.
I love it. What's the worst set of all time? I have my vote. If you remember, in 1991, there was a Young Superstars baseball set. I think it was called Young Stars. It's a blue set.
Okay.
If you look at the 40 cards in it, there's not a name in it. I think there might be like Luis Gonzalez, maybe might be. Okay. It's the worst set ever produced, as far as I'm concerned.
I was going to say every set in the pre-rookie years of Tom Brady, which is everything pre-2019. To stay canon, pre-2019. We've established it's canon.
I'm just going to go pro set. That's it. Done.
Yeah, pro set's pretty bad. So how do you know you would enjoy talking about hobby with? Yeah, you can figure that one out. That ain't that hard. That ain't that hard. Bobby, if you want to try to come on, just give me a thumbs up.
I'm pretty sure there was somebody on this channel probably a year ago by now that made a case for 91 Pro Set being like desirable.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm sorry.
Was you? So I think it was just a frequent commenter on the live streams that was like all in on 91 Pro Set. I can't remember.
Well, I just remember making fun of a lot of the Leaf Pro Set when they bought the brand. I go, look, there's the football set that has value. The football set was pretty good. They had that good football Pro set, but everything else was pretty much trash.
But then there was 50,000 variation, wasn't there, to the football Pro Set?
Oh,
yeah.
Well, in the original football Pro Set, no. In the Leaf version, absolutely. because the version was like 1990. There was basically just the set. That was it. And it had some good rookies in it.
They had some errors. Like I know the football had like like the Derek Thomas card with the Buffalo Bills logo. That's just one I have.
Were you talking Bobby variations or errors?
Like
Well,
errors and
variations really because it was a red line where a blue line was on the back, and
Or bad stats or
Oh.
something? Yeah.
well, there was tons. I think there's like 200 errors or variations, whatever you want to call it. I think it's variations. Yeah.
Do you remember like the Lord? Wasn't there like a Stanley Cup card that they had, or a Santa Claus card in one of the sets? And just they had like weird SPs at the end, no numbered stuff.
Yeah.
Pro
Weird
set.
like that. Stanley Cup cards are really big now.
Yep. So Big Scott says Blades of Steel, greatest hockey video game. It's strong. It's a strong choice. Some people in the next generation would argue for. I think I want to say NHL '94. It was the one where Jeremy Roenick was dominant. That was a fun game though. That was a fun one. When you got to the Genesis era, it was pretty good. Carlos must be getting older. We're all getting older, Justin. We're all getting older.
I'm not.
Well, you're already pretty old. You kind of just started there.
All right, never mind.
Moving on. Thank you for not blocking me. No worries. As long as you behave yourself, you stay unblocked. You're good. Josh here says, it was me. Kenny would get killed every episode. Yeah. There you go. There you go. In hockey, what teams were on the table hockey? Like on table hockey. They were like international, weren't they?
No, original 6, and then they went
Yeah,
to
that's
the
true.
expansions, and then you got to later games where, I think the Czechs hockey was the international.
That's
and
true.
there was a couple international games, but there's like 2,000 hockey games produced.
I think that's right. Bobbles, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Cool. Mr. Bobbles, good evening. How are you?
What is up, fellas?
It's going well. It's going well. I did check out. I didn't get a chance to put a comment in. Checked out the latest episode of your Card Chatters. Very nicely done. I did like the corporate, booth talk. It was good.
Yeah, he's been pretty busy this week, so we usually do 3 episodes and then I have them in the queue. And this week we've been having to play tag and get up early each morning.
Tag.
So on the 1,000-point scale, what did you get?
Yeah.
Well, according to the information I was relayed this morning, I'm a little off-centered sometimes, so I can still be gem mint. It doesn't really matter on the 1,000-point. A 925 on centering looks like it'd still be okay.
Look,
below 55-45 at that.
Far be it for me to kick an AI when it's down, but I will because I'm a jerk and that's kind of what I do. But I'm gonna get back to that in just 2 seconds. Let me read a couple of these and then we'll come back to that here because there is a backstory to that. So first, Business 124. Are Brad and Eric both card shop owners? So Brad is a card shop owner. Eric works for one.
Eric wants to be.
Beckett has its own card shop?
Come on.
Soon. One more live. One more.
Eric does not want to own a card shop. No, he does not.
Sports World.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hockey says it was 91-92 Pro set is a beautiful set. That was me. You're a sick man. Sick and deranged man. Moving on. 1990 Donruss. Baseball is horrible. See, some people really hate the 1990 Donruss, and some people hate some of the other ones around it. To be honest, 91 isn't that great either. Again, I remember it. Obviously, I have stacks of it, but not. Let's put it this way: Donruss did not have a good run there. It wasn't a good run for a couple of years there in a couple of those sets. Love the
Eric,
look of
didn't
1990
Phil
Pro
change
set.
the name to Phil and Son and Eric?
Not and Eric. No. Phil and Corey Castanetti Sports World. And I made sure my name wasn't on it. I want nothing to do with it. I sit in my office. No, I sit in my office in the back and try not to.
He has an office.
It's not an office, really.
Brad,
It's a cubby
in
hole.
my office.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kind of a nook.
Eric has a nice office.
Really?
Yeah, it's very neat and tidy. I'm very.
It's the perk for the slave wages. He goes, we're not paying you. We're giving you a nice office though.
Yeah.
Well, let's just sit in the back and don't touch anything.
Yeah, it's like we're giving you just enough money to pay for the like button,
Oh.
which is free.
Yeah.
See, that's how you do it. Pro y'all.
Please indulge.
All right, so do y'all use Upper Deck e-cards? I do play around with the e-cards a little bit. You do get a free pack. Do you recommend hockey packs? I don't not recommend them. There's some utility to them. I think the value, look, they're digital cards. However, if you can stack up enough of them, you can convert them into real cards. The whole thing with the e-pack thing was there's 2 versions, right? There's the free pack you get, but you can also buy real cards from the same thing. If you stack up enough of them, you can convert them into like a parallel version of the card. Which, if you get a decent player in a parallel, some of those parallels are pretty nice, and there's some challenges and stuff. It's not a terrible thing, but it's also, if you're just doing one free pack at a time, well, then basically you're getting these free digital cards that have no value. Like there's really nothing to them.
I have one right here. The
Yeah,
foil.
it's one of the variants.
Yeah, it's the foil for the Young Gun.
Yeah, and I think if memory serves me, what you usually would do is you need 5 digital versions of it, and you could convert it into a real, but you'd still have to do some work. You convert it into that, and then you either send it to Comsy or ship it to yourself, one or the other.
It's amazing that was an SGC graded 10.
All of what?
He knows a guy.
No, on the Young Guns, you can get them. Young Guns and inserts, you can get the actual live copies. But if you take like 10 regular Young Guns, you can get the foil, and then 5 of the foils, you can get the speckled or something like that. So it adds a little bit of rarity to the cards.
There you go.
Marvel, you have your own slab machine like Brad does in the basement. You can just go down and make 10s all day, like he does.
I think I put them away.
Well, just move the box with the tag one, and look behind it. Behind the box with the tag one is the one you're looking for.
Wondering, if is that why PSA is the better brand, because they let their distributors have their own machines.
Excuse me, Eric. I called out centering on a card that was taken with a crap phone at a distance through a display case in a slab at an angle with reflection. I think I could probably grade cards.
Yeah.
Let me finish mocking comments, and we'll come back to that.
Yes,
Bob was my hero. Holy crap!
I know. Let me finish mocking comments. We'll come back to that in 2 seconds. PMN 88 Tops Baseball, hated that set. No, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Got that Derek Thomas with the Bills helmet. Paid $8 for the Pro Set card. Shake my head. Well worth it though. Cool air. Fair enough. Grew up in California. Knew nothing about hockey until NHL 94 and Sega. NHL 94 was a good gateway. It was and I liked the Genesis era hockey games. I thought they were pretty solid. Eric getting younger thanks to replacement parts bringing down his average age.
Yeah.
True. Yep. Bob was on the show. True story. Let's go here. Bobby, I know you only like cards with bubblegum. Cards are not really his deal in general, bubblegum or not, but fair enough. If someone dared you, Double Dog dared you, would you chew bubblegum for 60 seconds from an unopened pack?
How can you chew when it's unopened?
He didn't really think this one through.
I guess not. Anyways, I have chewed gum from the 50s and 60s. It's not even chewing; it actually dissolves in your mouth. So
I was going to say at that point it would dissolve, not so much.
It just goes into powder on it.
Yeah, and Tom is basically bang on. It crumbles. It's basically just disintegrates.
Yeah.
The
80s stuff, somewhere some of it stays a little longer than others. So.
Yeah, so this was kind of a 1990 Pro Set thing. I will say that most of the Pro Set now most people would never submit the Pro Set cards, to be honest. So that keeps the pop down. However, because of the solid borders, they do have trouble getting they're easy to chip. It's one of those things you can submit a bunch more, you will get more gems, but they still won't gem easily because of the chipping. It's really easy to damage the card right out of the pack, and a bunch of the cards honestly are probably short out of the pack.
Yeah.
Brad, do you get many of them?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
We've submitted 4 of what he's talking about, the error with the stats not lined up.
Right.
Yeah.
We've done 4 of them in 2.5 years that I've been submitting.
Most people would never buy. In all honesty, unless you get a 10, it's basically pointless because you were losing money. And any other grade below that for a Pro Set, the card is worth nothing to begin with. So you better get a 10. Otherwise, why would you even bother doing it?
I would just like to add, just to back up for a second, that I would never eat old gum out of packs. And the number one reason why is you have an example here on the panel that Bob used to do that for fun years ago. And
by years ago, you mean last weekend? Go on.
And you can see what happened to him. So,
Cheesehead. Cheesehead was head from Wisconsin.
If there's ever been a PSA, public service announcement for don't eat old gum, Bob is that PSA.
Interesting.
Lots of people eat old gum on pack breaks and stuff.
Yeah. And Bob's done it a lot.
Yeah, he's growing a head of cheese.
Yep. Look what happened to his head.
Interesting.
Mm.
Interesting. Moving on. All right, let me scroll through here. Hockey Haka says he would decline an invite to the channel. I didn't invite you. Brad suggested I do it. I didn't say I would. Bubbles, when did you start on the hobby? Is this your profession?
Approximately 86, and yes.
True. Eric's Card Shop. Shield cards would only have Beckett's Labs.
All right, it's your profession, but would you die for this hobby?
I would die for you, Bob, because you were one of my highlights of the National. That's how I knew you had a Shaq jersey on. I actually had that jersey. Funny story. Basketball jerseys suck for rappelling down mountains. That jersey would have came out when I was about 16. And I think I was about 17 years old and was taken on, I lived near Skyline Drive, was taken to mountain climb and rappelling back down. Had the rope, to stop and guide yourself, and it burned a hole in the jersey. Not a great idea. So I knew exactly. We talked about Shaq and Randy Moss that you collected the National. That's why I figured that was the 96 Olympic number 13 Shaq.
Very nice.
That
jersey's not good for much of anything other than playing basketball in, actually. So.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Also, let's not bury the lead. Eric would also die for Bob. Like, he's a big fan.
I want to be like Bob.
Please never do that again. Whatever just happened there, please don't do that again.
I pulled up real quick, not to interrupt, but on those joggers you were talking about 10s. The guy got 2 9s, and then 8 5. So.
Yeah, man, but honestly, they chip like crazy. It's not impossible, but I'm saying you basically are gonna have to stare at the thing with a microscope, and good luck to you. So Justin here says Carl's a snob nowadays. Did you miss the entire beginning of the episodes where the peasants thing? Never mind. If I explain it, it's not good. Bubbles, do you have a video on e-packs? Like, where do I buy them? Not in the packs. How do I trade up, etc.? Do you want to educate Ziggy on the e-packs?
I don't have a video on it. In fact, I've only done the free ones. This was an eBay purchase, but I researched into them. I have Jason Robertson and a few other guys I like. There is a marketplace where you can trade your cards to other people. Like, if you need this guy and this person needs this guy, and y'all can trade back and forth to get to where you are. You don't have to just rip packs to get the number. You can trade with people and stuff.
Well, it's actually the smarter way to do it, by the way, because the marketplace there, because like I said, the base cards and stuff are all digital until you collect enough of them to convert them into a real card. So you pull 2 or 3 of them maybe, and 2 or 3 of another card. You trade 2 or 3 of the other card for 2 or 3 of the ones you want, and all of a sudden you have 4 or 5. Boom, converted into a real card. As opposed to just ripping digital packs until you pull 5. That's not very efficient.
And you don't see a ton of the young gun foil, especially the speckles, because I think, and don't quote me on this because I'm not a professional at it, I've only bought them, but I think it comes out to around 20 to 30 regular young guns you need for the regular speckle foils. So like a guy and I'll throw out there Jason Robertson because he's popular now, or Kirill Kaprizov, or a Kale McCarr or something like that. That's a lot of money to have 20 to 30 young guns of that guy and convert it into then one single card. So there's not a ton of them out there, and they do hold a pretty good value. So
I think it's fair. So let me scroll through here. So that answers that piece.
I think, can I make a comment on parallels?
With that headwear, of course you can.
Yeah.
I feel like the
I feel that adds to the dignity and gravitas of the moment. Please continue.
I feel like the foil boards for tops, which are tremendous looking. If you haven't seen them, they're only inserted in the factory sets. What do you get? I think you get 7 or 9 per set. So I don't know what they're not numbered, but can't be that many of them.
5.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But they're good looking cards for sure. Get your guy in the foil board.
There you go.
Oh, I asked Steve Menzie if they're doing a catalog this year, and he said no. I went, really?
So still not doing. They're still not doing the. You mean the catalog or the program?
Yeah, the program. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So they're not doing the program again.
No, he's not, and I was really surprised.
He might have just given up on it. Now that he hasn't had to do it for a couple of years, he'd be like, you know what, forget it. We're not
Well,
doing it.
he's pretty busy with other things, and yeah, it is an extra cost. I understand, and but it's an added value thing too. There's no nostalgia today. I think I've said that before, and we have no. What are you going to go back to videos? What was that year? At least those programs they're cheap and handy, and they do document, shows that you went to. Some people get them signed, some people collect them, some people like to walk around looking at the events rather than flipping through an app all the time. So, anyways, I was kind of disappointed in that. I know he's growing his business, and obviously business comes first. I wonder if he's building to sell one day. Interesting. Maybe.
Right. So let's talk about this one here. I know there's a couple of other comments here. I'm mostly caught up, so we'll go quickly through a couple here. So let's do this one, Bubbles. I know you, like I said, we did the video on tag and have had to poke a little fun. You did your own video on tag too, so you had a little bit of fun with it. But on their Instagram, they had the display where they showed off a Kobe Bryant. I'll see if I can find it just to have it on the screen while we're talking. But obviously, you actually had an exchange where one of the tag folks actually commented on your video on it. So that's the reason that's the reason why it's worth bringing up here. So I'll pull up the actual the post, and then we can quickly talk about it. And we'll be fair about it, but I may as well bring it up since they did reach out to you on your video directly. So this is the one in question. It shows off the slab and everything. It shows off the whole see-through thing. Just to be clear, you guys already know this. Like, I've got my own issues with it, but I'll defer most of those issues. I'll focus on the keys at hand here. So with the whole see-through thing is not what I dig into it. But at the same time, look, to each their own. Some people like it. Great. That's good. That's aesthetic. That's whatever you prefer. But when it comes to it is this one here, you can look at this card and to start off with, it's off center. But then obviously you made reference to that. And then do you want to outline what the tag representative in the comment talked to you
about? So I made reference to it because they don't have standards posted on their website. Obviously this card's at an angle and it's off centered enough that you can tell by human eye, let alone robo technology or magnifying glass or anything to determine it was off-centered. To start with, the video that I did wasn't necessarily intended for the sake to point this card out. It was just something I mentioned. The reason I did the video is I personally thought that, like, since this was a gem mint, Carlos showed me the thing, and I said, that has to be a 951. And the reason I said 951 is because my mind thinks 950 would have been a 9.5, right? It just made sense to me. So I was like, oh, well, that's got to be just one touch above, the 9.5 to get that 10 there. And he's like, no, actually, it's a 933. And he shows me the conversion scale of the 1,000 to the 10. And I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense. So I started looking in it more, and I did a video, and I mentioned this card in there because another thing, and Brad's a great guy, but I'm going to rag on PSA in a minute. Let's be honest. They state their centering right on the website is bad, right?
No, it's not.
So anyway, I do this video just talking about it, and I say, obviously, it's going to be easy to get a 10 with them because, a centered card, if you can tell it's off-centered, that's human eyesight noticing a flaw, right? You don't need magnifying glass. You don't need a computer. You can see it. And so they responded today with a very long, elaborate message and confirmed the card is actually, and don't quote me because I didn't memorize it, but I think it's 54.8 one way and 45.2 the other way or something like that. So just below 55.45. But yet they keep claiming industry standards and this and that. And I disputed that because if you're going with PSA, and I told him, I was like, why don't y'all just say PSA standards? If you're going to go with PSA standards and claim it's the industry standard, then why did you include a pristine? Why do you have 1,000-point scale? This is not industry standard stuff. So it's almost like they're picking and choosing to make things how they want it to be, but they're making it more complicated than it needs to be. You can look at that card and tell it's off-centered. Now, I mean, maybe folks are okay with that, but personally, I feel a visible flaw should not condone gem mint.
Okay, no, that's fair. Now,
I
one thing I want to
I
add:
agree.
heaven forbid, I defend tag on something, but I will point out something, and that is this: when a new company starts in the space, and I've talked about this before, they should steal ideas from different categories. It makes the most sense to be like, we'll borrow what we feel is the best of this, what we feel is the best of that. They should steal ideas from each other. It's a good way of doing business because you can learn from the mistakes of others. If you feel like somebody's missing something, people talk about how PSA should have a higher level, but I've mentioned at various times why it would be very difficult to change that format now, this far
Oh
down the
yeah,
road. Like it would be almost impossible for them. A new player in the space has the ability to create a pristine. They can totally do that. SGC can do it because they had that 100-point scale, but Gem Mint for them back in the 100-point scale was not 100. They left room above to give. So when they switched over, they said, okay, so now we can do a 10 and we can do a gold label 10 because it's within our capability. We're not
well
making something up here.
they had the pristine when they had the 100-point scale. The difference with the SGC now, and many folks don't know this, but if you have an old 96, which was a 9, and you were to send it in for a reholder, that is the one card that, barring any signs of slab damage or anything like that, they will actually review a 96-9 to see if it would qualify for the new 9.5 bump because the 9.5 didn't exist. My point with the tag thing is they're putting all of this as industry standard, okay? And my thought was 3 of the 4 major companies has a 9.5. PSA doesn't. So they chose that option. 3 of the 4 companies have a pristine. They took that option even though PSA doesn't. So it's like they picked and chose what was the industry standard. Now it's fine if you pick what you like from things,
Yeah, but their
but don't
grading
come
guy,
out and argue.
to be fair again, their grading guy was a PSA guy for 8 years.
But they're
Like,
saying industry standard here.
yeah, I understand, but he literally worked at PSA. So like if he has any influence at all on this, and I would presume he does, given that that's literally his job, uh, then the standard that he would go by would be a PSA standard. And obviously today people would like to have something above a 10, so you add a pristine in there, and then it makes sense. It becomes you amalgamating the two things. So like it's
Yeah.
not shocking to me that this is the combination they came up with. It makes sense from that perspective.
Do you agree? Do you agree with the 1,000-point conversion over to the 10-point? Because personally, I think the 1,000 should just go away.
Well, that's kind of the differentiator, right? If they stick to the 1 to 10, like then it gives you the level. So let me touch on that in a second because there's a separate conversation to be had on that. We'll touch on that in 1 second. I'll get caught up on a couple of these here, but there's a separate point to be made with that one. So here I'll quickly read through a couple. Has PSA started using Genamint yet? They have, but not in the way you're thinking. So it's one of those things where it's like there's this idea. Remember, the guy who right now is PSA's president is Kevin Lennane. He was the CEO of Genamint. But again, PSA is a bigger company than these other guys. You're not just going to randomly throw it in there. I promise you it's going to take, if people want it to take days, weeks, or months, it's probably going to take a couple of years for that to go in. Now, Tag has the automated grading apparently being the operative word. And also, they claim they've been working on it for 10 years. So in reality, they've been working at it for a while to get all those patents and to develop all that technology. Again, we hear about the technology, but that's just words until you demonstrate it over time. Now, there's one more thing I'll talk about that Kobe that actually played into it because Bobble's got a response from them explaining how they arrived at the grade for the Kobe. And that's very illustrative of kind of the process that the system is using. And we'll talk about that in a second. Jeter has come for Jag. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Trying to get through a couple of these so we can do it. When is Ben going to become the official grading part of Star Stock? Q3 2028 or when Eric takes over. Jeter is already grading vintage. Facts. From the Brady Auto. Okay, skip that one. You guys are talking to each other. Fair enough. Favorable grades, not accurate. I want my cards to be 10s and yours to be 8s. That's the hobby in general. Yes. That's not new. Why isn't card ladder integrated in PSA for the exact same reason I just gave? You say integrate. Yes. Those two wires don't connect directly. They actually have to set up. The idea is, you buy the company and you immediately connect it. It's like, that isn't how that works. At any company of any decent size. If you got 5 employees, yeah, sure, that's how it works.
Does Brad have card ladder?
What's that?
Does Brad have card ladder?
Yeah.
Brad's got everything.
All the things.
You know what I do? I have to admit, I
What
don't
is in
have
the welcome package?
Yeah. No. I subscribed from the beginning. I got the sports card investor one. Just like TV, I've got Disney, Crave,
Yeah.
Netflix, Hulu. I got everyone, and I don't even watch them. It's a bad investment.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So let's go here. Okay, so real quick, I'll read this one and we'll touch on it. What is industry standard? There is no standards in grading. Actually, there are.
No.
You don't have to agree with the standards. No, here's the thing. You can create a standard, and as long as you're adhering to it and following it, so be it. You're right that there. Look, I could say that four sharp corners. I could say four sharp corners, clean edges, and all that. That's whatever you want to call a 10. But what's a 9 relative to a 10? Now we're making it up. What we're actually doing is we're figuring out how many flaws we allow at each level down. So if we're being completely honest, you can create a standard. Doesn't mean anybody has to follow you. You can start off with the idea of the perfect card. There's your 10, your pristine, whatever you want to call it. But then everything after that is made up. Because all you're doing is just figuring out how many flaws we allow each step down the scale. All the way to... The only ones we can figure out are what is perfect and completely demolished to the point the card is a speck of dust. And that's all that's left of it.
Yeah, but realistically, there's no standard that the industry runs. They run through their own individual standards.
Yeah, but there's never been a standard. By that argument, there has never
No.
been a standard in the history of the hobby. And there never will be a standard because that is actually impossible.
Yep.
Yeah. Because like I said, the only thing you can do is utterly destroyed, and that's poor, and that covers a lot of ground, all the way at the bottom of the scale, and the very top floor, which is a perfect card, which may or may not exist for some issues. But that is your maximum, and that is your minimum, and everything in between is, well, you figure out how the distance between your steps.
Well, Bobble's having a problem with the perfect card being a 10, but when it's 55, 45 minus plus, whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, there's actually more to it that played into that comment that makes it a little bit more interesting, and I'll touch on that in a second.
Okay.
PSA had a janitor too. Does it mean you had good ideas or industry standard? Yes. We need a spinal tap. There goes to 11. Yes.
Mhm.
I applaud the lack of 9.5. That was well played. For the market of these cards is not the bright light. There you go. 357. Carlos and everyone, did you buy the 22 Bowman baseball magnets from Target? No. I'm glad I like pre-war. Never need to worry about gem min cards. 3 or 4 and all the way along. Yeah, it's fair enough. But going back to what we said a moment ago, what's a 3 and what's a 4? What does that mean?
Gosh.
What does that mean?
I sent you a card, didn't I, Carlos?
Yes. I'll see if I can find it in a minute. Let me go here.
You don't have to post it. That's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the happiest 3 I've ever had in my entire life.
It looks like
What's the angriest 3?
It looks like a 5.
What is the angriest 3?
That was a baseball card someone gave me. I threw
So
it
I
out.
saw you claim you're a big baseball fan. We've already established this.
I threw it out in the street.
See,
Tell us about the '86 Boston Red Sox again.
I don't wanna.
Moving on. So I was going to say is part of the reason that I had fun with the response that you got to the Kobe, when it comes to the idea of the centering being like that means they assigned a grade to the centering based on their 1,000-point scale, because they even mentioned in the comment they gave it what it came out of it, but
927, I think.
something like that, yeah. And presumably that was the weakest subgrade, so to speak. So they calculated all these subgrades. The problem is now you don't know what the weighing is. So here's the thing, and this was the point I was making Bobbles when we were chatting about back and forth, and that was this. Even if you get a grading report, now you know that the corners have X number of flaws, it gets this score. You know that the centering is it, which by the way, the computer can figure out what the centering is. That's great. That's good information, good to know. You know it's off-center though. You already know from eyeballing it right away it's off-center, but it tells you exactly how much. Fair enough. To 2 decimal points, so that's great. So now you know that. And you know it gave it this number based on that. But you know the edges are this number based on that. The corners are this number based on that. But now you look at all that and go, cool. But I wouldn't be able to pre-grade this because, yeah, I know it's off-center, but I don't know how many points you're going to deduct for that. And I also don't know how important that penalty is. So Bobble's point to this isn't that you can't have off-centering, but it was their point was they considered to be still to be a 10 because even with that flaw, the rest of it was good enough that it still met their criteria for what a 10 is. The problem is we don't know what that criteria is.
So here was the subs according to them on their
Yeah.
grade report. It was a 927 centering. Corners and edges, they said both got 1,000, which is amazing on a Prism card. And then surface got a 956. And I may be off on this. I think I actually wanted to see if it was an average, if what they did, but
Well, it's not gonna. It wasn't. They've already said in the past it's not an average.
it's not an average. But the overall score landed at a 933. So I don't know how they get to the 933. But that's where it was at. A 927 on centering, 1,000 on corners and edges, and 956 on surface.
Yeah. So real quick, let me read this one here. So can I say, Carlos? I think Carlos disagreed with my comment. I did, and then talk this way and agree with me. No, there is a standard for the grading for the graders themselves. Bobby's point is that the standard is made up, which it is, but all the grading standards since the dawn of time have been made up. Before grading existed, we made up the standard. Gem Mint did not exist until third-party grading came into being.
Well, I think
Mint was
Beckett published some stuff early on.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
give us the guideline, and everybody's
Correct.
taking their route from there. So.
Yeah, because even if I go back to the early 90s, again, PSA started in 1991. In 1991, they came up with their version of what they called Gem Mint. Go back to the old guides, there's no Gem Mint. It doesn't exist. There's a Mint, but this Mint is this nebulous... Mint was supposed to be the best of the best, but it covered a lot of ground. Mint could still have... It's not supposed to have flaws, but a Mint card to one dealer, to another dealer, was a near Mint card. But then this other dealer considered an excellent. And they were all debating the same general flaws. A Gem Mint card was conceived of it being a perfect card, but from 1991 on, it had flaws included in the written version of it. PSA could give you a 10 on a card that is not perfect. Because according to the standard they came up with for their 10, not for the rest of the industry, for their 10, it can have 55-45 centering on the front. It's written right there.
I like the word minty. It's really kind of cool. I think
Extra
that would
minty,
be
super
a
minty.
9.25, something like that.
But if you grade with mint and you get mint, is that not already mint squared?
Yes, it would be to the power. Yeah. I think pie's in there somewhere.
Ooh, I
People like
pie.
pie. Pie's good.
I actually just baked 2 peach pies.
Well, there you go.
It smells good in here.
I like it.
If Bobby wants it to be that detailed, the centering was 54.82 and 45.18.
Sorry, repeat that?
They said the centering measured 54.82
Yeah.
and 45.18.
Mm-hmm. So on a scale of 1 to 1,000, what does that mean to you?
927. I don't know how you get there, but there we go.
Well, okay, look, can we I want to say jokes aside for just a second. Jokes aside. The problem isn't that they didn't come up. Look, the numbers you're getting are just what was programmed in the computer. The computer added things up based on what they programmed into it and spit out a number. The problem is, as a human being, that number doesn't mean anything to me. The only part of that entire conversation that means something is that you were able to tell me within 2 decimal points how centered the card was, which is good. That is information. That is useful information. And then the rest of it, we have to go from there and go like, oh, but how do I interpret this? What am I supposed to do? You could put barometric pressure of the day in California that you graded it, and that's another number, but it doesn't mean anything.
I think what it also, like, for me personally, and, others can agree, disagree, just like, Ziggy made a comment and you mentioned it, a lot of the people in the hobby today want favorable grading.
Yeah.
And I immediately, like, when you sent me that picture, you seen my response. I immediately called the centering out. Mm-hmm. I collect a bit of everything. That's an ultra modern card, but vintage, I like my vintage stuff centered if I can. I think it's the most important of the subgrades.
Well, I was about to say though, basically what the point was of that part of the conversation when we were talking about it was that for you, a card that is centered that way can't be Gem Mint.
Right, because it's a visible flaw even without magnification.
I agree, 100%. Yep.
I mean, that card was at an angle in a photo that I looked at and was able to
under the chicken coop. We know, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But this is the okay.
But
so like I said, this is the
crux.
This is the crux of the point with this. The idea here that again, and we'll talk about the Arena Club because the first rule of Arena Club is you have to talk about Arena Club. But the thing is that they're talking about machine grading. Tag is using machine grading. It's not AI. It's machine grading. Let's be clear about it. It's machine learning. Sorry, machine learning is the phrasing that we got to use here. The idea here is to have a more consistent result. But in this case. So that means, theoretically, we could scan the Kobe multiple times and get the same numbers and same result out of it, which is cool. And you got a grading report, which in theory is cool again. But then we run into a problem. What if I look at the grading report and I'm no better off than I was before I saw the rating report? Because I still don't understand what it is how to translate it. Because Bobble's point here is, irrespective of everything else, if the edges are beautiful, the corners are beautiful, and the surface is great, the off-centering to him, based on his eye and what he perceives, means it can never be a 10. I don't care how nice the rest of it is. You're already disqualified. You cannot be a 10. We're done.
Yep.
And based on the tag grading scale, that means the highest it could get is a 9.
Yeah.
That means automatically it's a 9. So already right there, even though we have a grading report and we can do to the 1,000 points each one of these segments, great. But then we've done all that, and now we're done. So it's like at that point, like, okay, you give me all this information. It's like, great. I disagree with your computer.
Yeah.
That's effectively what we said. I disagree with your computer
Which in
fundamentally.
turn really means you disagree with the person that programmed the computer.
Yeah. And here, this is a scenario. By the way, it's not conspiratorial. I'm just asking a legitimate question. What if they get enough feedback of a card like that? The Kobe is a good example, but let's use an example like that. Like that. Enough people see it and disagree with this. Then finally, Tag is convinced of this argument because remember, they programmed it to do a certain amount. They could tweak the algorithm, run it through to fix this problem, the machine learning part of it, correct the problem, which means the next time you run the Kobe, it gets a different result. But the computer's still being consistent. It is still being what it's supposed to be. But now the standard has literally changed. We've actually reprogrammed the standard in the machine.
I honestly believe that you could have an industry standard for centering. I really
Sure.
believe that.
For centering,
that is
sure.
one thing. Yes. And that could be across the board. And
That's an objective
It doesn't
number.
have to be 50-50, but maybe, 3% or something in regards. But this 55-45, that's out of the scan of a 10 for me. Like, it's noticeable enough.
What?
Sure.
Here's
And then
something to bring up
what's the
with
one
this.
that's 50-50 then? 10-11. Yeah. Spinal Tap. There we go.
Here's something to bring up for everybody here, and this is a way to look at it, right? So that card visibly had the centering off, and it was a 10. And me and Carlos discussed this in our first video that we did, the one I did with him.
Mhm.
You're going to bring into debate now. That card's a 933, right? The scale goes down, I believe, to 925 to still get a 10. If you were at a show and you seen that card in a 933 and one right next to it as a 927, also a 10, but the centering on that card was good, which one would you guys buy? Because personally, I don't care that it got 1,000 on edges and corners. That's not visibly without a microscope. I'm not going to be able to tell that. But immediately I can see that card is off-centered. So which one would you guys pick? Would you take the 927 or whatever? And then how much would you pay for it?
Okay,
Pick
so
the one that's
ignore the
$20
second
less.
question. Ignore the second question, but legitimately, do you guys want to just quickly touch on the first question he asked? So you got two cards. There's the biggest difference is the centering. So do you pick the one that's nicer on the rest of it, or do you pick the one that's nicer on the centering? Which is the more important piece to you on a condition thing with two cards otherwise relatively equal?
Personal collection or flip?
Let's assume personal collection. You want this for your collection. What is your preference? Bobby, you first.
You go to the nicest one, the nicest centered one.
Okay, nicest centered. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Eric,
of course.
nicest centered, or the
Aesthetics
rest
is
of it being
everything.
nice?
If it's for my personal collection, I want
Yeah.
it to look. I want it to look good. So yeah, I'm with Bobby.
Okay, Brad.
Yep, I agree the same thing.
Sure.
Centering
And
is where my eyes always go to now when you look at something. I mean, it depends on the flaws, but
Yeah.
I pick the best eye appeal the way that I like eye appeal first. So
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's right. But the idea here is that centering is going to be really important for a lot of collectors. Now, I could look at two cards. I'm using vintage as an example because eye appeal is so important in the vintage side of things. So you can have a lower graded card that has amazing eye appeal versus a technically higher graded card. So you could take two cards, and if you take one that has, let's use an issue that has issues with registration. It could be beautifully centered, but the registration is crap. I don't want it. I'm willing to take the one that's more off center, but the registration is good. So in that instance, registration is more important to me. In another issue, I still want, if centering is a big issue for this one and registration is equal otherwise, well, of course, I would prefer to have better centered. I'm willing to take a rounded corner or something. Like I can offset a different category to get the better centering and the registration right. But registration and centering would be the two that I would prioritize on a lot of those issues.
Isn't
There's
the
also-
Aaron a big registry problem issue one for his rookie? Is it him or some other one? I can't really remember.
Yeah.
And the registry is a really big thing when you get
It
into
is.
some of the cards.
It is.
Perfect centering is great, but if it's blurry and it's perfectly centered, how does that work for you?
Yeah. So let me read a couple of these comments here, and we'll get back into this here a little bit. So Brendan Ryan says, adopting a universal grading scale could solve so many problems. It would, except we'd never agree. And who would make that decision? And then most people would be unhappy with that decision.
And it would take
Just
away
without
your,
hearing it, I know they would disagree with that decision. But you haven't
and
even
it would
heard. I
take
already know they would disagree.
it would take away your favorite thing, the arbitrage. Because let's
It
face
would.
it, we know some of the SGC 95s, and I'm not crapping on any other company, but we'll use Beckett. If you have subgrades there, and all of them are strong subs, but the centering's a 9, you know you got a good chance of cracking it and sending it to PSA to get the PSA 10. I mean, just based off of written standards alone. So, that's part of your arbitrage thing.
Yeah. And that's like I said, for me, it's been a feature, the differentiator, but it depends on what it works on. Good evening, Will. Second comment here, Hoggy Hoggy. Why doesn't the government regulate grading centers? Why would they care?
Oh my gosh.
Why? No, like forget about everything else. Literally, why would they care? Under what circumstances would it make any difference to them? It's like this is all your problem. Why would we?
All right.
Why would we want to deal with
That's
this?
the last thing was
I'll
another
answer that.
government entity
Your
going
question
into
is
the
why would
hobby.
they care?
Yeah.
Because if they found a way they could tax it on the highest number, they would care. If
Yes.
they could find a way to get into your pocket, then they would be completely involved.
Yes.
But
But
if
grading
one-
standards are not enough. The industry barely has enough money for them to care.
Yeah. So that's you. To answer your question, why would they care? If they found a way to tax it
Yes.
by grade, then they would care.
So, Bob, I know you came back on, so if you're good, just let me know. Cool. We'll bring you back in the conversation here for 1 second, Bob. Hang tight. Okay, it's Timeless Cardboard. How does Bobbles prep a pre-work card for SGC? Does he wipe the card down? Do you touch any of the pre-work cards?
No, I do not wipe anything that is like just straight cardboard surface at all. If it's a chromium card, I'll take a microfiber and make sure there's no fingerprints, but I don't do. I learned a lesson. I'll tell you guys. I have a Soto hands on hip, and I wiped it with a cloth, and I had too much pressure on it and wiped some of the color off his cheek, and that was a very costly mistake.
Fair enough. So Brandon here says, good evening, fellas. Just jumped in and heard the mention of M&T grading. So I'm about 7 minutes behind, so I'll try to get caught up here, guys. Thank you for the comments again. I found some cards that I like in M&T slabs. Can I trust the grade? I don't trust the grade, but if you see a nice card and you look at it and you're happy with it and the price is fair, go ahead. I don't like their grading too much myself, personally, just from what I've seen of examples that I've seen. But that does not mean there are not good cards in that slab. So it's one of those things where really look at the card carefully, and then I think you'll get a better judgment call on that one. And also, don't pay a premium for it. Like, literally pay as little as you can for it. I think the old Beckus from the 80s showed prices of only 2 categories. There was very little distinguishing features at that time, especially. I think the card companies would do well to print a master gem mint sheet or set of cards that license out to grading companies as control. Well, they would if they cared. Like, in all honesty, if you're a manufacturer, I'm like, why am I going to do your work for you? You're a third-party grader. You figure it out. But they're like, you could help us. Yeah, and it also costs us more money. You want to pay us for that? Sure. Otherwise, again, it is literally your job. Why are we going to do that for you? It's a neat idea, but it's like the government thing. It's like, why is it our job to fix this for you? What's in it for us? That would be the question they'd ask. What's in it for us? Dave says, if Jeter says your card is pristine, then it's pristine. Facts. Yep. So here's Ziggy. Do guests and Beckham callers receive any gifts? The comment said to me, yes, Eric personally provides them out of his pocket. Thank you, Eric. You are going to see 2 cards graded by tag at many shows, let alone the same card. Yeah, probably not. At least not for now, of course. Jeremy will try. We'll see what happens. Did anyone else figure out why SGC Mantle got a 9.5 and not a 10? No. Have to go look at it a little more closely. There has to be a flaw in it. Like I said, SGC, just so to make a distinction so that we're all on the same page. Every one of these third-party graders, most of them, have a written standard so that you can compare it to their standard. To Ziggy's point, there is no industry standard, but I'm only looking one third-party grader at a time because not all of them have the same scale. So it's like, yeah, there's no universal standard, but there's no universal standard in raw either. You can think it's mint. I disagree with you. I found this flaw and this flaw and this flaw. And to me, those knock it down for mint. The conversation we had with Bobbles was based on centering. He feels that it automatically disqualifies it as being a 10, even if everything else is great, which is fair. And I don't think it's unreasonable. And a lot of people would agree with him. But it's one of those things where, like, that's your issue. Like, even though the machine gave an objective grade, I still disagree with you. So
Yeah,
machine, I will pay less for that 10 than another 10 that is better centered.
I know we've had this. I I know we've had this discussion in the past, year doing this, and I'll just
Sure.
I agree with Baubles 100%. A 10 is supposed to be perfect. Some companies even call their cards pristine, but they're
Yes.
not. So
Sure.
it's I'm sorry. I know that we got two guys that work with grading companies, and it's a big part of their lives and business. But this is why I think grading companies on some levels are a complete scam. How can you call something a pristine when it's very clear in your description and your standards that it is not pristine? It tells you directly it is not perfect, but we're going to call it perfect, but it's not perfect. A
I'm
10
a,
is supposed to be perfect on every standard there is. All right, like Bo Derek, perfect.
so I actually would have to, even though I use SGC, I my first order was very weird because I got a lot of the gold labels, and I don't see them very often anymore at all, even in like the massive bulk submissions. But I will say I agree with you because even in my reply back to Tag on their long comment, I suggested why isn't pristine a 1000 score? Like it shouldn't be down to 975. It should be a 1000 score. And I think the Beckett, I know your favorite company, has two pristines. I don't know how that works, but I
Nobody
would agree
does.
with you.
Because
Eric,
they're
you're supposed to
stupid.
know. As resident
Oh.
Beckett shill, it is your job not only to know but to defend it.
Carlos,
Go ahead.
new Beckett basketball Beckett.
Yes, the one that Eric sent you. Yes, go on.
If you're Seinfeld fans, it's pretty funny, and I know it's a topic that's been discussed on here before.
Yep, there you go on the title.
They're real and they're spectacular.
Well played. Well played. Nicely done. Nicely done, Bob. Good catch on you. Good
Probably the
catch on
best
you.
thing Beckett has done in ever, maybe.
Well, other than hiring Eric after the next show. So Dave here
Might
says
be
the
onto
government did
something,
crack.
Bob.
Yeah, the government did crack down on the coin grading nonsense, ladies. Yes, but that was I think I want to say Rich Halpern, and that was the one who works for the one who basically owns Heritage Auctions, and that's because they had I think I forget the exact order of sequence of things, but he had an association or he owned a coin grading company and was also an auction house. So there was like a lot of little intertwined elements. So let's put it this way. The government cared in that instance because there was a lot of money, especially in the 80s at the time, comparative to what money was back then. And also, you literally had fraud. In this case, you disagreeing with a grade doesn't quite qualify as fraud. You thinking the scale is stupid doesn't qualify as fraud. It's not quite on the same level. Because again, you don't have to use it. But using a scale that people just blindly trusted, and also, by the way, Wall Street started spending money based on those graded coins. And there was enough money in Wall Street that they opened entire sections of their Wall Street firms to spend millions of dollars on this. That's when the government cared. If Goldman Sachs picks up the phone and calls the White House and says, hey, we got to fix this, then they'll answer. So when Goldman Sachs starts spending money on sports cards, then you'll get what you want. Until then, don't even worry about it.
Yeah, but some of those guys that work for Goldman Sachs were buying sports cards these last 2 years.
Yeah, but they didn't open up a trading house to get investors money to buy it. What you do on your own time is your own problem. It's Goldman Sachs, the firm, that makes the call.
Right.
So I would love to fill my eBay surgeon on centering grades. That's fair. DR, I think, good evening. I still think the biggest opportunity is for those who can look past the pinhole, grabbing nice looking cards and receive the one based on. Yeah, that's a good value play in vintage, especially. You do very well with those.
I have several of those.
I agree, DR. For the sake of conversation, if Jeff Wilson uses marketing power and money to start a grading company, could they compete closely with PSA over time? No. Now, if PSA over time drops off, again, I don't understand the idea. If you're Jeff Wilson, you'd be better off, if you're going to just spend money, you're better off buying one of the existing players that have at least a little background on them. I don't understand why everybody thinks that if you're a new player, you can then position yourself as number one with the amount of time it would take you. Again, let's put it this way. PSA doesn't have to be number one. One of the other guys could eventually take their spot. But in order to do that, they're going to have to do a lot of work between now and then because there's still a very big gap in terms of submissions and cards graded. PSA has tens of millions of cards graded. SGC's been around for 20 years. They haven't graded tens of millions of cards, but they've definitely graded millions of cards. So I think that's why. So I think that works out.
Well, I mean,
So, Mr. Brad, have yourself a good evening.
I had I got to take off. It's been a long week. I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. I have to admit it.
All right. Hey, good seeing you.
Thanks,
No worries.
fellas.
Take it easy, buddy.
Is he going to
Yes.
interview Jeter?
He's gonna go talk to Jeter about Arena Club.
See you, Brad.
So I just wanted to say that, and again, I know it's kind of my shtick, but we've already seen number 1 drop to number 4, and it could happen again.
Yeah.
Beckett was number 1, now they're number 4. So if PSA wants to drop the ball and just totally ignore their company, oh Jesus.
We'll get to that in a minute. Focus. But here's the thing. With the problem is with this premise, it's number 5, number 6, number 7, or number 8 trying to become number 1. Because again, everybody talks about PSA, they fixate on it. It's like, you do realize SGC still exists, right? Bobbles, you didn't cancel SGC, did you? You didn't close them down, did you?
Nope.
Eric, did you close Beckett officially?
I would like to.
But you haven't yet. It hasn't
Not
happened
yet. Not
Okay.
yet, but I would like to.
So the problem is, in order for this to happen, even in the scenario, you got to still leapfrog the other ones, and you're assuming the other ones won't do anything. And by the way, you're assuming PSA wouldn't do anything in the meantime. You're assuming they all sit still and just wait for Jeff Wilson to do it. And it's like, and you're also assuming that Jeff Wilson has credibility with enough people in the hobby that they wouldn't distrust it immediately if Jeff Wilson did that. Hypothetically, some people would reject it just because Jeff Wilson's involved. We'll get to you in a second, and your homie. 9.5 has a slight print spot on toning and top border. Very slight tilt. There you go. Thank you, Dave. You can use the probe scene scale too, where a 9 is super pristine. Facts. City Cropper has a mold. 9. There you go.
Yeah.
There's Ziggy's dating life. There you go. Covered. Here I expected Eric to say Jaja Gabor instead of Bo Derek.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ooh.
He was beautiful.
There's a reference, Bob Jackson. Good evening.
Good.
The value of a grading company is simply the authentication of a card. That's not what people are paying for. That's not what they're paying for. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the number on the label. Providing information about the card is additional value. No, it's literally the only value. Most people who are paying for authentication don't actually care about authentication. They want the number on the top of the slab. Otherwise, you're not getting tens of millions of cards slapped. Most cards do not. A modern card does not require authentication.
Then it's all letters, no numbers.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, authentic.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No card is perfect, and Merlin exposes that when you grade, it's subjective to the eye, and of course, 15 to 20 times magnification. Facts for Fracture Jones. Good evening. Those aren't silicone saline cards. There you go. So let's see here. I make you think and laugh. Laugh, not so much. Don't you agree? I literally don't. SGC man will receive the 9.5 because PSA doesn't use 9.5 and it protects the value. So that's a conspiracy. So SGC got a 9.5 because they don't have a 9.5. Interesting. So SGC thinks about what PSA does and makes its grading guess. So Bubbles, basically SGC doesn't have actual grading. They just figure out what PSA would do and then try to counter that. Is that accurate?
They look at it and go, PSA 8. Okay, so this is going to be, no? Is that how it works, Bob?
Well, look, according to Ziggy, SGC is literally sitting there, wait, PSA doesn't have a 9.5, so we'll use the 9.5. That'll teach them.
I'll tell you like this. So I don't offer pre-screen service unless somebody absolutely asks me. But the folks that have and that I've done it for, when I've told them what they're like, I even have, I don't know where they are right now, but I have notes laying around where I wrote down pre-screen grades for people. Don't take it from me because obviously rumor mill is, I own the company and all this other stuff. Go watch Elite Code. Just go watch Elite Code. Go watch Nolan. That man has been grading, 10 years, 12 years now?
Well, I don't know how long he's been doing it, but he's been on YouTube doing it for a while.
He's not that
right. So go watch him and just hear, and when he has his pre-grades wrote down, and just see how accurate they are into. It's more about that scale that they post, and then learning that. The first time you send cards in, you're going to be clueless even with it there. But when you learn what a card is and what, like Carlos was saying, even the tag thing, when you learn what defects bring it down the ladder, and when you look at a card, okay, if it's got a little edge chip, you know what to expect. Then you can start determining what cards to weed out and send in and know what your grades are going to be.
I feel
it's not magic.
I feel like I'm good determining like 8 to 10. Like, what a card should grade between 8 and 10. So it's like 7.5 to 4.5 that I'm just like.
Why do you think I buy so many 8?
Like vintage where.
I just buy the stuff I know. Like, if I know it's real and it looks nice, I don't
Yeah.
have to worry about what number it's going to get.
No,
Yeah, the lower grade stuff is tough.
Yeah, the reason why I kind of pushed back on the comment from earlier about the authentication thing being the only thing, if that was true, then the cards would sell for 10% of what they do right now. If you take that SGC 95 and put the same card in the same holder and just say authentic, it's like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm literally just saying it is an authentic card. That is all I've done. I just said it's authentic. You figure out the grade. Look at it.
It would have probably brought 60, 70,000.
Yeah. Because you'd be like, even if you're comfortable, it's real, unaltered, nothing wrong with it. You're like, most of the people that are spending that kind of money, they want some kind of assurances on the grade. They're like, okay, if you want me to spend like real money on, okay, if I'm literally, yeah, the card's real. It looks really nice. Cool. How much would you just spend on it?
As silly as it was, look at the triple LeBron logo, man.
Yeah.
People claim that because it was only authentic and didn't have a grade on it, it hurt what Kenny thought it was going to get.
Yeah.
It got way more than it should have ever got. Don't worry.
I'm just saying, it was way below the speculation.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, if it had had a number on it, it would have sold for multiples. The same card. So it's one of those things where that number, that literally disproves the idea that it's only for authentic. It never was. From day one in card grading, for as soon as PSA started in '91, there were companies before that. I understand. Same in coins. The very earliest coin graders were actually authenticators. All they did was authenticate. The money didn't start rolling in until they started assigning a grade. When they started assigning grades, suddenly there was more money to be made, and suddenly people were more interested in sending their coins in. Got a lot more interesting when there was a grade assigned to it.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
Look at the McJackie that we sent in. I don't know if folks are familiar with it, but it was a 52 Topps Jackie Robinson that was so miscut. It had just a small sliver of mantle showing on the side. That card just got it got a 1 because it was so off-centered. It had a little bit of writing on the front, but it brought over 70,000 for a 52 Jackie Robinson with only a 1 on the slab because the card itself was significant. All anyone cared about is that it was authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Yep. So I think this is a good question. I like Bob's idea. He's gonna have 9 9s and 10s.
Yeah.
He's going to comet grading. That's what they do. 9, 8, 9, 9, and a 10.
Yeah, they got a 9.6 in there sometimes too. You got that.
Well,
okay.
The top end.
Yeah. So DR says, what dollar value would you give each grading company's slab? So the specific, not the information, just the value of the case. For example, would you pay $10 to any of the big four solely for encapsulation? If I have a vintage card and I just need, basically, I know it's basically been altered, but I just need to authenticate it, then sure, $10. Otherwise, if it's a card that is not altered in any way, I'm not giving you a dime just for authentication. That's worthless to me because I already know it's because I'm looking at it and I feel confident it's real, but I'm not really adding much value to it. No, you get some value out, but it'd be minimal unless the card looks too nice. If you take a card that looks way too nice, you need to prove to people it hasn't been messed with. If you take a card that looks like maybe it's been trimmed or something, you want some kind of a validation on that piece of it so that you understand what you're getting into. But if a card is like a 3 or 4, like a legitimately with some legitimate honest wear, 3 or 4, would putting it in a slab that says authentic at the top of it add any value? Not really.
No.
Not a dime. It's worthless.
Pre-war, yeah, maybe.
Sure, but I'm saying just take a normal card, like a normal vintage card, somewhere in the 60s, the 50s, the 70s, whatever. It's an honest 3 or 4. Honest, just honest wear, not perfect, not torn up. It's solid, it's decent, it's a nice card. You put authentic on top of it, I'm like, well, what good is that to me?
I think it helps a bit, obviously. Then we know at least it's not trimmed, right?
Sure, but are you worried about your 1974-75 OPG being trimmed necessarily? If it's like a 3 or 4 grade?
Why would I send it in?
But that's literally my point. Like at that point, there's no value. Like there'd be no put in your top loader and be done with it.
But people do.
That's fair enough.
Is one thing I never understood though is if you trim a card, isn't it still authentic? It's not a counterfeit.
That's the point of of that piece. Yes. Yeah.
Authentic altered. Isn't that a category?
Yeah.
The what?
Altered but authentic, yes.
Yeah.
See, they don't define that.
Well, no, SGC started doing that. They'll do the authentic where they'll be like trimmed or they'll give a designation to what the recolored what the issue is.
Yeah.
To give you a little more info, which is fine. That's good. That's a good thing. I agree. I think that's a good move. I think it's solid.
SGC's like, wow, amazing.
Yeah. So why do people feel like they're going to be sold? Predominantly because of a lot of the ham-fisted way they marketed it. That's really what a lot of people think. Like you kind of like tried to do this to ram it down people's throats and be like, just go in the marketplace and prove yourself. You're saying you're that good, just prove it. Just do it. Show us.
I think a lot of companies out there try to build to get bought, really, more than anything else
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah,
You know, build it. You have a unique business. You know, hopefully get bought out.
Yeah. So history will always repeat itself. So 10 to 20 companies in the game, sooner or later they'll fall, and a handful will survive. Generally, yeah. How the key is to slow down the grading, to let them get hungry and then sub. Yep. Speaking as a collector always, thank you, Refractor Jones. Did the Mantle 9.5 get bumped out of highest price status? Not yet. They're still there. Nothing else has come out. Like if one of the Wagners comes up, it could be interesting. One of the higher Wagners comes up, it could be interesting. The wild card is the PSA 8 one. Everybody knows that's a trimmed one, but I'd be curious with the provenance and the interesting history of that PSA 8, what the next one would sell for if they actually went to open auction.
I'd
be
want that
curious.
one more than any other one.
What's that?
If I had unlimited funds,
Because of the Gretzky McNall thing?
I want the Gretzky one more than
Yeah.
any other one. It's the most famous. It's got the connection to Gretzky, and that's the one I want.
I think.
And I honestly don't know why that's not the most valuable. Because it's
it was for a bit. It just hasn't sold in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like the reason why I say it's a wild card is it hasn't sold in a while. It would be interesting to see if they put it on the open market and let people have at it, see what would happen, because the SGC 9.5 had basically a month. They were able to build it up and let it run for a month and let people look at it and decide for themselves what they wanted to do and make a call. And then they made a decision, and we ended up where we ended up. But it's an infamous card. It has a lot of backstory in this hobby.
Yeah, that's the one I'd want.
Yeah. So here, Ziggy, he says I misrepresent his points. It's annoying when it happens to you, isn't it? Anyway, says go ahead, Bubbles.
I don't get how he's so confident there is and will only be one.
But that's what I was about to
SGC.
say. My counter to this statement was based on what?
Refractor's in the chat, and we actually discussed this card because, like, he had seen many of them, and he even said that there's others out there just as nice as the SGC 9.5, and he had seen them. So I don't know how you could be confident in that, but
That's the thing. It's an assertion. It is okay. So just so everybody understands, so we level set. One of the critiques I've always had with Ziggy, and like I said, I'm not going to block the guy because the comments are fine. They at least will engage. He does think he's funnier than he is. I disagree. But here's what I will say. He puts a statement like this: there is and will only be one. That is not a fact. That is your opinion. It is written like a fact, but it is an opinion. I happen to disagree with that opinion. I think if one of those other cards came up, there could be another. It's always possible there could be a 10, but it would be tough because SGC has a very specific standard for that 10. But if that means if it falls just shy of that, what grade do they have to give it? 9.5?
One of the things that we have to understand still is the original owners of these cards, like a Mantle, okay, are still alive. They bought that as a kid. They went home. They put it in the family Bible, and it's been sitting there for 70 years. And
you kept your cards in the family Bible for 70 years?
It was in Revelations, huh?
Oh!
And those older folks are passing away. They're going to continue to do so, obviously, and the families are going to find these things. We may see higher grade mantles and such in the near future because the original owners are passing away, and they're going to come back out.
There is a lot of ungraded cards out there that are in collectors' hands. Yes. And they will come to market, but I don't think it'll come in leaps and bounds. It'll just come trickling in.
Oh, absolutely trickling in. Yeah. But again, there's a span of a timeline where those older collectors won't be with us much longer, and there's going to be a span of time of 10 years that we're going to be seeing more and more.
The next 10, yes, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So we all agree. All right.
No, but yes.
No, we don't agree. Yes. Yes, we don't. All right.
Yes, we don't.
I see.
Somewhere in that realm. You have to understand the last baby boomer, 64.
Somebody seemed really, really excited about the prospects of it's like, die, old person, die!
Mm-hmm.
I see, Eric. I see what's going on here. Interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting. Go on. Good evening, Matt. Thank you. Also has a connection to Mastro. Very true. I'd rather have a nice stream than a trim date. There would be some
Is
people.
that a benefit or a
What?
connection to Mastro?
Well,
Yeah,
here's the, but Bobby, I was actually being serious. For some, so this plays into this comment too. There are some people who would rather have the 8 because of the infamy. They don't care that it's trimmed. This is the car. Look, the a 3 Wagner would just be a 3 Wagner.
Yep.
It's like there could be a couple of them, and they're pretty. And by the way, it's still a great card. It's still a wonderful card to have in a collection. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just a Wagner. That PSA 8, for all its foibles and all its issues and all its weird back history, has the weird back history. It's got all that. In a certain way, this is the infamous one. That's that Wagner. The Gretzky McNall Wagner.
It's not even
I
an
want
8.
that.
It doesn't matter. That's not the point.
I know it's not the point.
It's
but
literally
it is
not the point.
It's the basic point of
But
everything.
it could be a 7. It could be a 6. It doesn't matter. It was the weird one that was messed with from day one.
If everything that we talked about grading rate now is brought into that card, then everything we said is irrelevant,
Yes.
comparatively speaking. Right?
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So why would you want a card that is trimmed? Okay, it got
Uh-huh.
great history
Yeah.
because it Gretzky McNall touched it, and
Uh-huh.
they didn't even touch it really physically, did they? Yeah. No, because Mastro got it after. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I guess maybe Bobby Orr touched it too.
It could be. You never know. But that's what I
Sneezed
say.
on it, I think, but
I promise you, there are a few folks that would be bidders to that who 100% know the backstory of it and still bid, specifically because they're interested in that. They want like, actually, I'd like to own this infamous card, and you ask me why, and I want that specifically for that reason.
I get it.
Yeah.
I understand.
And people who have that kind of money can make decisions for weird reasons anyway. That's their own call.
They make their own decisions in this hobby. They're not even part of the hobby. They're in this other la la land.
Yeah.
Where
So there are a couple I saw in the early
matters.
80s that are probably 3 or 4s that were great cards. Should easily pass the 9.5 mantle. I assume talking about the Wagner there. Could be, yeah. You don't go out and make sure to talk about these other patents unless you want to be bought. Well, they do care about those patents quite a bit, yes. I hate it when eBay says E93 Joss SGC 4 space 1 of 3. Not sure that one. You have to clarify on that one, Dave.
But the last part we know.
Yeah, the last one I got.
Rule number 1.
Is Eric Jehovah Monk? I can see him clicking small symbols on his finger. Interesting.
I
Interesting.
go to the airport on the weekends.
Interesting. So there you go. Since Mike Trout is starting to collect my Trout cards, Mike Trout has terrible taste. Will his personal collection of Trout cards be the most valuable versions of any Trout cards in the future because he owned them? Well, if you want cards of like a below average baseball player who plays in the minors, I guess. Moving on. What's up, Matt? Yeah.
What happened to Bob?
Bob keeps having a connection issue. He's in the chat. Like if Bob wants to come on, he can click the
He
button.
was on the screen for a minute. Now he's in the chat.
I don't know.
Keep
He's Bob
popping
Lewis.
Reese's Pieces
He's
I
Bob
know.
Lewis. He's a force of
keep
nature.
putting
Don't question
Bob
Bob.
You never question Bob Lewis. I'm sorry.
Don't ever do that. I
I'm
hope we'll make it
sorry.
more than
I
10 years. I've
apologize,
identified.
Bob.
Yeah, I've identified for my wife and now has a clue. Okay. Fishboy collection will likely get a premium. Doubt it. It'd be funny though. I would enjoy it. I'll put a $1 bid on that. If Eric would grade his recovery, what is it on the Beckett grading recovery scale? Ooh. Oh wait, do use the BVG scale. You'll get a higher grade. Go ahead.
No, I'll use the BCCCCCG.
That's a 10 then.
No.
10, because they're all
Like
10s.
or like a 12.
Yeah, on the BCCCCCCGs, it's all.
By the way, I've got a Beckett slab. We've actually seen the slab before, but it's actually on a nice card, which makes it funnier. And Golden selling it, which makes it great. Look, we've had so much fun with this other stuff that I haven't even gotten around to it, but I have it. I have it queued up just when the moment is right.
Perfect.
Yep. Thanks for keeping it light, Eric. There you go.
Go back to having dinner with your fiance.
There you go. If I had a Wagner that was a 3, it wouldn't be a Wagner. There you go. Nice. His favorite baseball pitcher just 1 year for the 5th game in a row. Oh my God. He's saying the Fish Boy hit a home run in the fifth game in a row, and it doesn't count because they're not playing in the major leagues.
Damn.
Moving on. He may have also said he went yard 10 times in batting practice. It's the same thing. You'll see others come forth. It's just a matter of when. There we go. That load was found from a case of over 70 manos. Yes. With a handful, there's some absolutely gem mint. Where they are, and who knows? Al isn't here to tell us. Yes, there was a horde of them at the time. There was a bunch in that were bought at the same time. So they've
Came-
scattered to the wind, but they'll be found again. They'll come around again.
Came out of a city here in Massachusetts.
Eric, you want to tell us where the rest of the manuals are?
In his Bible,
It's
Under
in-
Revelations.
My friend Jerry bought
he hollowed it out and stuck all of his Beckett slabs in there.
I just
They're
wish
black
Bobby. I just wish
labels.
Bobby. We had been able to plan the Revelations line. I would have played the July intro
It
because
would
I
have
have
been
it.
good.
It would have been like the moment has passed. I can't do it now, but it would have been beautiful.
It would have been perfect. Yep.
Yeah, I just wasn't ready for it. If you think
Okay,
Bob
yeah.
Lewis is impeachable, hit that thumbs up. There you go. Thank you, Bob. I wonder what the Wagner would have been if it wasn't trimmed 5, 6, or 7. If it wasn't trimmed, though, the problem with it, allegedly, the problem was that it was actually too big. The problem is there was extra material. So the issue is that the Wagner itself, like if you look at it, the Wagner is the appropriate size for a T206, but the problem is the edges are a little too nice, likely because of the trimming. So because you had extra material to work with, you have an oversized card technically, and then you cut off the edge to make it correct size, quote unquote.
Best Wagner in existence.
Yes,
There you go.
it is.
But I think it was a 3-panel card when it was originally found.
Could be,
So it was a 3-panel, and then it was cut down, and then it was cut down.
Yeah, it's effectively like it's the pre-war equivalent of a sheet cut card, like what because
Basically.
Beckett would grade the sheet cut cards right from the sheet, and it's basically the equivalent, but for a pre-war card. You have a panel, you cut off the card, and the card. It's to be blunt. It's not that the card is fake. It's not, but it's that it didn't start off life that way. It became that size after the fact, and that's the issue with the card, so to speak.
Sure.
So I don't know how you would grade that if you have too much material. Because let's say it hadn't been in panel. Let's say it was already out of the panel state and you want to grade it, you authenticate it, yeah, it's real. But you've got too much material around it. So how do you grade that?
It's authentic.
That basically, you'd have to call it authentic. That would be the only way.
Because, or somebody will have to get a knife out. I don't know.
Ah, there you go, Bob. I appreciate that. A quick bowl of cereal. That's key. Nice.
Yeah.
Someone needs to tell Victor there's a need for the grading scale 10 commandments. Facts. Eric Sip is a GMA 10. Thank you. Do we have a slab strong for GMA?
Maybe.
SGC, okay, so here we go. SGC 4 1 of 3 is in there are only 3 equivalent cards in existence. Gotcha. I wonder how many PSAs graded and how many do you think are raw? So I assume this is for the Wagner we're talking about here now? I think the
Yeah.
Wagner is like, I think it's somewhere in the 60s. I think it's in the 60s was kind of the last census that I recall seeing somebody. It's a guesstimate, right? Obviously.
It was
you
a
know.
guesstimate, 50
Yeah.
to 60.
Yeah,
Something
I
like
think it's
that.
somewhere in that range. That sounds about right to me. Again, of course, there could always be a fine tomorrow, but we just don't know. Random question regarding a few weeks ago, Eric. Favorite solo Ace song?
New York Groove.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I like. I don't know. What do you want me to do?
Did he play it for you from the outside of the building when you were watching?
Yeah. He said this was dedicated to that guy out in the street peeking through the window.
Yep. With your daughter on his shoulders.
Yep, it's trimmed. It's an A grade. Facts. Beckett's still grading sheet cut cards. Yeah, but that's the reason why I use that analogy. I go, that's basically the equivalent, right? Captain Crunch. It's a valid question. The original owner of the T206 Wagner, at least the guy who sold it to Mastro, claims it looked better prior to the trim job. You can claim anything you like. It's an interesting. Again, it plays into the whole backstory, right? The legend is like, so what exactly was done? What was the state it was in prior to? What was the state directly after?
I think that is actually stated in the card book. The card.
Yeah, the book called The Card. Yes.
Yeah, I think Lifeson, I forget his Robert Lifeson, something like that. I think he's one of the main guys who knew a lot about what happened with that card prior to.
I think so.
I'll have to go back and look it up. I have the book somewhere.
Oh, I like that both Bob and Tim are taking you on, Eric. I love it.
Ooh.
I can already see like in advance. It hasn't shown up in the StreamYard yet, but it's coming. Eric was back on the Boston sidewalk, not a New York groove. Eric trims the grass to make the mailbox look taller.
Ooh.
You have interesting friends there, Eric. Very interesting friends. Just saying.
I hate it when Tim remembers that I do this.
MLB Hall of Famer decided to let Bond, Sosa, McGuire in the Hall. What do you think would happen to the player card values? I think they would go up, and I think they will get in the Hall. Not McGuire. To be honest, McGuire, well, not Sosa either, to be honest. Both those guys kind of suck, other than the home runs. They're actually not great. They're okay, but not... if you get rid of home runs, McGuire is not a Hall of Famer.
Great, but yeah.
Yeah, but if you get rid of the home runs, McGuire... If McGuire had 450 home runs, no one even discusses him for Hall of Fame. He's not even in discussion. If Sosa had 450, 500 home runs, we're not talking about him. Bonds was really good, before he beefed up and started hitting home runs like it was going out of style. He was already a multi-time MVP. Nobody was considering Mark McGwire an MVP at any time prior to. But he was a good home run hitter. Like he set the rookie record originally that was broken. So it wasn't like he couldn't hit home runs. But that's basically what Mark McGwire did. That's basically what he does. Bonds could actually play the game. He was actually a good player before. Mr. Lewis, were you able to get your cereal? What kind of cereal did you get?
I did Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Solid choice. Yeah. I like it. But yeah, so weigh in on this one, Bob. Would you so I think out of the three guys, Bonds, Sosa, McGwire, I think so if they eventually overlook the steroid thing, I think Bonds would be the guy of those three to actually get in the Hall of Fame. He would be the guy who would be the one that you would actually let in because he was just that good. He just was.
Wait, hold on. You're saying the three guys we're comparing are Bonds, McGwire, and Sosa?
Yeah. He's trying to put all. He's saying if they ever decided to let all three, I'm like, two of those guys are not qualified with or without steroids.
There's like, yeah, that's like comparing Brady, Goff, and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, Hall of Famer. The other two are jabronis. I agree. That's what you meant, right?
I'm very interested in what Barry Bonds' hat size was his rookie year versus his last year in the league.
We can extrapolate it based on images, Eric. You might want to get on that.
I'd just be curious to see how much his hat size grew.
Yeah.
I think McGwire had Popeye forearms.
Oh my God, he did.
Yeah.
Especially after he was already a big dude, like he was. Bonds in Pittsburgh was awesome. Yes. There you go. 357. Judge is greater than Bonds. Not on his best day. Not even close. He's having a great season, but settle down. Not on his best day. Maybe if he gets on the juice, he'll be like 50% of Bonds. Good luck with that. Carlos, Mike Trout just homers fifth straight game. Oh my God. And he's hitting 800 in batting practice. Someday we'll care. Let us know when the Angels win something. Facts. Are they only 27 games out now, or are they still 28 games out? Moving on. I'm closer to the playoffs than Mike Trout is. Moving on. Adorable. These guys think something he does matters. He's never had a meaningful at bat in his career. He will retire as the most irrelevant baseball player ever to be considered a GOAT by anybody for any stretch of time. That's a joke. Sorry, no comparison. Bonds had 8 solid years Hall of Fame worthy before anything happened. Steroids, yes. And by the way, that part I'm not actually joking. As it stands today, unless something changes, Mike Trout will have, and this I'm dropping the shtick. I'm actually being serious. Unless something changes, Mike Trout has had the most irrelevant baseball career of anybody ever to be steamed in that category. He made his baseball career. I could Thanos it out of existence, and you wouldn't even notice the difference in baseball history. He doesn't matter. He's going to actually have to do something that is relevant. He hasn't happened yet. There's just another meaningless season in his meaningless career so far.
He might get another home run in his next game.
He could hit 10 more. He could hit 70 this year, and he's still not relevant. So does that mean the Hall of Fame? Here's the thing. I don't care how many home runs he hits on a meaningless team.
It's amazing how much Trout comes up in this conversation when Carlos hates him so much.
Imagine if I did hate him. I hate the idea that he's good.
You hate everything.
That's why you hate Tom Brady.
Well, Tom Brady's easier. Did you not see my tribute to Tom Brady? He can't even catch a pass. He's not even an athlete.
Listen,
he's even better.
Yes.
He's paid to throw, not to catch.
Thank goodness. He can't do that one. Does that mean a Hall of Fame recount for Bob Uecker? Listen, Bob Uecker's close to the Hall of Fame.
I think Bob Uecker has contributed more to baseball positively than Barry.
Just a little bit outside.
Maybe he's an announcer.
Bob Uecker's value is a longtime personality. It really is. But Bob Uecker became more of a legendary guy post playing career. Playing career, he was just another dude. But post playing career, he's like Bob Uecker's an institution in baseball.
I think that was a Fran Tarkenton too as well.
Yeah. So I'm a White Sox fan. Don't really care about the Angels, but I think Trout is the best player of the modern era. This era sucks then. Hate to say it, but Nolan Ryan kind of fits that bill, being great on awful teams. So does it translate to 7 no-hitters mattering? I'll be honest, for Nolan Ryan, it was his choice. He went to the Houston Astros in the 80s.
Who does that?
Yeah, like I know he's a Texas guy, but it's like the Houston Astros, dude, really? And then he finished his career with the Rangers.
There's an interesting little like mini doc on Nolan Ryan on YouTube on like they look at like his like how did he not win a Cy Young, and they look at his top 5 greatest seasons and the people that won Cy Young that year, and basically like did they get it right, and where they kind of explore they were big on wins back then when in the 80s how wins was big.
Yeah.
So you couldn't be a DeGrom in the 80s.
Well, I feel like for pitchers, that whole advanced analytics thing was more useful for the pitchers because it allowed them to compare, because the pitcher can only go out every 5 days or 4 days, depending on the time of the rotation. So you can influence those games. But if you're not an everyday player, you can't really help the rest of the time. The rest of the time, you're sitting on the bench watching your team lose or whatever's happening.
them on.
Yeah, you could, but that's basically all you can do. That's the extent of your contribution to this. So when those guys do that, they could play really well during their time period. Awesome. And if you're playing really well and you're doing the best you can, that's about all you can do. But if your team is actually bad, they would basically discount you. Go, oh, your team sucks, but it's like, but I win games when I'm pitching. So I am actually winning games when I'm pitching. Therefore, I'm trying to contribute to the best of my ability. And that's kind of what happened with Steve in the 80s. Like Steve's best years, he was kind of overlooked. And there was a documentary on, I want to say Secret Base, I think is the YouTube channel. And they did a good job kind of looking at Steve's career retrospective and showing like, hey, he was actually really good. And during his best years, they kind of overlooked the guy and didn't even give him consideration.
That happens in hockey and every other sport.
It does. Brady's wife might leave him this time. She should have left him years ago. He's a loser. Both Sosa and Maguire are borderline Hall of Famers at best, but don't compare the bonds. Yeah, but Sosa and Maguire really, I just don't buy their case. To be honest, the steroids help them, the home run totals, but I really didn't see them as Hall of Famers prior. Like I said, Bonds was a great player beforehand, and then he became a god on the juice. That was a different thing entirely. He went to
Has
another
anyone
level.
seen Sammy Sosa lately? And does anyone know what color he is?
Yeah,
I think he's right around your shade right now. I think he's right around your shade, maybe a little lighter.
That's weird.
It is. How would you feel if you spent millions on a trout card? Like I wasted millions of dollars. Middle light ads are almost Hall of Fame worthy on their own.
Yeah, they were.
Ryan never won a Cy Young. Yep, very true. First 7 years, Bonds war. Oh, you know how I love war. 50.3. Judge 34.9. You guys love trotting that stat out. Is it only supposed to your argument? By that metric, Bonds trumps all over Judge. And look, jokes aside for Judge, it's not that I have an issue with Judge particularly because I don't. I really don't feel one way or the other about Judge. But he started his career older. He has been injury prone. This season's been great for him. Like this is a career year for Judge, and he had that amazing.
I'm selling Judge right now. I sold 2 big Judge. Well, I sold at least 1 big Judge.
As you should. Like honestly, you're probably never going to make more out of Judge, unless something crazy happens this postseason. It's going to be hard to do better with Judge than it is this year, where he's chasing 60. Like it's about as good as it can be for him right now, and the team is in playoff contention. They're right there. They've got a chance to do something maybe. If they do, that would give him a little bit more of a boost, but you're taking your chances. But if he gets to 60, that's pretty good, and that's about as good as you're going to do with him.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, like, I listed it at a price, with so I use my slabs. I think that's been disclosed on here before.
Yeah.
But you can set your price and then set your, if you actually want to accept offers, you can set, like, minimum offer. Somebody, I don't know, did Judge have a home run recently or something? Because both of my 2 judges that I had on there sold.
Well, he's been hitting a couple. Is he Bobbles? Is he like at 55 home runs? I want to say, or is he hitting another?
Yeah, he's up there.
I think he was at 55.
The PSA 10 that I had on there sold for 150, and I think I was probably like $20 less than the next guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's at 55.
So I knew that would go. So somebody made an offer on the. I had an Inception magenta numbered to 99 auto. I had it for 600. Somebody sent me an offer for 550, and I just kind of sat on it because you got 24 hours. And before I made a move on that, somebody just bought it outright. So.
Well, right now, I'll be honest. If I had a bunch of Judge cards, I would look at doing something similar to what you're talking about. And I'd also, honestly, I would be very carefully, like if I had something like ComC is a good platform for that kind of thing. I'd be tweaking that price up maybe a little bit just in anticipation, because you don't want to get caught where somebody's like, oh man, he's hitting home runs. Buy it now. It's like, yeah, you got to sell it. You probably made some money, but you can go a little high and see if they'll give you an offer, because then you could still make a little extra. Again, you don't have to go too crazy. Don't like quadruple prices.
If you're trying to make do a quick, you would have already had to have bought your Judge cards.
Oh no, you're not buying. I'm saying if you already have it and you're selling.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. If you already got it and you got a good price in, not a bad time to have it listed. At least have it listed with best offers or something. Give yourself a chance. Give that a go. So Bill's saying, Judge over Bonds. I agree. The rest of his comment, I'm a little dubious about. I'm kind of questioning it. It's Bonds then Trout in this era. Bonds is not in the Trout era, but we'll ignore this minor thing. And a gap after that is like, you're really into your batting practice heroes, eh? All right. Yep, you went 7-14 in the best years according to War Wizards. Yes. Otani, yes. Some people are really digging Otani. That's true. Wins the stupidest stat in baseball. We hate wins. Yankees have.
I have a question with the judge. With the judge
Sure.
talk.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's more so back reflecting on how Bonds was good and all of that.
Yeah.
And then we know Judge right now. The big thing is, can he catch or exceed the Maris record for the Yankees and all that?
Mm-hmm.
And we have Bob over here wearing the Shaq jersey. Is it really that impressive with a dude Aaron Judge size hitting 60+ home runs? It's almost like saying Shaq can dunk. I mean, and let's look at his numbers too over the course of his career. 2017 he had 52, and then it's been taking him 5 seasons to get above that. Now I'll discount 2020, but other than that, he's been like mid-20s and 30 range. Isn't that impressive? The dude's a monster.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has always been kind of the thing with some of these guys where, again, I'm an offense guy. I like home runs, so that's again kind of old school from me. I understand the advanced analytics they'll throw out there, and believe me, I do actually have some understanding of how they calculate. I just don't agree with their value relative to it. And again, it just kind of depends on how you value the home run, because like I said, we always I like picking on the Trout thing, and the chat obviously likes bringing it up. But it's one of those things like I look at Trout and I don't get excited by what he does. And it's like they said, he homered his 5th straight game. Yeah, his team is worthless. You may as well pitch to the guy. Who cares? If he's that good, walk him. Walk him every single time. You don't ever have to pitch to him again. He shouldn't have a single recorded at bat. He should just have 200 walks the rest of the season.
So, and again, just speaking on Judge here.
Yeah.
I'm more impressed with the 16 stolen bases and the fact he's above 300. Yes. But if you also go back and do statistics and then comparing him with how good, since people were saying Judge is better than Bonds, he has 5 seasons with 140 or more strikeouts, 1 year over 200. Bonds struck out 100+ times once in his entire career, and it was his rookie season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's way, like Refractor puts there, he still has to hit the ball.
Yeah.
People claim the juice was Bonds' golden ticket, but the man could hit the ball. It was 102 strikeouts his rookie year. Only time he ever exceeded 100.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn impressive.
Can I kind of say something that kind of plays into what you're saying? When Bonds was in God mode, everybody agreed he was on the juice. We're all agreed. And he's hitting home runs like it's going out of style. Yes. Teams, in contrast to what we were just talking about a second ago, teams were terrified of him. They refused to give him pitches to hit. They would give him maybe one pitch every other game at most to hit. One pitch. Not one pitch per at bat. One pitch. And that was it. That's all the guy had to hit. And he would hit it. And if you refused to give him a pitch to hit, he would take the walk. Mm-hmm. One of those years when Bonds did that, he hit 372. You don't hit 372 if you don't have plate discipline. Bonds is like, I will take the walk, and when you throw me the one pitch, I will destroy it. That was what God mode Bonds did at that point in time. Like I said, I give Trout all the thing. Trout is a guy like that where he's got enough power. Trout has power. Trout's a big, strong, burly dude. Like he can hit. He can hit for power. He's no problem there. He's had 140 home run season, and he got hurt. He gets hurt every 5 seconds, and he's hitting 278 right now. He's on a hot streak. He's hitting 5 home runs in 5 straight games, right? He's hitting 272. He's a guy who should be drawing walks. He should be hitting 350. He's never hit 350. He's hit 320 one time in his career. So for a guy who draws that many walks, his plate discipline is trash. He
And
should be hitting 350.
that's what I was looking at here with Judge. I mean, great, it's cool. It's the boys of summer thing. He's at 55. What will he get to? But at the same time, looking at his numbers, I mean, I think it's more impressive that a guy for that size has 15 stolen or 16 stolen bases.
Yeah.
I mean, that's more impressive to me. He should hit 50 and 60 home runs this season.
Yeah, physically,
he's
a guy who's capable. Yes, I agree. But that's the point why I say, like, when you take a guy who is strong enough to do that, that's my expectation of you. Where you set yourself apart from me, and again, a lot of the guys are like, oh, but batting averages and everything. I get it. I understand. But if you're a dude who's that scary, they're going to walk you a lot. They will. They just will. So that tells me that even though batting average may not matter to these people, fine, it doesn't matter to you, but then your batting average should still be high. I'm looking at God. I'm looking at God level Bonds, like I am. So it's like you're telling me when Bonds was in God mode and hitting home runs like it was going on south, but his average also went through the roof because he was getting walked a million times. So basically, he had almost no at bats because he'd either hit a home run or get walked. They were barely getting him out. So that's when Bonds went into God mode and he ascended to another plane of baseball existence. So like I said, when you're looking at this guy, you're saying he's the best of this generation. Fine, I guess. But I'm looking at you, and the teams are afraid of you, presumably. That's what you're telling me, even though they're pitching to you, clearly. You draw walks, you do. But your average sucks, even though you're drawing walks. So then you're still recording outs. Enough of them to keep your average down. You should be hitting in the 300s right now. Especially with the hot streak you're having, you should be hitting 300s. So real quick here. So this is about his runway for Aaron Judge. I agree. Yeah, if I'm the Yankees, I'm kind of scared because on the one hand, he's playing so great. He's having a career year. But I don't want to pay him because, okay, so as soon as I pay him, that means you get hurt next year? Is that what you're going to do? That's what you're going to do, Judge. That's what you're going to do, isn't it? And then we're paying you big money? Yikes. But he came up late even this big season, but unfortunately won't accumulate the important stats. Fair enough, Steven. Yeah, he gets hurt a lot. That's true. I'm just trying to get caught up here. Is impressive to anybody who hit 60 home runs? I agree. It's damn impressive for all those that make it to MLB, let alone hit 60. Very true, Dave. It's probably 100 times easier to dunk than it is. If you're 7'2" or 7 feet, whatever, yes, I agree. Bonds and Sosa were sticks and bones when they first came up, yes. Bonds gets walked and touched with bases loaded, yes, that did indeed happen. Bonds had 120 intentional walks in one season. That's true. That is very true. The teams feared Barry Bonds. That is a fact. Bonds was walked intentionally 95 times in the first inning alone. Yeah. They were scared of the guy. I believe there's only one position player in history with a height 6'6" or higher in the Hall of Fame, Dave Winfield. Judge won't even be as good as Winfield when he's done. There you go. That's a little bolder. Fair enough. How good was Bonds? Go watch him hit a home run off Randy Johnson, crush it. No other lefty could dream of doing that. Yeah. That's why I say he was scary good in his prime. Prime Bonds, if I'm trying to compare a guy, all-time great, and then I go look at prime Bonds, I'm like, dude, you're not even in the discussion. Why are we even talking about this? No disrespect, but you're not that dude. I'm sorry. But anyway, that's just me. All right. Finally got caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments. There were a lot of them there. And we got about as much baseball talk as I think I've ever seen. Eric was getting excited over it. He wanted me to let him in. I had to restrain him. I had to hold him back.
I even got my Ted Williams refractor out.
Very true. All right.
So excited.
So tell you what, guys.
Influencing it.
So here's what I propose. Here we go. I love this. OBPS. Let's talk about a real number. Batting average means nothing. Trout still sucks. Moving on. Anyway. All right. So let me set it. I'm gonna go refill my beer, but let's talk about Arena Club here for a second. Let me set it up and then I'll leave it open ended. So the newest competitor in the space. Obviously, we got the full court press. A couple of angles I'm gonna leave open, guys. A couple of angles. Look, I've seen the Arena Club slab. I think it looks like trash. Let's just be blunt. It looks like trash. The marketplace thing is intriguing. I'd like to know more. I'm interested. I want to learn a little bit more about the marketplace side of it. I think that's interesting. The grading integration with it makes sense to me. Again, I'm not excited about the grading aspect of it, but it's not crazy. They're asking for $25 if you put it in the marketplace and $35 if you just send it back. Not crazy, a little high, but whatever, fine. Do your thing. Yeah, no, Dave's excited, Jeter. I finally got to it, Dave. I got to it. We're here. Derek Jeter obviously is doing the press tour, talking about Arena Club. The first rule of Arena Club is everybody who needs to talk about Arena Club must talk about Arena Club. But all right, two aspects I want to touch on. Two, pick your order, whichever order you guys want to do, I'm good with it. But just ask, here's my question. Number one, do you think this is even a thing? Should we care? Number one. But number two, let's say it sticks around for a bit, it has some resonance, whatever. How do you feel about the the fact that their way of doing the full court press was to have Derek Jeter on board is a big thing, and to get a bunch of influencer. I think Mojo Sports, P Ryan Collection, Alex Gaimo, or if the name excuse me, a bunch of social media folks were posting like crazy today. Arena Club, Arena Club, Arena Club. It wasn't subtle. There was no subtle. I think Pac-Man has an interview with Jeter. Like, if you have any big profile on Instagram or YouTube or whatever, and you're in the hobby, you get an interview with Jeter. You get an interview with Jeter. You get an interview with Jeter. And you got to go do this event and hang out with Jeter, and Jeter signed stuff. They went full court press on this thing in very short order, just straight for the jugular on this. So, like I said, two elements of it. Bobby, which angle would you prefer to tackle on first? There's a little room for discussion on both. Which do you think would be more interesting to start with? I want to touch both, but which one do you prefer to start with?
Read it. Tell me the question again.
The first one is the idea itself. You've got an integration of a grading thing with a platform, because they're also doing a platform, another one.
Oh yeah, they're doing.
And then the other aspect of it is all the social media influencers, the full court press, Derek Jeter doing the media tour, all kinds of. They're basically in blazing lights everywhere right away.
Yeah, well, I think we're lacking for news, so I think it's maybe out there a little bit more because there's very little. So taking it from there, I would say, yeah, and it's Jeter too. Like, how many other endorsements do we see from other major stars regarding these kind of companies? Very few. Going forward, what are they? It's kind of funny. Tag enters the system, and all of a sudden now we got another company like right out the hop. Like, when is this thing going to take over? Is SGC and PSA going to be out of business soon? We don't know. Ticket bubbles.
So personally, from what I've seen, and Carlos touched on it, there's a lot of influencers behind it. I think that's a route that we're seeing some of the new companies take now. I mean, we discussed Tag earlier. They had a YouTuber do a full season of episodes of content to talk about, and then became part of the company or what have you. This Arena Club thing and I'm not going to sit here and speak on knowing all of the details, but from what I gathered, they obtained another company, and it sounded like one of the people involved in that company had reached out to many influencers for a while now to try to get them to come on board and everything. You obviously have Jeter as a face, a name to be associated with it. You have the YouTube and social media. What's his face? DJ Ski. I've seen him in some of the photos. So that had me intrigued because he does a lot with Topps. Obviously, Jeter is under contract with Topps. I don't know if there will be any Topps Fanatics type thing working in there, something to keep an eye on. Fanatics did say they wanted some of that in the space, but it's very in your face, and I don't know if that's good or bad. I will say, and we can speak on this later, but to answer, here, I watched Pac-Man's video. He used some cards to show as an example. Had some questions. I mean, is it here to stay? Who knows?
So, okay, let me adjust the question then for you. Do you think going this aggressive with the push, throwing Jeter in people's faces, doing a full court press as fast as they did, because they went fast, because he was, I think, on the Today Show, and then they did the whole social media, like they did a full spread. They went quick, like out of basically nowhere, because I think Arena Club was basically, I think it was TYT grading. I think
TGT.
Something like that, yeah. Okay, so the transparent one. It was like the one in Pittsburgh or something.
Yep.
So I remember that from the past. And then presumably this got converted over to Arena Club. Then there's this guy, Lee, a different Lee with his neck attached to his head, different one. But this other guy was like the businessman behind it. And then he and Jeter got together along with this and then went into it. But they went straight for it. They were like, I actually think the slab would have been better if they had taken even another week to design it. They just like, we need a slab, throw a label on it, it'll be great. Again, the platform to me is going to be interesting because we have a lot of platforms. So you're going to be competing in a very, very populated space. The grading space is also really populated, but you did decide to go straight for the jugular on that. You went with the grading reports. You went with the machine learning, the buzzwords of the day. We get both of them. So we get the grading reports and I guess an app as well. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff, but you're getting all this stuff like thrown at you. Like why didn't do it in Bubbles? Why did they not do it in a dignified manner? Like say a 5-part infomercial series.
Well, that could be coming. I mean, in seriousness, it could.
You all knew I was gonna say it. Y'all knew it.
Was waiting for
You
it.
look at and I watch some of the guys that are involved with it. Obviously, Pac-Man has a huge following. Mojo has a big following.
He does, yeah.
I don't know who the P Collector or whatever. I don't know who.
So
he
it's
is.
P Ryan Collection.
I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with him.
He's bigger, I would say, on Instagram. He likes to do Instagram lives. Very interesting. What I'll say is I don't agree with everything he talks about. I do think he is very passionate about certain things, but he does like to enter into some. It's interesting because he'll critique certain things, but then also kind of enter into that realm, and it's kind of this weird. Because immediately he had to defend a little bit because he was one of the people invited to this thing, as an influencer, so to speak, who has an audience. And he was trying to like explain like I was like no we're just showing you people. It's like so then how is this different from influencer marketing? Like the critique that a lot of people have is they don't like you got kind of wined and dined and you got to hang out with Derek Jeter, and that kind of plays into this idea of getting the special treatment to be like, hey, talk about our thing.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was alluding to.
Yeah.
Some of the people that I've seen so far are, I guess, the hype type crowd. They're younger. I mean, what is Pac-Man and Mojo probably in their 20s? I seen 502 Frank did something. I'm pretty sure he's fairly young. So they're drawing in this younger,
Yes.
higher populated crowd to push this out there. It could work, but at the same time, you've also alluded, not everybody in this hobby is on social media. A very small fraction of this hobby is on social media.
I did give credit though. The Today Show thing does play into a completely different demographic. So it's like it's there will be some overlap, but I'll be honest, the overlap is less because you're on real TV and it's Derek Jeter, an actual person promoting this thing. You're like, hey, what is that thing? Let me look into that.
Well, and to that, I did watch it, and Hoda was quick to interrupt him, kind of, because she wanted to talk more about his daughters and his charity and everything. Right. He didn't get to speak much on the company, actually. But yeah, I mean, I guess we just have to see. I mean, anything is possible today. It's a crowded space, though. It is getting. I mean, how many options do we need?
Okay, can I pose a question that is kind of self-serving to my personal biases, but also a legitimate question that I'd like to ask that I feel is appropriate here. We could quickly point out, well, they have no history in the space. Well, does a Derek Jeter even really know about what this is? Like, he's speaking on it, but does he really know about it? Or is he just kind of a figurehead spokesman that it has some investment into, presumably? Okay, we could critique all those things. We don't know anything really about how the grading is going to happen. They use the buzzword machine learning. We don't really know anything about it. Is that really different from some of the other pop-up graders recently? There's an obvious comparable, but like, is that fundamentally different? Because we don't really know how that one is done either.
I think Jeter was hired as director of marketing.
I think the VP of business development, I believe, is the official title.
Well,
too soon.
Let me jump in real quick. I give Tag a lot more credit than.
Wait, who said we were talking about Tag? Settle down, sir.
Listen. I give
your tag propaganda will not be allowed on this show. How dare you?
You can dump me like you always do. Then
put the tag hat on and let's.
I know. Put it on. Get the shirt. Let's go.
If everything they've said is true, they have worked on this for 10 years. They have a guy from PSA with actual experience working for them. They've dumped a lot of their own.
A guy from PSA, you say?
8 years. 8 years of PSA
with actual experience. Actual. Not real, just not 8 to 9s, 10 actual.
They built this from the ground up, where these other millionaires got a Hall of Famer, possibly the most beloved baseball player in the last 30 years. They went and bought another company, put a new name on it, and went on the Today Show. I mean, I got to give.
Okay, so real quick, I fucking hate the Yankees. I hate them so much. You guys think I hate Trout? No. I hate the Yankees. And fuck Derek Jeter. He's overrated and he sucks. You know what? Trout's good compared to Jeter. There,
Ooh,
I said
wow.
it. Ha!
Damn.
All right, go on, Eric.
Just to get on your bandwagon, Carlos. Remember, we're the ones that would, berate him when he'd come to Fenway.
Deservedly so. He's a rich man's Harold Baines. Except Harold Baines has dignity.
This T-shirt's still being worn locally that says Jeter sucks.
I'm not convinced that Harold Baines wasn't a better defender than Jeter. And he was a DH for a good chunk of his career. He was underrated.
Our feelings towards Jeter, put aside, that's my opinion, is that, a bunch of people got in late on a hobby that they should have got in a year and a half ago. And they said, how can we cheat in a way to get up this ladder quicker? Oh, let's put, one of the most popular athletes in the last, 20, 30 years on the masthead, and boom, now we're relevant. If he wasn't involved in this, would we even be talking about this company today?
Well, the thing is, I agree with that point 100%. By the way, Bob, what brand? I know it's a basketball thing. What was the brand on that one?
Wait, Prism.
Gotcha. So you wanted to open out? You're going to open up a Prism Blaster there, Bob?
6 packs, 4 card packs. Yes.
So real quick, while you got that in front of you, question: do you have any thoughts on the idea? So these are both two startups. Again, I could make fun of them about 50 different ways, and it'd be fun for me to do so, obviously. But like, you've got one startup that we barely know anything about that has Derek Jeter at the front of it, and we got another startup that we barely know anything about that has nobody we've heard of, unless you're in the hobby, in front of it. So, but like, okay, so who's the leader in the clubhouse here?
That's Eric's. Come on.
That's my point,
Yeah.
right?
Like it's kind of a mixed bag a little bit. It's kind of like okay, I guess we could make a pitch one way or the other, but like look, so far so good. I haven't seen an arena club slab that has a off graded 10 Kobe yet.
Yeah.
Do we want to get into that? I'll send you photos.
Oh.
Of the arena one, go ahead. So Bob, any thoughts about one way or the other though? Like obviously, like look, my stance is let's ignore all the new ones until they can prove something. All of them. I don't care if Bob Lewis comes out with one today. Let's ignore them all until we've got a little bit of a track record, and then let's see where we stand, because they'll kind of be cannibalizing the same market right now. To me, and I say this seriously. Now, okay, let's drop the facade for 1 second. If you don't like PSA, and a lot of people don't, I get it. Use SGC. I make fun of them, but use them. Go Tux. Hold on. This man will help you. Go. It's one of the 16 brands he works with. CSG, Tag, NASA grading. It's all bobbles all the time. If it's not PSA, it's him. If it's not him, it's
I
PSA.
appreciate that. I appreciate that. I didn't know I was that popular. And
well, wait until you get the call from Jeter. That's going to be really exciting. Wait until you get the call from Jeter. It's going to be amazing.
Hey,
Almost interviewing him on Wednesday.
Correct. And by the way, grill this man.
let me check my schedule.
Go ahead, Bob.
And his three
So,
daughters will sing happy
Paul-
birthday to you too. So.
Are you a fan of bobbleheads?
That is where the name derived from. Actually, my wife has a well, we both do, but she has a massive collection of them, yes.
So what is the most unique, or just one that gave you pause to be like, huh? That you've seen as far as a bobblehead. I'm going to show you one that is in my collection.
So back there, I have a very rare one of the Potomac Nationals, now Fredericksburg Nationals owner. His name's Art Silber, and you can look this story up, but he was one of the final 2 people in baseball that was approved by MLB to wear number 42. After they had retired it. It was him and Mariano Rivera, and they agreed to both go out together to retire the number. That's a very rare bobblehead, and I found that one. And then next to it, I have my Lamar Jackson from FOCO, where he did the flip into the end zone. They did a bobblehead of that as well. So, yeah, we have probably, if I had to guess, 200 or 300 of them.
Wow. Considering the space they take up, that's pretty impressive. Real quick, I'll catch up on a couple of comments here. Mojo has 27,000 YouTube subscribers. That's big. In sports card space, it is. In sports card space, it's solid. Like it's not like, remember, Jeff Wilson's the top end at like 170,000, 180,000. Jab's family's in the 100 plus. There's not that many in the 100 plus. I think Pac-Man is 100 and change, maybe. Like I don't remember. I haven't looked in a bit. But again, so think about that. These are the biggest in the space. We don't have PewDiePie out here. We don't have the 100 million subscriber person. We don't have them. We don't have anybody with 500,000. We don't have anybody with a million. So in that space, you're 27,000. That's pretty strong in this space, relatively speaking.
To touch on that too, that's something that people don't understand, because something I've been paying attention to a little bit with, and this is a bit off topic, but it does tie in with grading. I've been noticing the TCG numbers soaring extremely fast in the grading market.
Yes.
And as you mentioned, PewDiePie, he's been into Magic the Gathering. You have Post Malone that's been into it. The whole, obviously Logan Paul with the Pokemon stuff. They have some pretty big YouTube people that have been getting into the trading card stuff. The MetaZoo with Aoki and all them guys. So sports don't really have a large YouTube presence compared to some of the other stuff folks are talking about.
Agreed. And there's actually a good comment that kind of plays into, give us perspective. It's good to give perspective. By the way, Refractor Jones is now ready to have his kids go work. So if Arena needs some help, Refractor Jones has got some help for you. So think about it. Baseball cards. You want Jeter or some infomercial guys? He's making a solid pitch. If those are my choices, fair enough. SGC equals Dave Foreman. Dave in with the original reference. SGC. It's true. It is true. Jeter plus tag equals Jag. Just another grader. Well played, David. I think we should wait for the Jennifer Lopez League grading card company, as we should.
I'm in on that.
I accept. Look, I will endorse that shit. Let's go, J-Lo. Call us. Call us. We'll make it happen. Eric will wear whatever swag you want. Like I said earlier in the chat, the more merrier. Let them kill each other for your money. Yes. No, like, here's the thing. Bring them out. Bring them all. But like, there's only so much space in the space. So you're, like I said, as somebody who is in the established hobby, so to speak, look, use the best tool for the job. Find the one that makes the most sense for you. Use that. Or don't use any if none of them make any sense for you. But don't just go running for some rando that just showed up. When I did the highlight clip, Bob Lewis was an eBay rando. This is third-party grading randos. We don't need third-party grading randos over here. Chill out. It's fine. Most sports card creators under 15,000. Very true. Under 10. Yeah, agree. And Dave here, this was the comment that I said, put it in perspective. I saw a chess cheating scandal and went looking. Lots of chess videos with over 1 million views. Chess! How many sports card videos have over 1 million views? I can't think of one.
But sports doesn't sound like chess.
That's not the point. The point is that, like, any subgenre, I know what you said, I'm bypassing it. It doesn't matter which one, pick whatever random genre you want. You can get Tim's stupid oversized hats, and I'm sure that has 1 million view video. I can almost guarantee that.
Go look at channels, and this is one of the dumbest things out there, but it shows how if you really want
this show is pretty dumb, but, you know, we accept it.
No, not this. Go look at channels that really all they do is react to TikTok videos.
Yes.
They're not even making them. They are just reacting to TikTok videos. Or like PewDiePie, one of his biggest things that gets attention is he will go on Reddit and pick a subreddit and read posts in Reddit. It's the dumbest thing, but it gets massive views because it's entertainment.
I agree.
I wish we were entertaining. We'd get massive.
We tried, despite your best efforts, Eric. We do our best.
That's a good point. I do.
There's only so much that Bobby and I can do. Our shoulders are getting tired from carrying. It'd be nice if you did something.
I'm like an anchor. I'm just holding us back.
Facts. And we have to bring in Bob Lewis to help, you know, BS, and between him and Bobbles, this is a team effort right now. Hashtag
Bob
team.
is never around.
Well, right now, Bob Lewis is
right now, Chair is holding it down. Right now, Chair is holding it down. It's fine.
Chair's doing way better than me.
Yo man's work. You having any luck there with the blaster there, Bob?
Bob,
well, I want to do two bobbles for a second.
Two bobbles.
Can I be big for a second?
Go.
So
Hold
probably
on. Go ahead. Yep.
My most unique. It is number 27 for the Anaheim Angels of California, Los Angeles. But in a
oh, that's pretty sweet.
Hockey jersey.
Finally,
For
a
the
sport
Ducks,
this guy
yeah.
can play. Jesus, he can't play baseball. Maybe send him to play some hockey.
Right. Pretty
That
cool.
that's pretty sweet.
Thank you, Think Blue 77, Jesse. And then check this one out. Francisco Cervelli.
I'm not getting demonetized. I turned that off. We'll see.
Oh, that's kinda,
We'll see if I get pinged on that one. I'm curious now if that was enough.
No,
I think it was just
You're
it was a short amount. You should be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's wearing like a smoker's jacket with a rose pinned to his lapel. Pretty hilarious.
Well, you know
So-
what's the funniest thing about YouTube? I had a video. So, Bob, do you remember that little super clip shot that I did where I showed you the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, like him talking
Yeah.
about? He was actually talking about the $1 Million Belt. That video is unlisted. I just sent you the link just because I thought it'd be funny. YouTube sent me a ping saying that one got copyright flagged. It's not even listed. It's not on my channel. I got pinged for a copyright flag on a video that's not even technically on my channel, outside of unlisted. It's just uploaded, so they copyright striked it.
I got copyright strike for one of my lives at the National because of the Zero Cool booth music.
Yes.
And I didn't even recognize any of the songs. I honestly thought it was royalty-free music they were playing there at the National because I had never heard of any of the songs, and it got flagged. So
That's the reason why as soon as Bob started playing, I'm like, all right, hold on a second. let me put the kibosh on that.
if he was asking for like, as far as like, I did rare and ones that I like that are fun. To speak on ones that have a little twist, I have Bryce Harper as a turkey. I have Trey Turner as Roadrunner. I have Adam Eaton as Mighty Mouse. I have all of the Game of Thrones ones. I have Star Wars ones, Ghostbuster ones, all kinds of them. So, yeah, we have almost every Nationals bobblehead that's been made and given out at the stadium.
Nice.
So,
Nice. Well played. Question, Bob. So is this the newest Prism, or what do we got here?
It is. So I was gonna do something. Does anybody have any kind of a random trivia question at the ready? I would give that person, whoever won that, pick 1 through 6, and then they would get that pack. If
I like the idea. So here's a question though: how would they reach you to make that happen?
I mean,
So let's say
I'm
somebody
okay-
wins, we pick a winner. How do they claim it?
I'm okay with divulging my email, or I'm on Instagram. They can DM me on there,
Okay, fair enough. All right, sounds reasonable. Well, we can do a little giveaway.
or Facebook Messenger as well. So
There you go. Oh, by the way, just a quick side point, Bobby. So you remember I told you that I was playing around with Sticker Mule, and I actually got a package in today from them. I was kind of curious. I wanted to check it out. So now, because I'm Carlos, keychain exists. That is now a thing in the world that exists. I just wanted to check it out. I was kind of curious myself. It's not amazing. It's okay. What's that?
Oh, it's reversed on the other side.
On the back, it's kind of embossed, but it's not double sided.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, so they kind of embossed it and basically put it so they put the kind of the acrylic or whatever on the front. The only thing I think is a little off with it, it's interesting, but it's a little bit sharp. You have to be kind of careful. Yeah, I wish they had softened the edges on those.
You can sand it down.
Yeah. So I just thought it was kind of interesting. I ordered 10 of them just to check it out and see. Like, it's interesting. It's a fun little trinket. So like maybe at some point I'll do a little giveaway with those. So I've got 10 of them for now. I'll give Carlos Senior one. He gets a kick out of stuff like this.
They're like ninja darts.
They basically are right now. Yes. So let me
Okay,
go
Bob,
in
do
here.
your stuff.
Yeah.
I have a I have a trivia question if nothing has come to mind for anybody.
All right. So go ahead.
All right, the Pittsburgh Steelers
Yeah.
so
just retired Franco Harris's number 32. How many retired jersey numbers do the Pittsburgh Steelers have in their organization?
All right. So Bob, are you
Counting.
able to see the chat so that you know if somebody
I'm
gets
not.
these wrong?
I am not.
Okay, so Bob, the thing is you're doing it from your phone, right?
I'm on my phone. You're right.
Yeah, so the thing is, how would I know what the answer is?
Well, you can see the chat, right?
I can't see the chat. Do you want me to read you some of the numbers? Okay, so 2,
Just
Just
11,
put them
and
up on
10.
the screen. Put them up on the screen so he could see them.
Well, I could try. It's going to be a little bit. Let me see. Let me see if there's a way for me to actually show it. But it's like it's kind of a weird way to do it. Okay, so let me see if I can pop out this chat.
Carlos, I'm going to text you real quick the number.
All right, do that. Yeah, do that because then I have the answer to the question, and then I can say who won. I like how some people who don't comment are now commenting when something's being given away. I see you. Okay, so I got the answer to the question. So do you want the exact answer? All right, so the exact answer is Staven. Staven has the answer. The answer is 3. So per Bob Lewis, the answer was 3, and Staven was the first one to answer 3. I'm just double checking everybody timestamp wise. A couple of close ones. Jeff got close. Bob Jackson went with 99. Love that. Well played. A couple other folks got pretty close, actually. It looks like to me Staven is the correct one. So that is correct.
That that new guy there, Bobby Burrell VHC, guessed 8.
There you go. I like it, but it's like Mervin. First time you've commented is on a Bob Lewis giveaway. I see you, man. You hit the like button, right? It's free. Do it. I like though. The Refractor took a stab at it and everything. Nice. I like it. Yeah. So Staven to me is the winner. That is the first person to say 3. So the answer, Bob Lewis, is 3. That is the answer. Yes.
3 is the answer. Yes.
All right. So Staven, you are the winner. That's who I got that did it. So good stuff. Bob Jackson asking the right question. Who are you people? Facts. 3 should be as a Roman numeral. I like it, Carlisle. All right. So Staven. So how many packs are there?
Number between 1 through 6.
All right. So Staven, you are the winner. Pick a number between 1 through 6. You are getting the contents of said pack. So you do that in the meantime. Pearl Jam. Nice. Well played. Looked it up and it says 12.
And you can't pick 3. You already said that.
So 3 is the answer, Bob. Are we sure?
Yep.
Okay. Just double checking.
It's 3 officially retired.
Gotcha.
Then
Don't say any
there is,
names. Don't say any names.
All right. Fair enough.
there's several that are unofficially retired.
I like this here. I can't win a Panini product being a refractor guy. Well played, Refractor Jones. First time commenting wins a prize. No, he did comment earlier. Staven's been here the last couple of episodes, so good stuff. So Staven says 4 is my lucky number. 4 is his lucky number.
All right, so we're gonna count down 1, 2, 3. So this is pack number 4.
All right, so I'm going to make you big here, Bob. I'm going to make you big so that you are in front and center.
Is
not
this
yourself.
blaster BBC authenticated?
I know. Do we get Pokemon cards or GI Joes?
Bob, did you dip, Bob?
Look at Bobby with the reference. It is the meme
Kevin
now.
Grant. It is a rookie.
It's authentic Panini.
Santi Alameda.
All right.
It's authentic Panini. They are way off center.
It's okay. It's a tag 10.
Yeah.
Too soon?
Bones,
Sorry, moving on.
Bones Highland rookie for, what is that, Instant Impact? It's
Yep,
sort of
that's what it
a
says.
reoccurring subset. And then we got a, nobody good. Jared Allen. What is he?
Way to play it up there, Bob. Look, at least it's color. At least it's color.
Those are-
That's what you want.
Those are tough hits.
Jared
though.
Allen, Purple Velocity.
So is that numbered or unnumbered?
So Staven, you got really
Non-numbered. I don't think I've ever opened a numbered parallel in Panini.
Look, man, free is free. Free is free. So okay, so Bob, how should Staven reach out to you? Give him some options.
All right, so I'm gonna put we'll do one more. So who can name so Franco Harris is one. Can anybody name the other 2 people?
All right. So
I don't mean to
Bob,
hijack
similarly,
the
I'm gonna
subject.
need the answer from you. I need the answer from you. Just like before, I need the answer first, and then I'll be able to see it when people
right.
name it. People use the Google. You've got a second before I get the answer. So use the Google. The Google is your friend. Get the response.
I should be able to get one of them.
I think that's cheating.
Look, it's the internet. Eric, you're not
It's
going
the
to fight the internet. Like, use the Google. Just embrace it and go for it.
Yes.
So you'll be all right.
I
Yeah,
have a couple of guesses, but
There's a couple of big Steelers, yeah.
Well, look, I'll put it this way. I'm going to figure it out. I'll get you a keychain, Eric. There's your consolation prize.
Keychain. Oh God.
All right. So I've got the answers to the questions. So I've got it here. And if you guys hit it.
All
All
right. Other angles.
All right. So Baz has it bang on. So Stotner and Green. So Baz was first this time with the 2 responses. Stotner and Green are the answers that I got from Bob.
I never got Stoner. Ninja Green I got.
Y'all need to hit up the Google a little quicker, guys. Baz had it. He was ready to go.
Yeah, I
Well,
wasn't
so when I said don't say any names, he probably, if he was quick, he might have went and looked in because he might have said, "Oh, it's going to come into play later."
Yep. Well done by you, Baz. That was quick on the draw. Well played. So, sir, there are 5
through
packs
5.
remaining. I think it's 5 packs remaining, Bob?
Yes, sir. 1 through 5.
All right, so, Baz, 1 through 5, which pack do you want? So, name a pack number between 1 and 5, and Bob will open up that pack for you. By the way, Bob, thank you for the unexpected giveaway.
And when
Sponsored
you pull
by
something
Eric.
that nobody
Sponsored by Eric, as he should. Yes, absolutely.
And Bob, you got to learn that when you pull something that's not so great, say it's
You should say Mojo.
Oh, that's
Let's go.
when I make something that sucks, like sound better than it really is, right?
All right, so Baz is saying pack number 2, Bob. Pack number 2.
Pack number 2. So down 1, number 2. Here we go.
All right, so hold on. You're going to make it big, so it's all you. All right, buddy, go ahead. These are being pulled from the Bob Lewis, so it's bonus.
You know, it doesn't matter who's in the pack. Bob could sign them, and then everybody gets Hall of Fame autos.
Exactly.
got that right.
And so it is. Paul George.
All right, go ahead.
Jordan Poole.
Okay.
30-year Jordan Poole. I mean, that's got to be at least a 25-cent card.
I know nothing about basketball, so I can't help y'all.
It is a silver, but it is a non-rookie of Wendell Clark Jr. And then we got a Blake Griffin, still playing, like an ice, cracked ice.
Oh, that's actually a neat looking card anyway.
Yeah.
At least he was a player for a little while, so that's kind of a fun card. That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Borderline Hall of Famer from what I hear from basketball people.
Can't believe it's still
Is that a real thing?
I don't think that's the way that one worked. Listen, maybe his WAR is high. Like, I can't answer that question. Let's see here.
I just want to say that Wendell
So
Clark
that
Jr. doesn't look anything like Wendell Clark.
Not at all. No
Remind me who that
mustache.
was, Carl. Sorry.
So that is going to be Baz. It's baseball card curmudgeon. Baseball card
nice.
curmudgeon.
Nice.
Yeah, he's been around here, and I'm appreciative. Staven is relatively new here, so congratulations to Staven, and congratulations to Baz, who's been around for a while. He's been supporting the channel, so I do appreciate that we got a combination of somebody newer and somebody who's been around a bit. I think that's great. Good thing.
As long as Bob doesn't win, I don't care.
I almost feel like we should give it to Bob Jackson. Here's another Bob. We've got
No.
we've got Bobby, and we've got Bob. Like, man,
Carlos, do you have the opportunity to
and we've got Bob Bowles.
in the description of the video?
What's that?
Can you add to the description of the archival video?
So yes, I can, and actually, I can do something else as well. Like, look, here's the thing, Bob.
Timestamp it, yeah.
Yeah, what I can do is I'll add it to. I can do that contact. Okay, actually, here's what I'm gonna do. You said you're on Instagram as well, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so hold on. I'll give him one option, and then obviously we'll figure it out. I think it's Bobby Lou 81, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so hold on. Here's what I'm gonna do. Hang tight. So just to help out, folks. So that's one option. I will give you a couple more options after in the description or in the comments. I just put Bob's Instagram there. If you've got Instagram, direct message Bob, either Baz or Staven. You can do that. So that's option one. And then I'll make sure Bob's email is available so you can check it out. I'll put it in the description for you. Just remember to check back after the replay and go in there and you'll find it. Cool.
Just pay $17.95, 3 equal payments for shipping.
Yeah, free shipping. I'm not gonna do that, dude, right?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna open the rest of these. You don't. I don't need to be big.
Pack number 3. Pack number 3. That was the.
So Pack
one
Mojo
I
in play
thought
here.
had
Yep,
to
the
be.
reaction.
So-
Yep, Eric, I have no interest in basketball cards. I could have copied and pasted pretty quickly. There you go. Hey, look, man, free is free. I think it's nice that Bob provided. Like it's on Bob's dime, literally. So it's like, and we weren't planning on expecting. It was a bonus. Take it as a bonus.
So,
I found it funny because, and Bobbles, this kind of plays into what you and Refractor were talking about on Card Chatters. It's Card Chatters, right?
The card chatter.
Thank you. The Card Chatter. The Card Chatter. Yes. Thank you. I want to make sure I get it right. So the Card Chatter. But back when the companies used to do a lot of the shows, the promo packs and stuff were actually pretty sweet. But it was one of those things where even then you still have people complaining. And by the way, the lines were shorter back in the 90s for some of that stuff. It wasn't as bad for certain giveaways. It depends on the giveaway. But people would still complain. It's like, it's free. It's literally free. You didn't have to pay for this. And you could turn around and flip it if you wanted to. And that's what people do with some of the stuff now. So it's like, Why are you complaining? It's free. Move on with your life. So anyway, all
Okay, Bob.
right, Bob. So how you doing over there?
All right, I'm gonna. I was gonna do so pack one so far would have been the best. I don't know. Does anybody know the name Juan Toscano Anderson?
The Juan
Did
Toscano
you get-
Anderson. Why do you say so? That's Eric's favorite player.
Oh, I have all his cards.
I mean, he sounds like some of them soccer cards people send in that I'd like struggle with the names on.
So first of all, I'm gonna sound. Oh, okay. So I just saw Oakland on the jersey, and I had no idea what that was. But rookie, yes, Juan Toscano Anderson.
Nice, nice.
Green. That was pack 3, Bobby. So far, pack 1 has been the best. This is pack number 6. We're gonna open that real quick, and then we'll see who. Keon Johnson, Jason Tatum. So pack number 1 was the best. It had a cracked ice King James.
LeBron, look at you. That ain't half bad. That's actually pretty decent. That's not bad from a
That's at
blaster.
least $1.
At least. maybe a buck 25 on a good day.
No, if you with the top load.
Hmm.
You have to include
Facts.
that for sure.
Facts.
I have I sent you something, Carlos, if we can break into something.
Yeah, I'll grab it. Give me 2 seconds and I will pull it up.
have a
I ended up Googling the
question
numbers.
for
Yes.
the
No, not a
people out
problem.
there.
Refractor Jones. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Yes. No, Baz, I'm glad, like, at the end of the day, we played at random. You guys had the chance to answer, so I'm glad that you won it. I'm glad that Steven won as well, so congratulations to both of you. Are those greens something like out of 10? I genuinely have no idea. Bob, is your favorite basketball player Shaq? Is he your favorite basketball player?
He is.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah,
so let me grab it. So this is in the Facebook, Bobby, right?
No, yes, sorry, the messenger.
It is in Facebook. Gotcha. Yep. All right, I will find it. Give me 2 seconds. I will locate this.
I have a question for everyone out there.
Okay. So is this the one from the card that was lucky to get the grade? Is that the one we're talking about?
No.
Or the other one? Okay, so this is the second one? Got it. Okay, now I see it. Okay, cool. I got it. Okay, give me a second here. I will pull it up on the screen. And by the way, guys, as we're going now that we've completed the Bob Lewis giveaway, if there's anything you guys want to chat about in the meantime, you let us know, and we'll go from there. Okay, so here you go, Bobby. So this is the first image. Tell us a little bit about what's going on here.
Yeah, well, the question I have, let me explain it first. You know, the B145 or William Patterson 1923 cards came out, and there was the Burt Corbeau was short printed. The next year they discontinued that, and they did another series, but they added from 40 cards to 60 cards. Now, with this one, it says by beaten bars stamped on the back of only a few cards that have been found. Now, my question out there to people is, where do you think, like, this is nationally distributed across Canada with William Patterson, who was the manufacturer. Where would these, hey, that's cool. Where would these, anybody have any idea how this would have been distributed? Any inkling of why these stamps are on the back, why these even exist? Now, it can be a generic question. It doesn't have to be beaten bars, but I'm just saying, why would a company wouldn't be the William Patterson who made the cards? This beaten bars is another chocolate bar like William Patterson. Was it an affiliate? No, we can't find anything on beaten bars anywhere. I went deep, and I couldn't find anything. So why do you think these were available? Any questions, theories? I have one theory, but I'm just wanting other people's opinions because it's nice to see maybe someone's thinking outside the box.
A little bit of crowdsourcing, sure. All right, I'll read a couple of comments while we're waiting for that. So Steve K says, what's going on, boys? Just got back from the bar. Speaking of bars, now in a drunken deep dive of 90s rare hockey inserts. Feels like it's amazing potential. If you like the cards, there's definitely some nice cards there, no doubt. John here, just a question for you, Bobby, and also Refractor's got a thought here. So question for you, Bobby, first. Where can I buy your book, Vintage Hockey Collector? I mentioned you in the book in the 85 Topps Hockey Pack opening. Packs were fake, by the way. So he was looking at some packs. So what's the status? Are any of them available on eBay? What's the usual thing going on with the books?
Yeah, I have them on eBay, but if you contact me directly, we can save the fees there and give you a better deal on the books. So you can
as Bobby, it's I can't remember.
Just
It's
Bobby
VHC.
Burrell. Yeah, you can email me, BobbyBHC@rogers.com, ROGERS. And I'm also on Facebook, Bobby Burrell, or even Instagram.
Perfect. So the Refractor Jones says, I would say 5 and dime stores as promotional.
There's only been 3 or 4 found. Okay, but I appreciate that. That's good.
Yeah.
Anybody on the
Bob says,
panel?
what are beaten bars?
We don't know. Well, they're obviously, you get a box of bars, so obviously Beaton's is just probably, I don't want to give away what my thoughts are, but I'm just wanted to hear what everybody else said. But obviously it's another chocolate bar of some sort.
Yep.
Something that stood out to me just looking at these is it's interesting to note they're worth different amounts.
Yes. I put the 2 variations in there. Most nobody knows about the half-cent one. There's only been 1 half-cent found. I think another trading card database or something, he has quarter cent. But I have both quarter and half-cent because I'm the hobbyist, right?
Look at you.
Go ahead.
Trademark pending.
That would make me wonder if they went across like several years, and so they became worth less essentially in this case, year to year. But you said that there was nothing found that they were related to them, but to me this screams a promo item for Beaton's bars. You buy, the candy bar or whatever
But you
it
got to
is, you
send a
get one of
set
these.
in. We have to keep it current because if you send in a set of 1 to 60, you get a box of Beaton bars. So it had to be somewhat current. Like the first year it came out was 1923-4, and then the second year was 24-5. Actually, a couple of years down the road, William Patterson was bought up by Weston's anyhow. So, so it can't really be years down the road. So I'm thinking this is up period because obviously these cards are available, but who's stamping the back? And who is beating bars? And why are they doing this? Well, see, the second year they discontinued the free skates. Like in the year prior, there was a Bert Corbeau, which was short printed, and everybody complained because you get a free pair of skates if you sent in a set of 40, but nobody could find that one card. I think there's only how many Bert Corbeaus? There's actually 4 or 5 known. So they go for, I don't know, 50,000, 40,000, whatever it is.
Could these just been issued and this particular candy shop or whatever use the cards as promo items and stamped them themselves?
Yeah. Well, I'm open to anything. I have a theory, but I'm just kind of going there with.
I think for the most part, I think for the most part, to be honest with you, Bobby, I think most of the chat are kind of sitting back. So Bassier says, I think I say maybe a box of soap at a laundromat. I did like that. Okay. I like DR's response though. My guess is to impress a girl somehow. I like that response.
Great responses.
I think it's a good, solid response. I like that one. I appreciate it, DR. That's a good one. I like that. Similar to Topps cards being used on sporting goods being sold in general stores. Yep. Yeah. So he's kind of the angle and promotional, right? The bottom one looks like it was stamped based on the line at the bottom. So I'm just reading here. The bottom one almost looks like it was stamped. Sorry, based on the line at the bottom. So I think I would say I would be very. It feels like both were. Do you think both of them were blank at the beginning, and then after the fact the stamping happened? Yeah.
Yeah, because the stamp angle is a little bit different.
Yeah, that would be kind of my opinion. Just not knowing the issue too closely, it would be that I think both started life as blank, and then that left a little room to stamp it at potentially different times, which accounts for some of the variation.
Well, I think it's sort of a carry-on in a way that because of the year prior, you could send in and get a full, and you'd get a prize. So I think they took it upon themselves, or somebody, maybe in rural Newfoundland, maybe in rural Northern Ontario,
sure,
possibly because they were across Canada wide, maybe even in Upper United States. I don't think so, but could be one of the Northern United States, possibly.
Sure,
because I can't find beaten bars anywhere. Honestly, I went deep and. The only quote is the cards, a couple cards out there, and that's about it. So there's only 3 known. So who stamped that on the back? You think there'd be more found?
Yep. So it says preworkcards.com has an article. Baz is saying it might be on this or something else. So it'll maybe. Are you familiar with that website? Does that one ring a bell?
Yeah, I know prework cards. Yeah.
Okay.
He writes.
I have something here.
Okay,
it's not the hockey, but it's a old Halleck. Well, it's a trade card, is what they call them.
Yep.
It's a little bit predating on this, but it's a George Washington, and they do come. This is probably likely a similar thing. There's blanks of them,
Mm-hmm.
but then there's several different ones you can find out there with different clothing stores and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Peerless Scales did it a lot with the little mini cards. Like I had the John Waynes. They had like J.C. Penney and Rexall stores and all
Right.
different kinds of advertising on the backs of those. On those particular ones, have you found anything else with an association to another candy shop,
Never.
or
No.
so
It's the
it's
only
only
one.
been those?
Yeah. And to not find Beaten bars, and I did a Canada-wide search, trademark, newspapers, various newspapers. I went pretty deep, and nothing. Not even Beaten's. Like it's just chocolate or whatever. It's just nothing.
You know what we needed, Bobby, and we don't have it anymore? The
What's that?
PWCC
Oh my
auction.
God! Yeah.
Look, we got pretty good mileage out of it that one time. We actually
Yeah.
got pretty good mileage out of it. It'd be nice to have, at least to give it a shot. Why not?
All that information is lost, I guess now, eh?
I think they dumped it. Yeah, unfortunately.
Man, that was good.
Uh,
Well, we got in when we needed to, I guess. But
Just
this
like
is
play balls
just
with
one of those
stamps.
issues that I was, writing about, and I know pre-war does call them, overprint. I just call it the stamp because people don't know what overprint really is, and we keep it simple.
Sure.
We don't want to. What's an overprint? If you talk to somebody and they go, I don't know, you're printing over it. Why don't you just call it stamp, man?
No, that's fair enough. I'm with you.
Pretty simple. But I don't know what he says in his that would really. He says he doesn't even know. Pre-war. You think he's the only one who sort of wrote about them. Trading card database and pre-war. They only get two guys who wrote about them, but they just wrote about their existence. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. I think that somewhere, it's what we've talked about before. If it was a baseball card, we'd probably have a ton of scholarship on it. It's very difficult to get a ton because a lot of people don't really do too much digging into it. Yeah, Bob's saying his article doesn't say he doesn't know either. Yeah, which it jives. It kind of makes sense with what you're saying. Like I said, it'd be nice to have that auction history to be able to take a stab if somebody had accidentally written it down at some point and thrown it on there. It would have
some
been
weird
nice.
stuff happens every once in a while. It's not like there was a group found of them with all the stamps on the back, which is very interesting. Like honestly, there's a lot. That second year is actually harder to find than the first year. Like, are they prevalent out there? There's maybe a dozen on eBay if you're lucky at any given time.
I getcha.
So they're not out there a lot. Now, how many have we found? I think 3 so far. And that's pretty rare. Pretty rare.
I agree.
That we'd only have 3. When Bert Corbeau's, there's 5. Like,
Yeah.
okay, we're really tipping the scales here. But
So what you're saying is where Kobo is for peasants.
it is. Sure enough.
Just common.
But that was the thing in the 20s is everybody, even the 30s. I just did the article for the Canadian chewing gum, and they had the little letters on the bottom. If you collected all the letters, you could spell 5 teams. Well, you needed 145 of them. Like honestly, the game that you could win, a hockey game, was $1 in the stores at that time. So just bypass that and just go buy the game. You don't have to buy 100 and 200, 300 packs. You can save yourself the money. Anyways, that was the time. It was the 20s and the 30s, mostly the 20s that they short printed a lot of things. It was sort of the norm. If we're going to give a prize out, let's limit it. And I think there was some law that was brought in after that, but I can't be too sure about that.
Makes sense. I get it. Sounds good.
Bobby, was that Jack Adams card the same Jack Adams they named the Adams division after?
You got it.
Yep, it is. Yep.
Quick,
Yes,
famous
sir.
guy.
A lot of those folks around that time period were the ones they named a bunch of that stuff after.
Half the set, 1/3 of the set is like Hall of Famers, anyways.
That's right.
So,
Yep.
it's only 40 cards or 60 cards. So, yeah. So I think it's a small little. It couldn't even just be a very small town thing. And Beaton's Bars was, Beaton's chocolate tier or something like that. And then they just did this little promo because there's only 3.
Yep.
So, could have been in Nunavut or somewhere.
Oh, good Lord, Nunavut. Going for the reference, huh? Northwest
had to go.
Territories, Bobby. Northwest Territories. Come on.
It could
At the
be.
time, it would have been Northwest Territories.
Yep. But they obviously had national distribution of the regular cards, right?
I get it. Yep.
So this is going on during this. So they're replacing what they did before with the offering. And they're saying, hey, we'll continue with the offering. We'll give you a box of bars if you keep buying these chocolate bars. So interesting.
Makes sense.
Anyway,
Makes sense.
these are the things that I always like to write about, but I always like to hear other people's theories.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Thanks, guys.
So let me give let me throw this one, Eric. I'm gonna throw this one into your wheelhouse. I've been saving this one tonight. I wanted to make sure to find the right time, so I think now is a good time. And by the way, Bob, for Staven and Facebook Art Curmudgeon, check out. It says Bob there. Put name your player a team. So he's trying to give you an opportunity to include some info in there. So feel free to throw that in the chat. Now, let's quickly talk about a Brett Favre card. But there's a specific reason I want to do it. It's out of my price range already. Anyway, that's not the point. I want to have a little fun with it though. It's a golden card, and we'll have a little bit of fun with this one. And in the meantime, if anything you guys want to chat about, just put it in the chat and we can talk about it. All right. So this is in a golden auction right now. So it's got about a day left. So it's going to end pretty soon. So right now it's sitting at $3,000, $3,600 with a buyer's premium. It's some good old Panini Flawless. Great. It's a booklet card. Fine. It's an autograph shield. It's a BGS 9 with, a BGS Mint 9 with a 10 autograph. Okay, cool. Let's have ourselves a look at the little holder, shall we? Eric. Come on.
This company is just so, I was about to swear. It's just so ridiculous.
Come on, aren't you loving it? And look, it's a nice card, positioned crookedly, inside of a gigantic holder.
And it's just unbelievable. This company gave up, man. We have a stock.
Bob, don't you love this holder? Come on, Bob, don't you love this holder? Isn't it the greatest? Look at that beautiful spacing around it. Like, you got the Favre card in the middle, and you got, like, space above, space to left and right, space below.
And people think I'm joking when I say how much I hate this company and how much it's let us down. It's just another perfect example. I mean, they don't care anymore. They're like, we're resting on our laurels. We're Beckett. People are going to continue to send us millions of dollars a year, and it doesn't matter what we do. We don't have to try. I mean, why in the world would you do that? Why would that card go into an 8.5 by 11 holder? It's just ridiculous.
Yep. I just thought you would appreciate this, Eric. I just wanted us to bask in the glory of it. So I know Bob is looking into the comments here. So Baz said Golden State. Great. Appreciate that. Good stuff. Paul says Northwest Territories are beautiful this time of year, allegedly. Yes. Paul is very north. Very north. You also have to consider the era where monies were premium. The Great Depression had a lot of prize catches. Yes, absolutely. That wasn't the early 20s, though. That still wasn't the roaring 20s. It was the latter part of the decade that definitely cooled off. Is the slap around a Ziploc bag? It feels like it. Here's the thing. On top of everything else, okay, forget all the rest of it. It's bad. It's all bad, just to be clear. Part of the reason I thought it was funny is because it's bad. On top of it, it looks like it's in a bag. It actually looks like there's a bag inside the holder surrounding the top and the bottom. Like, it's actually horrific. I would almost pay less because of this stupid holder. Like, it's actually really bad. And here's the back of it, just so that we're all on the same page. It's pretty brutal. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's pretty bad.
No.
By the way, it's a 1 of 1. Just to be clear, it's a 1 of 1. It's a 1 of 1 patch card. Like, it's actually a really nice card. It is. It's a nice card.
Absolutely. I'm just listen. I'll say this once and for all. If anyone out there is listening that cares, if you send 1 penny to this company, you're encouraging them to continue to do this to us. Stop supporting these people. They don't care about us. They don't care about the hobby. They gave up. They just don't care.
Yep, I think that's fair. Sorry, I have to switch over there. Right. Take care of that. I managed it now. It should be all right. Cool. But yeah, that slab was kind of ridiculous, unfortunately, but it is what it is. You got to deal with it. But it just made me laugh that at the Golden auction, I'll be honest, like, I want to put it back on the screen one more time. I had to take care of that in the chat, but hopefully that's been taken care of. But I do want to make like a serious point here for just a second, just to be transparent with everybody. There we go. I've been using the wrong thing anyway, so it'd be better to do it this way. Okay, in all seriousness, Golden is selling this, right? And they want to make money out of it. And right now, as it stands, it's a Favre 1 of 1 with a game used piece. This is game used, so this is that got going for it. It's $3,000, $3,600 with the buyer's premium. Okay, that's not like nothing, but just to be clear, like if you're a buyer and I want to get an honest opinion on this. Bubbles, if you were in the market for this, if you were a Favre fan, and this was something you want, this is a 1 of 1 Favre on-card autograph, game used memorabilia piece. It's actually a nice piece. It's on Golden, but it's in this monstrosity. If you're Golden, do you not like, hey, can we put it in a different holder? This is lame.
I honestly, on something
Presentation
like
wise, this does no favors to it. It's not good.
I would. So one, you're going to pay more in shipping as well. I personally, unless it condones something that large, I would actually ask them if there was any way they could crack it out and put it in a one touch, in a booklet one touch. This that would present better than that. And that card's a 1-of-1. It doesn't need, I know people grade 1-of-1s, but to me, a 1-of-1 and the numerical grade on it, it is what it is, right? You don't a 9. You're not going to find another one out there in a 9.5. So what good does the 9 really do it? I would ask them to just crack it out, and if they wouldn't, I would crack it out. So
with the sledgehammer?
Well, I suppose, look, if we want to be generous about this, you do have some flexibility given the nature of this slab. You've got lots of room to work around it. You can get the jaws of life in here and probably extricate the card without damaging the card.
Yeah,
got a lot of room to work, buddy.
That would be one you definitely would not do with your normal cutting, or at least the process I do with the cutting tools, because there's too much surface there that could bust and damage the card there. So you would want to cut that out probably with some sort of random cutting instrument.
Yep. So, Bob, I think you got the responses. So you obviously got the response from Baz, and Basketball says I mainly collect Ray Allen. There you go.
Oh, sweet.
Yep. So good stuff. So now you know. Golden State and Ray Allen, respectively, I think.
You said Baz was, Baz was Golden State and...
Yep, right here, Bob. So Baz is Golden State, right there, Golden State. And then Staven over here, Basketball, I collect Ray Allen. So there you go. And thanks again from both.
Perfect.
Yep. So just so you're covered. Also, Baz blesses you. Bless you. Watch out when mix the chemicals with the still liquor. You could light your Shaq jersey and crocheted hair on fire. Facts. That slab could be under Canadian Tire in winter and freed up from stuck from the muddy snow. True.
Yeah.
You can run over each side with no damage. Correct for Factor Jones. Correct.
I
saved it just for Eric. I knew that I needed a moment to share it with everybody, but I just knew that Eric would appreciate it. I saw it and I was like, all right, this is Favre. But it's also really stupid, and Golden should not try to sell it in that condition. Please just take it out of that holder. It's terrible.
If you don't realize that they don't care about us now, I don't know what else we could show you or try to explain to you. This is the worst company in the market because they don't care about us. Tag cares about us more.
Whoa. Settle down. Dang.
Okay? They're working.
Bubbles, get some ties. We need to restrain this man. He's losing his mind.
Who do you think is working harder?
Loosen the hat up.
I need you to loosen that hat. I need you to slowly step away from the cocaine. Slowly.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug, man.
It really is. That slab is blowing Eric's mind. It really is. It's driving him to a dark Bob Lewis. That slab took Eric to a dark place. A very dark place.
Who do you think's working harder tonight? The executives at Beckett or the executives at Tag?
Oh, I think that's a push. That's a push. I don't think you understand.
Wait.
That is a push.
Wait though. So where's Tag located?
California.
Okay. So the comment they posted on my video was 18 hours ago.
Yes.
I believe it was. I think when I woke up I think it was 3 a.m. is what I calculated it as or something like that. So maybe midnight is when whoever runs the Tag YouTube channel decided to find my video and write a college-sized essay on it. So that's pretty impressive. He might be right. Those executives might be working more.
That's not an executive that wrote that. Come on now. That was an
You don't know
intern.
who's
That was the
running the
one
YouTube
guy.
channel.
That was the
Fine,
one
the
guy.
One guy. It's just my point is my point. I stand by my point. Beckett doesn't care anymore.
So when you take on your role as vice president of business development at Beckett, after one more episode of the show, and we announce it to everyone, you will care, won't you?
Yes, I will. I'm going to turn that company around. You wait and see.
Are you going to get rid of the stupid slab because it's terrible?
Yeah, I'm going to melt them all.
Well, you're going to have a lot of extra plastic, so at least that from a recycling perspective, that's solid. It's pretty good. So, guys, what I'll do is in the comments section, if there's anything in there particular you want to chat on, we did the Arena Club thing for a little bit. It's too new. It was kind of funny watching the full court press. That was fun. Made fun of Tag, did that. I've met my contractual obligation to make fun of Tag at least once per show. So as long as they continue to exist, I will make fun of them once per show. I've actually over-delivered on my Trout hate tonight. Got in my Tom Brady jokes. Got that in. Pretty good. Solid. But yeah. No, if there's anything else that you guys want to chat on about, we can do that. So feel free to put that in the chat. Otherwise, we'll kind of go along from here. There's a couple of cards that I'm happy to show off, but it's one of those things we'll find the right time for it. Bob says, any thoughts on the AEW backstage fracas? Yes. I will tell you now, but I'll also tell you if you want to check out something. I have never promoted the channel here because there's no point in me doing it, because at the time we were trying to figure out a format for it. But there is a YouTube channel called The Unnecessary Nonsense Podcast. It was something I did with a buddy of mine for a while, and to be honest, it wasn't what I wanted it to be, so I saw no reason to promote it. Right now, he's taking a break from it because he doesn't have time to commit to it, which is fair. But I figured the channel's already there, so now I am doing videos on it where I'll talk about some of the AEW stuff. So I've actually been doing the videos this past week and talked about it, but I'll give you my thoughts as well. Bob Lewis is personally responsible for all of that fracas in AEW, as he is responsible for all things, including the Kennedy assassination.
You guys are all of a sudden really choppy for me.
What's that? No, Bob, you're very choppy.
You broke Bob.
He's broken. I'll remove him for now. Anyway, so Bob Lewis is responsible for that. Anyway, short version, I think it was very unprofessional of everybody involved. It was very amusing, like for folks who like the backstage drama. That's fun.
Can we get a 5-cent version?
The 5-cent version is that they did a pay-per-view. Pay-per-view was pretty solid. Some interesting stuff coming out of it potentially. Could have led to some interesting storylines that seemed to be developing. And then they did a media scrum after the fact, which is kind of a thing they like to do. That's been their style of doing it. And in the media scrum, CM Punk, who is kind of infamous for being a malcontent sometimes, apparently got really upset of some stuff that was going on, decided to kind of what's called going into business for yourself, meaning there is the storyline world of professional wrestling we're operating in. There are interpersonal issues that people have, and sometimes you use that for business. So you say, okay, I don't like this guy, so we're going to use it for business. And sometimes you decide just to start lambasting people that have nothing to do with anything you're doing storyline-wise, and just go off on them, to which everybody's kind of just staring at you going like, what does that have to do with what you're doing right now? Because you're not feuding with this person. And he went off on a couple of different people. The reports have been that it resulted in a fight backstage with several of the involved parties that were mentioned, including executive vice presidents of the company who were referenced in that. And as a result, everybody was suspended. The world champion got stripped of the title. New champions that were named during that show also got stripped of the title. And the following show, they had to move on. Not like nothing had happened, but literally everybody was staring at him going, so what are you going to do? It's like, I've suspended everybody. Everybody involved got suspended. And now the company has to go forward. By the way, to bring it into a sports card angle, just for everybody, this is going to be impactful in one way. And I'll say it this way. As part of that, CM Punk also got injured during the pay-per-view. So presumably the theory going around is that he was pissed off already about that. So he was already predisposed, just being like, screw this, scorched earth, and just went off. AEW's product has been delayed. That means the next AEW product that comes out probably will include CM Punk. He may no longer be officially with the company. It has taken so long for this product to come out. The first cards of AEW that CM Punk ever releases may be the last cards that Upper Deck ever releases of CM Punk.
This is his way to get fired to go back to WWE.
The thing is, even if he gets fired, WWE wouldn't take him. Because he was even more incendiary to WWE. One of the WWE trainers literally sued him. They had a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. And he hates the guy who runs the company now. That isn't to say it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely.
So here comes
I did try to incorporate a sports card angle, by the way. I'm saying for Billy Cilio from Upper Deck, this is bad for them. because
Could
he's
this-
one of their feature players in this upcoming series. That's not good. He's not going to be on TV.
Could that bring up a situation where if the product is released after all of it goes down one way or the other, contractually he could say, "Look, I shouldn't have even been in the product," and cause Upper Deck issues if they include him in the product?
If he himself wanted to do it, the thing is he gets paid for being a participant in it. So it's one of those things. Like personally, he has no reason to want to be out of the product. From as an individual, like he was getting paid WWE residuals after they terminated his contract because every time they used him in something, they had to pay residuals. So they still had to cut him a check. So why would the guy be like, "Yeah, I hate money"?
I didn't know, like, because I
Yeah.
don't follow it, so that's why I was asking, like, if
Yeah.
it's a bad blood situation where the axe got chopped and then, or he left and didn't want to be associated with it anymore, and then they put his image out into that product, you
Yeah.
know. I understand originally the contract would have money involved. I didn't know full details of
Yeah.
what was going down there. So
Yeah, professional wrestlers, if nothing else, there's one thing professional wrestlers like. It's money. It's one of those things where like professional wrestlers like money. CM Punk is a hothead. Like he has been historically a hothead. He got very angry with WWE and walked out, which was his prerogative. He wasn't happy with the way things were going. But he did it in such a way where it guaranteed that, eventually they were going to release him, and they did. Again, to Eric's point, that doesn't mean they could never do business again, but there would be some discussions that would have to happen first. And he was getting paid a lot of money from AEW to do business. So it's one of those deals like, okay, so if you go to WWE, what are they going to use you for? There's going to be notoriety, yes, but apparently he injured himself, and it's going to be months of rehabilitation. So he's damaged goods right now. They can't even use him for a while. So it's one of those
he's
things.
Mike Trout of wrestling.
I would argue CM Punk accomplished more in his genre than Mike Trout has. Just saying. Okay, so real quick. The problem Beckham no longer has collectors in the thoughts clearly made with the new CEO's background is tech and not the hobby. That's fair, Refractor Jones. That's fair. I like Baz's comment.
To touch on that, though...
Hold on. Before you do, let me quickly answer this one, and then yes, we can. So you're telling me you believe a media-planted story of a wrestling outlet. Professional wrestling likes to operate on that line, yes. There is literally nothing beneficial for them to do to plant this specific story because it makes the owner look like a incompetent moron. Normally, if you're going to do it, you do it in such a way where then you run it into a story where it's like, oh, this person is being a vigilante. This person is, defying the boss, so to speak. That's what you do when you want to make money out of it. Yes, correct. In this case, Tony Khan, who owns that company and runs that company, was made to look like a ineffectual tool. In what way does that help your business? It does not. It's short run or long run. Like, it actually doesn't help your business. And you've got business partners, again, like Upper Deck. Upper Deck just lost money. Because CM Punk would be one of the... Whatever the box design was, CM Punk would have been one of those guys on the box. In one way or the other, right now, the audience is not a big fan of him, so it's not going to be a selling point to put him on the box. So if Upper Deck has to adjust their box because of this, that costs them money. Or they put him on there and he's not a draw at all for them. That's going to cost them money. And additional cards down the road here. Again, I'm just using the sports card angle for this, but there's also business partners who are part of this too. He helped them draw higher ratings, so he's not going to be on TV for a while. In what way does that benefit you? Oh yeah, we're doing a fake storyline. Great. A fake storyline where you take a person who's a draw off TV to try to help your business? That seems like a bad way of going about it. A lot of people are very dubious because in professional wrestling you say, oh, you're just making this up for a story. It's like, the problem is the story has to help your business, not hurt your business. If you're hurting your business, it's a terrible story. You need to stop the story and move on to a different story. That's usually how you go. So go ahead, Bubbles. About the
I was just going to
Beckett.
touch on his comment about
Yeah,
the Beckett slap thing and being the new CEO.
Yeah, go
I've
ahead.
actually, you don't see them often, but I've actually seen those slabs like that for several years. I've seen them up at the Chantilly show several times, and it's, for whatever reason, it's what they use for those booklet cards.
Yeah.
They're massive, but I have seen those. This isn't on the new CEO. They've used those for a while.
No, for sure. Look, in Refractor's comment it says, that's what's really made with the new CEO's background is tech and not the hobby. It's not specifically the slab. It's the fact that the new CEO is a technology guy and not a guy with a background in the hobby. which is the
Yep.
point. Which is the point in that comment, which is factual. It has nothing to do with the slab. Forget about the slab. The new guy literally had no background in the hobby prior to being hired. He didn't know anything about the hobby. He's not a collector. He's never done anything by his own admission. He was an Amazon guy. He's literally done technology. That's his job. That's what he does. He's figuring out the hobby now as he's going.
Maybe when the owner of the company gets out of prison, he can turn Beckett around.
But the prison owner is the one who hired you. Are you saying that was a poor decision on his part?
He clearly makes a lot of poor decisions. He's in prison.
Fair. Yeah. So good. I wanted to make sure I got Refractor's comment interpreted correctly. Steven here. Thoughts on new MLB rules? So, Bobbles, this one's a good one for you. Base is being made 3 inches bigger to give players more room to work. 50-second pitch clock that goes to 20 with runners on base, and shit being significantly limited. So I'm a little different than you. I know you had a little fun on the Discord. I was watching you guys. I just kind of let you do your thing. I was just kind of watching with amusement. I was just sitting there. My thing is, I really don't care about any of these changes. Not that I'm against them. I don't care. I'm good with the pitch clock, sure. I'm good with the bases, don't really care. And the shift being significantly limited, yeah, it changes the strategy, but the players have clearly shown they refuse to adapt their strategy. So I'm like, whatever, sure. I don't care. It makes no difference to me.
So my thoughts are actually kind of simple on it. The bases I think is fine.
Yep.
We did have a discussion about how it could play into stolen bases happening because it adds like or it takes away like 13 and a half inches between the base paths. And then obviously there's a new rule that hasn't really been talked about, but pitchers can only throw over twice to try to pick a runner off. If they attempt the third time and they're unsuccessful, the runner gets the base. So that's a bit interesting for strategy on base runners. The pitch clock, I've been to minor league games. They've had the pitch clock there for a while. I didn't really notice anything different. I mean,
I don't think in the minors is where you got the problem. I think
Yeah.
honestly, I think in the major league level, some pitchers do take their sweet ass time. It's
Well-
one of those things that I don't think it hurts in any way for them to have a pitch clock.
I think it actually isn't just for the pitchers either. I mean, let's be real. The batters stay out of the box adjusting every piece of equipment they have on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's something in the pitch clock rule where if you're not in the batter's box, they have the right to throw the ball. If you're
Yeah,
not there to hit
which
it,
is
that's
good,
on you.
which is
So,
good. I'm in
yeah,
favor of that.
it speeds up both sides. The shift I don't like. I think you're taking away strategy and defensive analytics. Is kind of like what I said, that would be like the NFL saying you can't blitz the quarterback or you can't play prevent defense, I
To be
think
fair, not playing prevent defense might make the game better because teams suck at prevent defense.
well, I'm just, you know what I'm saying. You're telling a defense that they can't do something.
Well, to be
And
fair,
it's not-
Bobbles, the NFL has done that. They said you can't hit the quarterback. It's called we can't hit Tom Brady because he's precious.
Yeah, that's one out of, 32 teams, but
Though that's every quarterback. To be fair, I make fun of Tom Brady. The quarterbacks cannot be touched. The NFL's already been doing that for years now.
and that's
It's been
that's
bad.
why I don't particularly like the rule. I also did some numbers, some math there. They've done tests on it and everything and figured out that over a 162 game season, there's approximately 575 outs that would have turned into a potential hit without the shift. Well, if you take those 575 outs, I don't even remember what the number was, but it was several thousand outs across of a season, and it comes out to like a ratio of less than 1%. And my thing is, when I played Little League Baseball, one of the first things they taught us in the batter's box was how to directional hit. You swing level, but they teach you how to hit the ball. I mean, you're now saying, well, because you can only hit the right field, you can only hit to, between first and second base, poor you. Well, you shouldn't be in the big leagues. I
It's
mean,
a big giant hole. Hit it in the
right.
hole.
Yeah, I mean, half the time, if you practiced it instead of worrying about just hitting the ball over the fence, you could bunt the damn ball down third baseline and get a double out of it because there's nobody over there. So I think they're rewarding, and I get it. They need attention, and people don't like outs. They want hits. So I get they're trying to cater to make the game exciting, but I'll also be honest, it's part of the reason I've lost interest in the NFL and in the NBA because I like sports as competition, not as entertainment. If I want entertainment, I'll watch a Carlos video or I'll go pop a movie on or something like that. Sports are athletes and should be a competitive nature. So,
Well, I'll have you know, sir, that in a lot of my videos, there are several of the folks in the YouTubes and Mike Trout and Tom Brady who are defensively. There's a lot of sport being involved. They're like barbs. Ugh, ugh. It's like I've been very impressed. They've been trying to avoid a lot of those barbs. They get hit with a lot of them. To be fair, they might have to ban the shift on some of my shots.
Bubbles, I agree with you entirely with everything you said. I can't imagine professional athletes saying it's not fair that you put two guys over there so I can't hit the ball there. I mean, because the what I heard on the radio on sports radio today is that the union reps for the players voted against everything that that they presented, with the you know the 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 pitch count, the players having to stand in the dirt and not like the infielders can't be on the outfield grass, so you can't back up and then like come in to make the play. You
yeah.
have to be in the dirt. If you touch grass, that's an out. The players voted unanimously against.
Words are hard, Eric. I see.
at,
Words
at
are hard.
11:36. Words are hard.
Mm.
So
Dyslexia is a very horrible disease. I've been a person who helps people through that, and I'm sure that I can guide you in the proper direction.
it's very dab.
Yes.
Mm.
It's very dab.
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
Red Rum.
Did you have anything else you wanted to say, Eric?
Just I just banning the shift is ridiculous. It's I agree with every single thing that Bauble said. I think it just
Yeah, I mean,
I think it just makes baseball look ridiculous.
it's not like they're saying, hey, we're banning an extra guy on the field or something like that. It's the same people on the field, just in different spots. Outfielders shift, in the outfield based upon a right hand or a left hand hitter and what analytics tell, where do their fly balls go? Is this only infield shifts that are being banned? I mean, I don't know. I think they're softening the game a bit. Right there. The clock and the bases. I'm not worried about that. I know the bases, even though more steals are going to happen. I think that's a safety thing. I'm all for trying to improve safety. The clock, I get that's to create a flow of the game. The shift, I think it's ridiculous.
They're gonna stop putting marks on all the positions, and the players aren't allowed to leave the mark until the ball's hit.
Yeah,
That's what,
they'll have to, instead of just foul lines, they're going to have to give them little squares that they have to stand in.
yeah.
You know, seventh inning, they got to go out and reline the dirt.
Yeah. There's a reason that sport is dying, and I don't know how to save it. I mean, I don't have any suggestions. I definitely think the pitch clock and less commercial timeouts.
Well, this is where Carlisle's comment here. So two things. So Bob Jackson said the shift is a byproduct of three outcome baseball, which is true. Three outcome baseball is boring as shit, which it is. Now, same thing. The greatest deterrent to long games in baseball is a television commercial, which has been my point for a long time. But that's the one thing they will never remove because that's money. So you're not getting rid of that. So, this is not a joke. As opposed to us guesstimating, I can state fairly accurately that all you have to do is count up the amount of time of the average commercial break, do a little bit of math, that's easy, and then do how many average commercial breaks you've got in a regular game. Every time you do a pitching change, it's a commercial break. Every time you do certain specific plays, it's a commercial break. So, how many commercial breaks you got? What's the average commercial break time? Just removing the commercial breaks, how much time did you take off? That's not 1 or 2 minutes. It's 1 or 2 minutes each commercial break, more like 2 to 3. So you're taking off 20 minutes, 30 minutes per game on average. On average.
That's something I brought up like when I was talking to you guys a while back about when I started watching hockey. I noticed, sure, there's two intermissions in
Yeah.
hockey, but they are small. 12 minutes or something like that.
20.
Are they 20? Okay, I'm a new fan. Forgive me.
Okay.
But there's two intermissions there. That's when they get out all their advertising, the commercials and stuff. You very rarely see a commercial in hockey, and if they do, it's while the action's going, and they'll put it like a little picture-in-picture thing, so you can still watch the game, even though they're getting their commercial in there. So that the game is fun to watch. You watch NFL, they punt the ball, commercial. The
Sure.
guy gets waves his hand in the air and does a fair catch. Okay, commercial.
Yeah.
They go out, run 3 plays. Oh, it's 4th down. We got to punt again. Commercial.
That's what I
You
mean.
talk about boring. I mean,
Well, like the thing is, like football is a very popular sport, but let's be clear about this: the amount of action is a
It's
million
limited.
stops. It's a million stops. Yeah. So that's why I say, like, look, kind of what Eric said a moment ago. There is nothing you can do to save baseball from itself at this point. That die is cast. Forget about everything else. Less people play the game now. A generation from now, it won't be played. By the way, to be blunt, a generation from now, football may be barely played. Both are trending in a direction they don't want to acknowledge it, but in a generation, let's talk. After enough concussions happen, that a lot of parents are like, yeah, screw it, you're not doing that. You can go play soccer, you can go play this other stuff, and that'd be fine. The soccer players make a lot of money.
On that point, we had a kid come into the shop today, and we were talking to him, and he says he likes to play football, and
Football.
so someone started asking him about it, and he says, "No, my mother only lets me play flag football." They have
Yeah.
a flag football league now for kids
Yeah.
because the parents won't let them play regular football,
and it's very popular now.
and
But-
so I don't know, I mean, throw out a number, 25, 30, 40, 50 years, is the NFL going to be a flag football league?
You
So
won't have to worry about that.
I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think.
Neither will you.
I don't think 20 years. I don't think 20 years of being played. Like I said, I think the next several years will be very interesting. The current crop is the current crop, and there's enough collegiate players to field the NFL. But the average quality, the elite athletes are the elite athletes. But what if you could play a sport, make a lot of money, not necessarily take the hits? Like if you're an elite level athlete, you can play a bunch of sports. Like it's like your skills are transferable. You don't have to play the baseball worked for many years because once the color barrier was broken, black players had a great opportunity to get out of maybe whatever situation they were in and play a game. And then basketball took off and money took off, and they're like, okay, so which would you rather do? You'd rather spend years in the minor leagues toiling away potentially, or out of college, maybe a year out of college, you could play basketball in the NBA and make a lot of money. That's a toughie. Let me think about that one for a minute. It's common sense. It's not like they said, "Oh, baseball sucks." No, it's like, okay, so I could spend years in the minors and do all. Kyler Murray was drafted by the Oakland A's and went to the NFL. Why? Because he can make money in the NFL now. He doesn't spend. You have to spend years playing for the Oakland A's. The baseball system requires you to work through some of these levels, unless you're so good that they need to push you to the major league level right away. But then the clock starts on you for arbitration. The clock starts on you for free agency. The clock starts on you. So they're incentivized to keep you down unless you're so good they need you now.
There was a
It's a different
player
system.
in the '90s that played for the Chicago White Sox minor league team, and he was toiling in the minors, and then finally he went to the NBA and won 3 more championships.
But that's just the way. But like, I'm being very practical about this. I'm saying think about this. And I'll quickly touch on the NFL thing in 2 seconds. So I'll read a couple of these comments here. TG philosophy to hitting, take what they give you. So Tony Gwynn, spur the field, yeah, and that's good hitting.
Because he was the greatest modern day hitter after Ted Williams.
Perfector is very, very familiar with Tony Gwynn.
Yeah. Is your required
very
Vintage middle light
familiar
commercial between innings? Football is awful
Yeah,
to
they
watch
should.
on TV. So many stops and starts with the commercial. And here's the thing. To be clear, football is the most popular sport in terms of viewership and watching. but it's also got fantasy. It's also got gambling. If we didn't have a fantasy and gambling, would you be getting as many people to watch? Question mark?
Nope.
No, the answer's no. Just spoiler, no. The answer's no.
So
same.
I touched on it a little bit earlier about the TCG stuff, and it's been really alarming. And I may wind up doing a video on it. I don't know, but we can talk about it here too.
Sure.
But I noticed over the past like year, I think it was May 2021, the first time GemRate posted any kind of data, and at that time, TCG for PSA was 90,000 cards for the month.
Mhm.
If you go look at PSA's data today, it's nearly 3x what it was in May 2021. Then I started looking at all the different categories, and obviously he breaks it down: baseball, basketball, football, everything.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of people talking crap about baseball, but it's actually the highest sport that's being graded currently. But if you took football and everything else outside of basketball and baseball and combined it together, I think it was last month, TCG still had 25,000 cards graded more than everything aside from baseball and basketball. That is massive growth in a very short period of time.
Mhm.
And people could argue, well, that was the rush to PSA because, the change in price and all this. But if you look at CSG/CGC, it's the top of their list. CGC dominates over CSG. You look at Beckett, it's leading in Beckett's grading as well over all of the sports. So obviously TCG has grown massively over the past year and a half. But then I also have kids 17 and 22. My kids don't care about sports.
Yeah.
But my son can tell you about Yu-Gi-Oh! He can tell you about Magic the Gathering. He can tell you about Pokemon.
Yep.
You look at the timeline there, and Carlos, brought it up earlier. Or actually, Eric did, I think.
Don't
But
give Eric
whoever
credit.
was
He
talking
said nothing.
about
He said nothing. Go on.
whoever was talking about as the elderly start passing on,
Well, Eric
their
was the
kids,
one who was trying to kill people off. It was terrible.
well, they're gonna, their kids are gonna find their stuff, and how many of them are gonna keep it? Like, stuff's just gonna start getting tossed because they don't have the interest in sports anymore. They don't have the interest, and I don't just associate it with Pokemon or Magic the Gathering or whatever, but you have to remember when video games came out and when they got really popular was mostly in the 90s, and it's pushed on. Kids are playing Fortnite today instead of going out playing football, right?
Mhm.
We would play backyard football. We'd go to the whatever local basketball court or hang a rim up in our yard, go out and shoot hoops, wear the grass out till we got yelled at, right? Kids today are sitting inside playing Madden or MLB The Show or Fortnite or Call of Duty. They're not outside playing sports. It's sad, but it's going to start shrinking. You can have athletes to fill teams, but the attendance is going to start getting rough outside of what Carlos alluded to, the gambling aspect.
Yeah.
I think that's what's pushing cards right now, really.
Yeah, I think, and that's the reason why that's the reason why my point for a while has been like, a lot of the collectors a lot of collectors want to say like, oh, we should take the money out of it. Cool, then take 75% of the people in the hobby out of it, because the money will drop off, which is fine. Like, from a collector perspective, if you're cool with that, that's fine, and I'm fine with it, because at the end of the day, that I don't care. It's not a line item on my assets that I worry about. But there's a bunch of people who are quote unquote collectors who would freak out if their collection suddenly dropped 75% of their value. They would lose their minds. They'd be ready to jump off a building. And I'd be like, well, that sucks for you, buddy. But so then you need the speculation in order to maintain the values that you got, because the money has to matter for that to even be a thing. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. If it really doesn't matter, that's why I said I poked fun at Ziggy's thing. It's like, we don't need to have a standard. The individual third-party graders can have their own standard. It doesn't matter what the standard is. Bobby made the correct statement. There is no standard, because there can never be a standard. Because what does excellent mean? We have to make it
and
up.
it's different
What does that mean?
across all of them.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even if we use the existing terminology of today, what does excellent mean? Well, it's less than near mint. Cool. What does that mean? What is near mint versus mint? What is mint versus gem mint? What does that mean?
Well,
I can theoretically conceive of a perfect card with no flaws. That's the top end. I can think of a dog shit beat up card. That's the bottom end. In between, how do you measure the magnitude? It's like the Richter scale on an earthquake. Every number you go up, it's a factor of 10. It's a big increase. So is one flaw knock you all the way from a 10 to a 9 or a 10 to an 8.5? Make it up.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I get it, and I guess I agree. But the other part is just use the English language. Mint has a definition. Pristine has a definition. These are words. They have meaning.
Yes, but mint does not mean anything in the hobby nomenclature until we made it mean something. Mint is a flavor. I can get mint ice cream.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, but what does that mean as far as the hobby?
It means
Bobby,
it's delicious.
from the history perspective, what does the word mint have to do with the hobby? Prior to when it became associated with grading, like what does mint mean?
Nothing prior to that. Nothing really. And
exactly.
even the other guys who did say
Yeah.
it was mint, it just meant it was a perfect card. That's it.
That's the shit.
With
Exactly.
flaws, without flaws.
Yes.
All the guys who try to sell you cards, it's like, y'all, they're mint. It's like, yeah.
But that's
Sure.
but at some point somebody used this verbiage and somebody stared at them like they were an idiot, and then down the road it became used after a while, and it was there you go.
So if we were to look it up, what would the definition of mint be? So I mean, you can't argue with the English language. You know what I mean? Of course you can. But if we all agree that mint, if Webster's dictionary says this is what it's a definition, and pristine means this.
All right, hold on, Webster's dictionary, boy. I've hit the Google.
Go to Oxford.
We're gonna do it.
Go to
No,
Oxford. I like the old English.
I am in Merriam-Webster. You've asked for it. You got it. All right, mint. Any of a family of, let me see, synonym of aromatic plants. Mint plant.
Yes.
Second one, a confection flavored with mint. That is the end of your definitions for mint. Afterwards, if you want to use a different version of mint, a mint, a place where coins, metals, or tokens are made.
I was waiting for that one. Yeah.
A place where something is manufactured, a mint. A vast summer amount, worth a mint. Verb, to make coins or money out of metal. Create, produce, to cause or attain an indicated status. Newly minted doctors. And final one, unmarred if fresh from a mint. In mint condition, but that is from the source. That is the last definition that Merriam-Webster has. And it's a stretch for the hobby.
Right. From a mint. Like it came directly from the...
That wasn't what they were shooting for.
Right.
It was it was like we have to stretch that one. That was the fourth definition. We had to reach for that one. Okay, so I've actually got a very special thing. Bob asked earlier if it was all right, and I said yes. So tonight we get a cameo. So we get Bob Lewis and wife of Bob Lewis.
Oh.
Good evening, Bob Lewis and
Hey,
Miss
she
Lewis.
didn't believe me that I had real friends, so I had to put them on.
Friendship might be a stretch, but accepting people who accept, yes, I think that's reasonable.
Christine, my wife and better half.
Good evening, Christine. How are you?
Hi, Christine.
These are the fellas from Friday night. We're going to do I just proposed this, a way to incorporate the wife into the hobby. I have 2 packs of the UFC inaugural edition from Don Russ this year, but I have no idea who anybody is. So you guys will have to determine who wins.
They're having a pack battle. They're going to have a spousal pack battle, and the people will decide who the winner is.
Christine, blink twice if you're being held against your will.
Blink 4 times.
I just hey, can we make one roll before he opens?
All right, one rule, Bubbles. What do you got?
One rule before either of them open. They have to pronounce and say every name. Because from one thing I've figured out from submitting UFC,
just because people put you through this pain, Bubbles, doesn't mean everyone has to suffer.
From what I've learned, the good guys, you cannot pronounce their names.
Is worse than hockey or on par?
Worse, yes, worse.
I would argue.
Hockey,
I would argue a lot of
soccer.
Brazilian names, Bob. You better be up on your Brazilian names. There's a lot of Brazilian.
I'm already in the lead with my first guy, the one guy in probably UFC that I actually know.
All right, go ahead. So right now you are the
My wife
featured
is
people.
Puerto Rican, if I didn't mention that, so she's pretty much like a fighter already. I got Sean O'Malley right off the bat, so.
All right. Sean O'Malley.
Corey Sonhagen.
All right. Gotcha.
All right, we got Marab Devalish Villa.
This is just to make Bobbles happy. This is like great for him.
Oh.
Max Holloway.
Max Holloway, I know, yes. Max Holloway's a pretty solid fighter.
Marina Rodriguez. So we have the ladies in here.
I think I'll be honest, I think it's actually pretty even because Sean O'Malley is a prospect and Max Holloway is a pretty good fighter. So you got two pretty good on both sides.
Juliana Pena.
She was champion recently.
Jorge Masvidal.
Masvidal? Yes, Masvidal, yes. Uh-huh.
So hard to read the names. If they're like in copper, it's like copper on red, right?
Sure, Bob, sure.
Mm-hmm. You can read the back, Bob. The back has the name too, you know.
Not
That's what my 73-year-old dad does. I can't quite do that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Pedro Munhoz.
Okay, gotcha.
Nice accent on that one too.
Yeah.
Gilbert Burns. Very nice name.
Mr. Burns, go
Bob's
on.
picking through his cards.
I know he's trying to be picky. I see this.
Alexander Volkov.
All right.
Ooh.
Aljamain Sterling.
Oh my goodness. This is like wait.
Good luck.
Zabit is his first name. Magomed Sharipov.
Holy cow.
What?
Yes. I didn't make that up.
You win.
Yeah, that's one of the tougher ones. That is one of the tougher ones. I've heard this name, but I can't even attempt to pronounce it.
Oh Lord, that's like how many letters in that name?
Try putting that on a hockey jersey, Eric.
Like 11.
Salta, what was that dude for the Braves? Saltamachia or something like that? Yeah.
Santa Lamachia?
Yeah, that dude took up the whole jersey. Israel Adesanya. He looks tough.
I think he was actually champion recently as well.
I'm grateful for this one after the last one. Rob Font.
Okay.
He sounds whack. Mackenzie Dern.
You gotta show
You gotta show the cards, Bob. At least put the cards on the
Come on,
screen for a
Bob.
moment. Come on.
Oops, there you go. No.
No.
All right,
Show
go
the
on.
winners. Paulo Costa.
Johanna, and then Jed. So it's JEDRZEJCZYK.
No. Don't spell it. Pronounce it. You had to pronounce it.
Jed Rizjikznik.
I think Bob just had a stroke. Did you all see that? I think he just had one.
I smell burning cotton. Yes. Anyways, yes. Good luck.
Leon Edwards.
All right.
Easy.
There you go.
Frankie Edgar. We're getting to the middle of the pack here, where there might be some.
Well, Frankie Edgar. So there are some of these guys that I'm less familiar with because UFC is really loaded up on a lot of fighters. But Frankie Edgar, I'm familiar with. There's a bunch there. Yep.
All right. Jiri Prochazka.
All right.
Jiri Prochazka.
Jiri Prochazka.
I don't know if that's
I really
Italian.
like this girl. I've been following her.
Yep. So there you go. It was Jared Satalamachia. That was the one.
Cody
That's in front.
Garbrandt. Is this the next card for you? Cody Garbrandt.
Cody Garbrandt. Yep.
You would think they would make the names
So you would
easier.
think it would say like their style of fighting as like maybe like a position or something.
Well, they used to, Bob. They actually used to have in the old UFC, the early ones. They used to represent different fighting styles. The problem is now everybody studies Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense anymore to separate it out that way.
I'm really grateful to have pulled this card. Rose Namajunas.
She's
I
actually
like-
really good. She's really good.
She is, and her story is amazing.
She's gonna start a PC ever now. Rated rookie.
All right.
Tracy Cortez.
All right. Tracy Cortez.
Okay.
A rookie. There's got to be better rookies.
Cyril Gain.
Wow. No love for Tracy Cortez. Jeez, Bob. Good Lord. Now she's going to become champion just to spite you. Bob Lewis didn't believe in me.
Then I'll cash in. One of the, how Donos has the
cheapo inserts. This is called Duos. Daniel Cormier and
All right, pronounce it. Do it.
Stipe Miocic.
Stipe Miocic.
You're close.
Stipe Miocic.
Stipe Miocic. He was also a champion. That's why I know. Go
That
ahead.
name's made up. That's not real.
Commentator John.
He will fight you, Eric. He will fight you, and I will record it.
Commentators, wow.
Okay, so who they got there? Sorry, who's the commentator?
John Anik, commentator.
John Anik.
Oh,
And-
John Anik. Okay, yeah. Okay, now I know who you're talking about. Go ahead.
Wow, see you.
All right, Khabib. I know Khabib, but I can't pronounce his last name.
His last name, you're doomed. I know Khabib as well. Good luck with his last name.
Nurmagomedov.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Get Khabib too?
Boom. Look.
I got the Craftsman insert, and you got the what?
All right, so
But
that's
Khabib's
offsetting
last
Khabib's.
name-
That's offsetting Khabib's.
His last name always reminds me of, I don't know if y'all remember that meme or whatever, but the Ermagerd.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's kind of what it looks like.
Remember when
Alright.
Schwarzenegger was hard to say?
Oh my gosh.
We've
look at
passed
this.
those days, Bobby. We've elevated to the next level.
Oh,
I didn't know you had these. These are really cool.
she got a marbles card.
Rose,
All right,
now
what do
of
That's
her-
that's a
of her
good
name.
pull actually. That's not half bad. That's pretty
Mhm.
solid.
I love this so
What's the
much.
Bob? After you should check out the odds. Isn't that an insert? Am I wrong on that?
You know Panini doesn't list odds.
True. That's true.
Forrest Griffin, retro series.
Hey,
Forrest
look.
Griffin is actually a good OG choice for old school
She got the
UFC.
rose. She got the rose hot pack.
This is telling me I need to get back into fighting. This is what this means.
And Bob, on
Oh.
top of it, Crunch Time. That looks a lot like a cereal that you should get behind.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch Time.
I know.
Cereal he should get behind. Easy peasy.
I'm going to say she wins already because she paid
I
for
feel
her
like
pack.
look, Rose Namajunas was really, really
Yeah.
good. I feel like the combination of
If
roses
that's
has
alone,
got.
I win. Yeah.
So, yeah, we're not going to do the back half of this pack. 'Cause
Bob was already looking through and he's like, no.
Yeah, no thanks.
there are so many syllables. And
Okay, so
Okay.
let me pose a question here. I think, like jokes aside, I think with the amount of Rose Namajunas, I really think it's pretty one-sided on that one. Because Rose Namajunas was a multi-time champion in that division, so she was actually a winner many times in that.
I love watching her.
Crunch time.
Bobby
That
had
is
to
like
be
a cereal.
garbage for
Wow.
6 weeks.
Yeah, I like
All
the
right,
Forrest
well-
Griffin OG. I like the Forrest Griffin OG card because he was one of
She's
the
on the
OGs who
show.
got
Was
them.
she on the UFC show?
Ultimate Fighter. Yep.
Ultimate Fighter. All right.
Forrest Griffin was part of the fight that basically set the UFC on its path to get as big as it is now. He was part of that big fight that got them all that promotion early on to really elevate them to the next level. So he wasn't the best fighter in the world, but he was a dude who would go in there and fight wars. So the fans loved him. And that as a fighter, that's all you need. If the fans love you, you got work.
Agreed.
Think if they're wearing a shirt, it's a short print? Could be. Could be. I know Panini does weird short. You'd be surprised. Panini does weird short prints with the images. I made it back for the end. All my milk is safe. Excellent for the update. Thank you, Nate.
Oh, wonderful. Those Cheerios are going to be all ready for you tomorrow morning.
That was
That's
solid, Bob. Not bad. Not bad. Good pack war. Congratulations, Miss Lewis. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think legitimately you did win that pack war. Given
Wait.
what the cards pulled, I think you legitimately won that pack war. Fair and square. We'll give it
No
to you.
problem. Thanks for letting us invade once again. So we'll check out now. Good night.
No
Good night.
worries.
All right.
Appreciate you hanging in. Appreciate you chiming in. And guys, Baz and Steven, you guys know you can reach out to Bob. I think I gave you guys the Instagram. If you need the email as well, I have it and I can put it on there. You guys let me know if you need it and I can provide it to you. Okay?
Christine, thanks for coming on. It was nice meeting you.
Buenas
Nice meeting
noches.
Buenas noches.
We know French up here. I don't know what that is.
Well, I know Espanol. I can handle that one. I'll take care
Yeah,
of
I
that one.
know.
So let's go on here. Did you burn the hot dogs? Valid question, Bob. Valid question. Love it. Cool. All right. So, guys, we can start winding her down here a little bit. Anything else in particular you want to chat on? We've covered the main things. We did talk about the arena thing a little bit. Made fun of tag. Pretty standard stuff. And I made fun of Beckett slabs. Again. Because Lord knows they make it easy. Boy, do they make it easy.
Yep.
So what I can do here, quick thing I'll do. Anybody, and I'll open it up. Does anybody want to show off any recent pickups, any recent cards? I actually started to get some stuff in, so I've got a couple of things that I can show digitally, unfortunately, for the most part. But I've got one card in person. I did get one in. I'll show this one quickly. Bobbles knows this one, familiar with. So we got Jake Ottinger has got his contract from the Stars. So this is the SPX Finite. This is from the UD, I think it's the UD Extended Series. I like this one because there's 3 versions of it. This one is the out of 99. So that is kind of a rookie year Ottinger. So I'm just hanging on to that. And it's got the Rave jersey. People seem to like the Rave jersey, Bobbles.
Yeah, I do. I really like that jersey.
By the way, like I said, there are 3 variants of that. There's the regular version of it. Then there's a second one. The name escapes me. And the third one, I think, is the Spectrum. That's the out of 99. That one's got the little rainbow shine on it. I like it. I'm a fan. I enjoy it for what it is.
I'll give you a book update.
I got a book update. Go ahead. Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, so in November, the cloud service that we use is going out of business.
Yes, that's right. It's true. That is going to change up things a little bit. Yes.
Slows it. Well, it's another week's worth of work for Andy to catch up on and transfer everything over to a new.
Well, like we talked about this, Bobby. It's going to slow it down for at least 2 or 3 more years, right?
At least, yeah.
Yeah. But we can keep charging Eric in the meantime.
Well, yeah, my wife keeps asking what those charges are for, and it's for Bobby's new book. And
there's a lot of charges coming in, though. There's a lot.
Yeah, I see X,
like,
Y, Z, Q.
I'm like, I don't know. She's not happy with me.
I can only imagine. My goodness. Sounds good. So yeah, so that's an update on the book. No, that's fair enough. And I did get the email for that. So yes, unfortunately that's a fact of life when it comes to working on a lot of that stuff where you have to rely on other providers. So it does create a bit of an issue. It is a challenge
for quite some time. So
yeah,
no, we changed over to a new one. So
good. That's good.
But transferring it takes a week's worth of work. So
I think that's fair. Anything interesting recently, Bobbles? Anything catch your eye?
I have something I was going to share, but I didn't bring it up here. I'll actually see if I can. I think
400.
If he
I can
posted
see
it
through the
on
glass on an angle over.
He did. So I didn't bring mine up, but Refractor posted his. If those don't know, something very special happened recently. If you don't know who Mason Forelli is, we were able to submit some cards for him to FGC grading. The cards were done free of charge to Mason. He is a 4-time cancer survivor. He's pediatric cancer survivor. He's the one who pulled the 101 Aaron Judge logo man. He's gotten to meet Aaron Judge, all of that. And he sent Refractor one. I have it. I didn't bring it up yet. The missus probably has it.
Just while you're talking, I'll pull it up here.
Yeah, so those are the slabs and how SGC labeled them.
So there you go.
With the Mason Forelli collection.
Yep. If any of you want to follow him, so that's the Instagram. I was able to pull it up for you guys. So if you want to check that out. And he does have custom made, custom from SGC with the
they are
appropriate
designated
labeling
with his collection. But Topps actually did a Topps Now card with Mason and Aaron Judge.
Yep. Just let me switch over to you and I'll do that.
But,
yep. Give me 1 second. I can do that. Go ahead.
If it'll pick it up on the screen there.
Oh, is it under Refractor Jones? I can grab it. I can grab it from.
Yeah, it's under his. He posted his already on Instagram.
Yep,
My wife has the other one hostage that he sent us. But Mason signed the card, so that's a mail day for me. And he also sent some more cards in to be done. And I don't know what one yet, but I was told he included a Juan Soto. For us to be able to get slabbed with the Mason Forelli collection, so I could keep that in my collection. So,
very nice.
Shout out to Mason. If you listen to the podcast or watch it on YouTube, we have also September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and Mason has a nonprofit charity called Mason's Mission, and I've been including a post in the podcast thing when you're listening to it that has a QR code for his mom's Venmo. This money, even though he's a child suffering 4 times battling cancer, he's trying to raise money for other childhood cancer patients as well as families in need and that sort of thing. So it's called Mason's Mission. Um, so if you go on there, there's a QR code. I'm not telling you, to do so, but every little bit helps with it. Um, so just throwing that out there.
No, that's fair. Thank you for sharing, and I was glad that we were able to pull up some of that stuff there to show it off. So definitely check it
And
out. It's a good cause.
the only other thing I have real quick is obviously the biggest news this week was the Queen passing, and I don't want to dig through my box, but I do have a couple of the 1935 Princess Elizabeth cards, which are her rookie card. But then I have this one, obviously, with the king going to be taking over. This is 82 Brooke Bond,
Okay.
but it's the Princess Diana there with Charles. This isn't his first one. He has some stuff from 53, but I haven't found any of those available. But just a little off the wall thing with the news of the Queen and everything.
I think that's fair. Appreciate that, Bobbles. So that's
What
good.
series of Brooke Bond was that from?
I think it's
Famous?
called Queen Elizabeth I, Queen Elizabeth II, I think is what it's called.
Gotcha. Brooke Bond.
Well,
is
actually,
Latin, and-
yeah, on the back of the set here at the top, it says Queen Elizabeth I and Queen Elizabeth II.
Okay.
So it's like it's a set. I have actually the full set, but it's a timeline of like all the history going on.
Brooke Bond did them from the late 50s up through the 60s and 70s, obviously. Every different, you name it, except sports.
Mm-hmm. Let me grab a couple of comments here real quick. Name says he boiled the water where he burned them. Keep work in progress, buddy.
Name has 7 children, and they're all this thin because he cannot put a meal together for these starving kids.
Just terrible.
Horrible.
This is tragedy. We may have to start a telethon for that.
We're gonna have to.
CC says, Eric, under 2 months of the expo, how's the leg hip?
Oh.
Are you ready to roll around in the Pope Mobile? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. I'm still a little frustrated with the torn tendon, but the hip feels great.
There you go. This question, Gareth Miller. Good evening. When is the VP of Business Development of Tag Grading coming in to show off the product? I put Eric in charge of the booking for that. Unfortunately, Eric thinks he's an asshole, along with Eric Myers, and I have footage to that effect. I will show it. We're already kind of late in this episode, but in a future episode next week, I may have the footage presented to you, possibly off the top of the show. Can't say yes, I can't say no, but I'm just saying someone may have alluded to both those hobby goats being assholes.
No, might have his own link.
Nope. I did not say that.
Oh, that's exactly what you said.
Oh.
And the footage will clearly show that is exactly what occurred.
And then we're going to put that I didn't say that after you said it.
Yeah, and then the key will be that we may just have to NFT that shit. I'm just thinking we NFT it and everyone can appreciate and enjoy it.
That and, Poopy Pony, and we're good.
I'm just saying. So, Gareth, the short answer is we would love to. Unfortunately, we feel that it may become a challenge. Given the strong feelings of some on this panel, we're trying to be purveyors of hobby love and peace. And some people want to say mean things. Some people.
I like Jeremy and Eric very much.
Except for the part where you called them an asshole.
No, I didn't say that. I was referring to you as one. But
that is not what was said. We named off multiple names, and you put everyone under that category because you're a jerk.
He didn't call off his mom. He didn't do anything.
Like, it was like, you already turned heel on your mom, so we cannot trust anything you say.
I did do that.
And then in addition to that, then you said horrible these horrible things about these people.
Oh, God.
Eric is like the Royal Guard. His nickname in high school was Beefeater. Some royal humor. The Duke of Pork. Nice. It brings love. Break its legs. The Jester of York. So you're the Duke of Pork or the Jester of York? I like that.
Oh,
I like
good God.
Sirloin of beef.
I like it. I like it. All right, one more thing, then I'll show. I pulled up this other card. I actually got this one in shipped my card, so I'll get this one shipped out. I do like my shiny Favres, so I did show off the Favre in the holder that's just terrible and out of price range for that one. But this one is not. This one is an encapsulated card though, so that is good. This one will be coming in soon. So this one is I think it's a 2003. I want to say it's like their gold X Factor thing. It's a neat looking card. Not cheap, but not too crazy expensive. I got to take a look at it though. It's inside one of those encapsulated, like it's a Topps encapsulated one. I'll take a good look at it. If it's decent, I'll put it in a holder. But for now, it's fine the way it is. I'll take a look at it when I get it. But I do like the shiny Favre, so that's cool. Go ahead,
It,
Bobbles.
it's roughly at that 54.82, 45.
So you're saying like
0.18.
tag 10 is basically what you're saying.
You might have a shot there, but I can clearly see it's off and down a little bit. It's kind of this direction.
I'm going to invoke the Kobe rule, so that's like a 10 plus.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have exact micrometer measurements there, but based off of what I see. And this one's, maybe it's because this one's straight on.
That might help us.
That might be what it is.
We'll have to see. What happens if we find out it's like 53-47? It's like, psh, it's solid, bro.
I mean, you have 2 more points on the centering scale to go.
I know.
To still be within the 10, so.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I might have a little clearance, man. I might have a little bit of clearance here going on. Surface and everything else, I'll have to assess when I get it in hand. Right now, it's too hard to tell from a scan, so we'll have to have a closer look. By the way, just for folks that know the football thing a little bit, these are numbered. This is numbered to 101, which is a weird number. I don't know why Topps decided to go 101. Why not 100? Why not 99? 101. It is numbered 101 on the back. So weird. I don't know why. I'd have to do a little more research and digging. I'm not sure why specifically, but it's out of 101. It's a neat looking card though. I like it. It's a shiny Favre, so it'll go in the collection with
It was
others.
the Dalmatian instead of the rainbow.
I guess so, yes. I guess so. He is the Duke of the Dumpster. Nice. The Prince of the Poopy Pony. I like the alliteration, folks. I like the alliteration. What is considered Mr. Wrestling 2's rookie card? We're going to have to get Victor on that one. That's a 9.9 per Bob Jackson. Appreciate it, Bob. I was stoked to win the 2010 Lyoto Machida RPA for $12 a few nights ago. I like it. Well done. Good job by you. Look, as long as it's fun and you have a good time with it, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. All right. I got one more card I'll show here tonight. So I did the football card. I did the hockey card. I'm going to do one more hockey card. But this one is if you like your shield cards. It's not a shield card, but it does play into that category just a little bit. Kind of leans into it a little. I'll explain here. I'll show it. Yeah, Chrome tab. That's the one we want. So this is here from In the Game. So be a player. It's called a triple logo. And at the bottom, they actually have a piece of the little NHL shield down here. So they'd include it as part of that one. So it's a triple logo.
Oh, logo shield man?
Apparently. Yep. It's a triple patch logo shield man something. I don't know. I don't even know.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So anyway. So I like the fact that they did include the piece of the shield in there. I was able to get it at a price I was happy with. It's an out of 4. The only thing that I had a struggle with that I don't like about those ones from this era, it is playing days, which is always good. The problem that I had with Ultimate Memorabilia in this era was that the only numbering is going to be on the actual holder. And this is a criticism I had for them back then. I go, okay, it's out of 4.
Yeah.
And which it is, it's true. But the problem is, what if that holder ever breaks? You can't replace it. So, like, it's out of 4. Yes, we know that because we know that. But if those holders breaks over the course of time,
Then it's out of 4 million.
Hey, Carlos, you want to explain something to me, or maybe someone else can?
it's not a Beckett slab, Eric. Calm down.
No. So I
right.
got the same type of thing right here, right?
Yeah,
With-
exactly.
with,
Yeah,
with
same
four.
concept. Yes.
I understand 1 of 30.
Yes.
Okay. I do not understand what an ultimate number is of 2,261 out of 7,500.
Okay, so I do have the answer for that. All right, so we'll finish off on actual hashtag scholarship. All right,
Can
so
I take a guess?
go ahead, please go ahead.
Because I'm not familiar with the set.
Sure.
I'm
yeah.
going to guess that's how many cards they produced over the entire run of that.
Every
product.
card, every parallel, every variant, yes. So the second number, so the first one is the serial number on the specific card itself, And the second one is 7,500 total cards in the entire series. So if you open packs, there were 7,500 total cards. So that was part of that print run. So if you went in and a card was out of 10, it would be the first 10 cards, and then your number out of 10,000 would be 1 through 10, and it would be that as well. So you'd have two sets of numbers. First set of numbers for the specific card and variant. Second one is the over the course of the entire print run. There's only 7,500. That means that particular year was actually pretty short printed. There's only 7,500 cards in the series entirely for that year. Every variant, every player, everything.
That's actually pretty cool that they tell you that.
Yeah, that was one thing that they did that was fairly innovative at the time. They're like, we're actually telling you what the entire print run is of every card we produce for this entire year, entire series. Every variant, every cool. Patches, autographs, everything. All of it. Includes one of ones, by the way, as part of it as well. Everything's in there. So 7,500 total cards in existence, period, end of story.
Well, I guess, I got one of the good ones because it's number 1. Plus, I really love the patch that's on in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been trying to figure out what that other ultimate number. I was trying to figure
Bubble
out
got it. Yep, Bubble got it is exactly right. It's the entire print run for that year, that series. That's what In the Game produced of that year for the entire thing. If you would open every box and pulled out every card, you've got 7,500 cards total.
You know, everybody, and I know they don't do it because then it puts pressure on them to talk trash about them even more. But it would be kind of cool if Panini or even Topps did something like that, but not necessarily on the card and telling you the entire print run of like in existence, but on like even the boxes or the cases, if they just numbered those, and then we could do our own math to try to come up with a educated guess. Right now, it's just a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
I know they wouldn't do that because it would give away their secrets of how much they're actually making. But I think that would be cool because that's a sweet idea. So
yeah, at the time, it was them trying to do something. They needed to distinguish themselves because the thing within the game, if you pay attention, like if you look at Eric's card, by that point they had lost the rights to the logos. So if you look at Ray Bork, you can see it's Ray Bork. If you pay attention to the shoulders there on it, you can tell he's a Boston Bruin. Where does it say Boston Bruins?
Yeah, they were playing in the Leaf territory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a couple of years where they hung in there and did do that, so it was fine. And they were able to come up with some designs. My card as well. If you notice on my card, it doesn't say Dallas Stars anywhere on there. It does not show a Dallas Star logo, but it's game used material. All the pieces are game used, and it is from Dallas Star jerseys, which is cool. And they do designate that on the back of the card. They do make that clear. So they did do game use pieces, but it was unlicensed, fully unlicensed at that time. So something you have to bear in mind.
It's funny though. So many people hate on the non-licensed stuff, but if you really think about it, even just something like that as an example, and obviously Leaf and stuff, without those companies having the licenses, it shows the creativity that can actually be done to produce a product to actually get people interested in buying it. They have to give something creative to get folks involved rather than just put a player on there with a Bruins jersey and know that somebody's going to buy it because it's licensed. I think it actually helps for those type of companies to make a decent product.
I'd agree with that. I think it did force some creativity out of them, and I was very impressed with how long they managed to hang in there before they finally handed it over to Leaf. And obviously, Brian Gray now has taken that mantle, and we're still waiting for the red button, Brian. We're still waiting. He says he can put logos on. He says he doesn't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, show us. I want to see you do it. Yeah, slap a logo on it. Go ahead. Make Eric's card with better say like, yeah, Boston Bruin Ray Bork. Take that.
He likes going into court, so that's where he'll end up.
Yeah, basically.
Didn't he say something about that you have the right to use the logos because it's uniform and there's some kind of rules where
he was citing case law. He was citing.
Yeah.
Brian likes to cite a lot of case law. It's one of those things. Look, one of my favorite things about Brian Gray is he'll say stuff like that. I'm like, okay, cool, then do it.
Why doesn't he?
Like Panini has way more money than you, and they don't feel like testing that water. Because guess what? You think you're cute, you got case law. What if you lose? Then the door is shut permanently. 100% shut. And then they might shut it even further than you actually originally thought, because like actually maybe you shouldn't be allowed to do any of that. Maybe they have even more rights than you thought.
Pro set and all.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, give it a go. Why not? Yeah, press the button. Exactly. Yeah, there seems to be an echo. Yeah, I'm hearing it too. I'm not sure what that's about. Weird. Yep. Yeah, Brian, like I said, Brian likes to hear himself talk about it a little bit. He gets very excited about these things, but it's like, all right, let's test it. I like, look, if you want to do it, look, it'll be good for content gods. We'll be entertained. We'll be amused. Like, I don't care. Give it a try. But if you lose, it could basically be your company. That's the reason he won't pull the trigger on it. Like, he can think he's going to win. It's like, cool. As soon as you try it, you better win. You can't afford to lose. Literally, you cannot afford to lose. So real quick here. How do you all feel about the gold bar line with the historical relics from everyone to Mozart to President Darwin? All exact came back with no specifications to cut relic on front. I'm semi-familiar with this, but it doesn't ring a bell.
It was the I think it's called historical cuts is what they're calling it.
Gotcha.
It's the ones that Paul was showed.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about. Yes. Okay. Yep. So what was the deal with that? I'm not really too clear on it. A little bit, but not too clear.
I just some things that I've read.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
Sounds good. Take it easy, Bobby. Have yourself a good evening.
Have a good night, Bob.
Good.
The only, from what I was hearing, because it like mentions books and other stuff on there, and it doesn't, like, even the handwritten stuff, it doesn't say that the person on the front of the card is actually the person who wrote it.
Yeah.
If from what I was hearing, it's actually just random documents that they're pulling from random books or notebooks or what have you, and that there isn't really anything that legitimizes it to the person on the front of the card.
Yeah.
It's like a sheet of paper that they might have found in the office of President whomever back in, what would they mention? Mozart. It could have been a letter that somebody wrote to Mozart.
So maybe the takeaway on this piece is really the same problem we have with the sports card. Thank you, Carlisle. Appreciate you as always. Maybe the takeaway is this: the back of these cards is key, because from a legal perspective, the more vague it is, it tells you a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like the more vague and open-ended it is, and I'll give you a silly example. I think we've done this analogy before, but I'll give it quickly tonight. Where it says for paper written about the person depicted. Yeah. It's the same, but it's the same thing. I think we've talked about it last week or the week before as well. Like, but just to be clear, sports card has the same problem. I could say game used. In what kind of game? Yeah, no, not even that. No, I could say game used by the player. An exhibition game is a game. Like I gave this analogy the other day, and literally I say, okay, cool, game used by this player. A game used Tom Brady card, cool. That he wore in an exhibition game and took 3 snaps and walked out of the game. But he played 3 series. He took 3 snaps. That was a game that Tom Brady was in. He played.
Yeah, I'd rather have that than the ones that they cut up that they bought at Target.
I understand. But, like, think about that. If I say game used, that is the bare minimum. I can still have that exact scenario that I just played out, and you can't argue that it's not game used. I did not say game used in an official NFL game, a regular season NFL game, or a playoff game. I said game used, worn by this player. So as long as Tom Brady wore that and he could have played flag football with his kids, I'm sorry, that was a game. I'm stretching the boundary, but it still counts.
Yeah, and I had a guy that sent some in. They weren't necessarily just those pieces, but I'll tell you, I don't know about the other companies. I have not seen any slabbed, but I know SGC sent them all back, and they wouldn't do them. So it is kind of just this. I mean, it's a cheap product. It's a cheap product. So if they were actually taking documents that that Mozart and stuff like that was writing, it would be much, much more expensive.
Yeah. Like the cut autos that are from stuff that's been certified, like Upper Deck has done cut autos in the past of Hall of Famers and stuff. Those cards are expensive. They're very expensive because they're like, no, we found documents or we found, voided checks or whatever. And then they took a cut from that that they feel comfortable is from said player. So therefore, it is very expensive and they have very few. Like they're not, you know, growing on trees. Like this is all we could find, so we're using them. But these are meant to be hits because they're very difficult to come by. And if you can pull that many, and I can go find a bunch, like that seems like it's pretty common. It seems like you got an awful lot of stuff for something that should be that difficult to pull.
Tom just mentioned the hairpiece. That was one of the cards. I didn't want to bring it up and people think I was actually being crazy when I said it. But yeah, they even have where it says like hair, DNA, strand from a wig of George Washington. Like it's all this crazy nonsense that there's zero way to prove it unless you're like DNA. I guess if you go get a test done, ran on it or something. But who the hell's doing that?
Well, you also have to have DNA of George Washington. It's like
Well,
if you
yeah,
happen to have
that's
some
true.
lying
It
around, like what are you
exists.
comparing
Yeah,
it to?
that's true. I didn't even think of that. So.
Like this is your problem. You can run DNA, but like compare it to what? I still
it
need
didn't
valid
exist, yeah.
DNA.
I didn't even think about that. So yeah,
It's a major
perfect
problem. That's a
point.
major problem. It's
Yeah,
like
perfect point. So
yeah, sounds good. Yeah, so we'll kind of finish off on that one. But thank you all for the questions and the comments. We appreciate it. It's been it's still been a little bit of a fun of a mixed bag. Like we started off with a technical issue, which was funny. But thank you all those of you who caught on to the take two. I'll get rid of the other one after we're finished up here. And
Well, that's
then,
just me and you just talking to each other like idiots. Like, are we on?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna get rid of that one. I'll pull that one. But then the other piece I got to find out is if Bob's bobblehead doesn't get me flagged. It's like, wait a minute.
I don't think it was long enough.
I don't think so either. But either way, I think we're covered because if worse comes to worse, look, episode 53 got screwed because it was too long. We'll be all right tonight. I can always cut it out. If I need to, I can always cut it out. Anyway, so Bob says here, last word, you'd have to compare it to Washington Senate. That'd be your best bet to try to get DNA that's close enough to be like percentage-wise, we're pretty close. That'd be your best bet. That'd be the best way. Anyway, so that's it tonight. We'll see what else the content gods bring us. We did have a little bit of fun tonight. I could have gone deeper into a couple of those categories, but I'll be honest. If I come up with a couple other things that I want to talk about, we can do it in a deeper dive in a video. So I think that'll probably be the way we'll approach it. But anyway, it was fun. Either way, the content world is weird right now. The hobby world is in flux. We're all entering the era of the machine learning grading and Arena Club and Derek Jeter for reasons, I guess. So that's something. So we'll see how that goes. Name, good evening, and we're glad that you were able to save the milk. That is very important.
I want you to enjoy those Cheerios tomorrow, buddy.
It's important. It's important. And Tom here is hoping for the Bills. Good luck to that. Congratulations on the first Bill win, 1-0. So good on you guys. I've got my Josh Allen rookie coming in, so keep it up. Moving on. Have a good night. Take it easy. All right. On your way out, by the way, if you can hit the like button, always appreciated. Eric is paying for it. So do it, and I'll charge you more money. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.